Deep to some, every deep And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the fourth part of what's probably going to be a six-part stream series where we are critiquing the Duke of Dork's character design tier list. I hope you're all having a good afternoon. Mine could be better. I woke up to some bullshit, and it it's gonna be in the back of my mind for the rest of the day, sadly. But you know, a good music and talking about a really good game has a chance to really help with that. That's fine, Mart. I'm sorry to hear that. Did you wait for the song to end, or was that just coincidence? No, I always wait for the songs to end. But yeah, I woke up. I woke up to threats of mass reporting on my channel, which is just like, oh, that's nice. You know that one meme from SpongeBob of the fish looking in the toilet? Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's how I felt looking at my phone this morning. But yeah, we are talking about the best game in the Smash Pantheon. We finally get to talk about Melee. But the sad part is that we don't get to talk about how good the gameplay is, and we have to talk about how bad its newcomers are. Fuck. uh, Melee's interesting in that while the majority of its newcomers are literally just so much meh, whatever, uh, I wish you were different, or I wish you weren't here, or I wish you were something else, or I wish you were literally anything but what you are. There are a couple of characters in Melee that I'd argue are on par with how iconic Fox and Captain Falcon are. And chances are you already know who I'm talking about, but I'm not going to say their name yet because we'll get to them eventually. But yeah, but before we start, I would like to talk about the last stream and the ending that was looking back at it, having watched it yesterday, it was a complete and utter fucking train wreck on like every regard. There was so much miscommunication, so much stuff being lost in translation, so much stuff being just lost in general that I think I need to like clear the air and talk about Jigglypuff at least one more time before we move on to Melee. Um, I would like to reset. I would like to replace Jigglypuff on my tier list. She is not a B tier. She is an A tier. She is the perfect funny novelty of the game that she comes from and is a character that would never exist under any other circumstances. But she's still not a joke character, and I'm going to explain to you why she's not a joke character in complete and total, like, as clearly as I can, so that, you know, that's the thing that got lost in translation the most. The shock of not of Jigglypuff being where she is, the talk about her being a joke character, and all that. There was it was I watched it over yesterday, and it was infuriating on so many fronts for myself and the comments. Jigglypuff is not a joke character because joke characters, while they can be funny, and Jigglypuff is arguably quite funny in her mannerisms and stuff like that, and her gameplay. The one huge factor of joke characters is viability, and not like, oh, they were made to be bad, or anything along those lines. This character is literally designed to be like a flex. Like, you're so good at this game, and you're so much better than the people around you, that you use this character to basically show off how good you are at the game. Characters can be funny, but that doesn't inherently mean that they are a joke character. Like, I think you need to, like, compare, if you want to do a good comparison, compare Jigglypuff to Neko Arc from Melty Blood. Neko Arc is a joke character in almost every regard. She's so short that she avoids a lot of attacks. She has weird Shin Godzilla references and literally has a streamer mode dragon install. Jigglypuff is just a floaty character that pops when you dies when you pop her shield. And I think that looking at when she was implemented, because we talked about how characters have moved out of being a joke character when they were considered a joke character, like Dan, who in Street Fighter V, while he was still funny, he's arguably still not a joke character anymore because he's like a viable and normal character now. Jigglypuff was always viable. In Smash 64, the game she debuted in, she was viable. She was a mid-tier character. She was like right in the middle. She wasn't the joke that you played when you wanted to style on your friends. I argue that's more Luigi than anyone else, because he was what most people agreed to be the worst character in the game. But Jigglypuff was never that. And the fact that she was never a character with literally non-existent viability, and she would go on to not only have like decent viability in her debut, which is the most important thing that determines a joke character, but would be a top tier in Melee. She's not a joke character. By that standard alone, she is not a joke character. But guess what? Smash does have a joke character. And we're going to talk about them in this video because Melee's the one that introduced them. But yeah, that's my placement for Jigglypuff, going back and revising my thoughts. She is a perfect funny novelty of Smash 64, and is the best embodiment of just the weird experimental phase that Smash 64 was. She's like an A tier. I pushed her up from B to A. That's my opinion on Jigglypuff. So now that, we're in a good spot, there's no more questions about what a joke character is, and there's nothing being like lost in translation anymore. Let's move on to talking about Melee. I don't think Deadpool in Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is a joke character. No, he's not. He's just funny. Deadpool has always been fairly viable. I mean, he was always around like mid-tier, but he was still always like a viable character. He's just a funny guy who does funny things, and he can, pull off his own hyperbar to hit you with it for his level 3 super. I kind of wish it wasn't a counter. But yeah, he's just silly. But yeah, as I said, Smash Melee's newcomers are interesting. Because there are like a couple of diamonds in the rough, a couple of characters that I argue are some of the most iconic characters, not only in Smash, but in platform fighting games altogether. And then you just got a bunch of fucking weirdos that just don't feel like anything normal or interesting or anything along those lines. Also, hello, Pierre. Is there a proper term for funny, viable characters? I don't think so, no. They're just funny. They just they're you can call them clowns, I guess. Send in the Clowns. Great song by Frank Sinatra. But yes, I'm very interested to see what's said about a few specific characters. And I think those would be the biggest talking points. And there are some characters that I think aren't as bad as people say they are. And I'll probably have a couple of things to say to defend them. But yeah, this is such a weird thing because this is absolutely a game that is valued way more for its gameplay than its roster. And while its roster was not bad by any means, especially for the time, just it got completely and totally overshadowed. So yeah, I'm interested to see what I said. Melee's a blur. Melee is a blur.
Hello everybody! Welcome back to another exciting episode of Design Dorks, a show where we talk about nothing that's actually exciting and instead spend hours upon hours arguing about inane details about video games that a very, very small niche audience cares about.
I don't know what to say to that because everything about that is completely and totally true, but it's too late to stop now.
I am Pyrrhic Kong, one of your hosts, and with me is...
Okay, I had to recover from laughing. I was not expecting that much energy, but hi, I am the Duke of Dorks. Glad to be here once again.
Yep, welcome. This is part 4 of our Super Smash Bros. Design tier list. If you're finding us now, why? But no, this is part
Good
4
question.
of a series where we go down and break down
Next
how
question.
we feel each character does from a character perspective, how they function as a fighting game character, how they reference their series, and so on and so forth. Not necessarily looking for the best character from a play perspective or a competitive perspective, but the best character from a full design perspective.
And because of that, it means that we will often praise a character for doing something well, but then criticize a character for doing something that exact same thing. A lot of this just turns on what the character comes from, what their history with the series is. A lot of variables to these discussions, so bear with us. Also, for the first time, I'm going to actually say in this episode, just to give a light spoiler warning, just because we will be we'll have overlays of what the tier list is, and that will spoil where they've been prior to this. Because there's been some odd placings that I feel like the last video in particular, at least watch that, because it just gets weird.
Please watch
I wonder
the last
what he's
4
talking about.
of
Yes,
the last
there we
video.
go. There we go. At the very least.
Are they
Once
pink
you have
or are they
gotten
blue?
past the Falcon Jigglypuff barrier, then I feel like you're safe.
I don't think there's going to be a lot of people that would disagree with the statements about Captain Falcon being one of the best designed characters in the game. The Jigglypuff barrier, I think, absolutely exists, but I don't think the Falcon barrier is much of a barrier. You'll run into the random weird person that will say they're mid-tier, but for the most part, I think that people will say, oh yeah, Falcon's S, absolutely. I think a lot of people would put him at the top of their tier list for character design in Smash.
Exactly. And since this is a continuation of those series, we are now talking about Super Smash Bros. Melee. Melee is actually my favorite game in the series, still, even after all these years. I feel like it's the one game that really just took Smash Bros. And built on everything that came before.
Yeah.
Just everything from the roster, target tests, bringing in adventure mode, bringing in all these new moves and elements. But I don't know if that love translates into the roster. I kind of feel like this is the roster that I'm the most, not indifferent to, because I like these characters, but it's just the most yeah, they're there too.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I totally agree with you.
Maybe that's because a lot of the best characters in this game are from Smash 64.
Melee is also my favorite Smash game. I was introduced to the series through 64, but Melee was the big one for me, and I still feel that it has the most crunchiness just as a fighting game. Not just from a purely competitive perspective, but I love that you hit things and they die.
Yeah.
And Melee has that, and I love that about it. And it feels like, I don't know, somehow the most irreverent with sort of its stage design and its choices and how it celebrates Nintendo history. It feels very fast and loose, but also super compact, and I love that about it. And
it's funny because Melee apparently was supposed to be the last Smash, before Brawl was supposed to be the last Smash, and Smash 4 was supposed to be the last Smash, and Ultimate's people think it's going to be the last Smash when it's not going to be. It feels like a finale / farewell to a lot of what classic Nintendo was before, they moved on to this new generation of hardware and where this new millennia of games and where the ups and downs and all that stuff. It definitely feels like this is a love letter to everything we were before we say goodbye. And I'm very glad we didn't say goodbye, but I kind of also wish in many regards that we never left.
The characters in it sure are. It's not that but no, it's not that I dislike any of these characters. Some of these characters I love as characters, and there are some that they do great things with, but this is the game that I feel has the most mixed elements. It's a game where Smash is really trying to find its footing as a fighting game and has a lot of ideas, and not all of these characters have gelled, either from their initial appearance and eventually developing into better characters, or just over time it's like, no, this is still a little weird though.
Yeah.
You put that perfectly. Just there's a lot of characters here that I feel like this was before the point that Smash Brothers wanted to be like a celebration of gaming history, so a lot of these characters were included more for either being easy to make or to fit an archetype they wanted to put into the game.
Mm-hmm. Now, there was several things that contributed to this. There was an old, I think an email chain of polls that Sakurai did, and some characters were definitely influenced and put into the game due to that old poll that only received like 1,000 votes or so, compared to the fervor of Smash, where one character announcement can break Twitter. But,
it's only happened once, but it'll probably happen again in the future.
In here that absolutely deserve to be in here, and we'll see how they're translated into the fighting game environment and how well or poorly that ends up being.
And speaking of those A-listers, the first character we are talking about is Peach.
Oh god, we're starting with
Princess
Peach?
is a very odd character.
Why did I think Bowser was first?
Talk about, because I feel like a lot of her design was based.
Peach? I don't know what to say about Peach. At least from like a personality standpoint, because her gameplay, especially in Ultimate and Melee, which are the ones that have basically defined her the most, is completely and totally fantastic, but is somehow like some of the hardest stuff to learn in the entire game. Like, from a design perspective, it's just a character in a fighting game. Peach is awesome. Like, I don't know what. I think this is the first character that we start with that I haven't had, something to say about, because it's just. It makes sense that she's here. She's like the most iconic female character in video games at this point. She has a lot of nice references to like the spin-offs. And she has a lot of attacks where she hits you with her ass, which makes sense, because it's following the Smash design criteria of using the most prominent part of a character's design for a majority of their moves. But I put her in like an A, because she's just... When I think of Peach, I think of her purely from a gameplay standpoint. And from a gameplay standpoint, she's totally incredible. Watching like Peach players in Ultimate do these incredibly difficult, like 2 to 3 frame like cancels and stuff like that to like perform these turnip combos, it's It is incredible. I kind of liked her more in Melee because she felt way more like the word I want to say is spunky, but I don't know if that's the right terminology. She just felt like more brash. Like, she didn't use hearts and stuff like that. No, when she hit you with her ass, you exploded. And that was cool, and it was funny, and I liked it, and it was great. And she was a top-tier character, and is one of the best characters in the game, and she's consistently been a really good character. Like, I can't forego the personality, because then something is being lost in the character design aspect, but Peach is just really good. I don't know what to say. Again, I was expecting to start with Bowser. That's why I had a lot of stuff to say about Bowser, but then it's like, oh no, Peach is first, and it's like, oh, yeah, she's good. She is very fun to watch, and is arguably one of the few characters that argue in Smash Ultimate is legitimately fun to watch. If only because of just how difficult she is to use and how much her players have to, work in order to actually get wins. Yeah, I think this character is great. Yeah, Parry could be on her up special. Apparently it was going to be a thing in Smash Brawl, but they dropped it for some reason. Or, it could be like Cappy with Mario's up B, where it alternates between her regular parasol and parry. I mean, that's great. Peach, she's good. You could put in anyone else but Daisy, though.
Based on the shape of her character model, based on how much she just attacks with her butt, it's kind of obvious. Like, I think there was even like interviews with Sakurai talking about like, yeah, that's why she is the way she is. But she's also evolved a lot.
Well, there's another character in Melee that's, follows that Smash design principle very well, and people hate him for it. But we'll get to them later.
Across the series, slowly changing from these more physical, like headbutts and stuff, to the sparkly princess that we have now, which is fascinating because she's almost an amalgamation of herself and the character she echoes, Daisy. I mean, Daisy echoes her, whatever.
Yeah.
And it creates an odd situation where both characters kind of fail to fit the moveset. I don't know how. What are your thoughts on Peach?
So Peach I find interesting. Of the two, I think that Peach fits the moveset significantly more.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Princess Peach,
they could have just given
interesting
Daisy her effects from Melee, to be honest, and it would have worked a lot better.
It's weird to say, but it's like a celebration of traditional femininity and finding power in that. And whether that's a good thing or not is not for me to say at all, and is an evolving argument, but she's very much a character that fights with the idea of cuteness and sparkles and magic and just...
Well, nowadays, as I said, in Melee, it was explosions, and it was a lot more, like, punky and brash than it is nowadays. And I kind of like that Peach more, to be honest.
Like, oh yeah, I can do whatever I want to be a girly girl, and it will still kick your ass. Because she's just that sort of inherently powerful as a mage and an athlete. And I actually think that's translated pretty well into Smash. Like, all of her animations are very graceful. She still has those little dirty moments where she takes off her crown and beats you with it, but that's sort of reflective of her attitude in the RPGs. And I love that Peach is one of the rare characters that gets to reference the RPGs, with her frying pan forward smash being a direct reference to Mario RPG.
Agreed. That frying pan is one of the best moves in the game to land. The sound design on that is just perfect.
I love the
Somebody needs to replace it with the TF2 frying pan.
addition that she can choose in between the tennis racket and the golf club as well. That feels really great. Turnips, really love as a reference to her first playable appearance and a major playable appearance from a female video game lead character, so to speak. Even if there is, the certain randomness element of it, I still generally like it. And I love that she has float, and I love the way that opens up her gameplay and all the different things and just the level of complexity that you have with Peach, because Peach feels like a very surface level, what you see is what you get kind of character, and then you go in and there's this level of depth and complexity.
Yeah.
And I'm not smart enough to be a Peach player, but people can be.
I'd argue that she is one of the few characters before characters like Ryu and Ken came around where there was a barrier of entry to actually play her at even a moderate level. Maybe not so much in Brawl and Smash 4. I mean, she was still very good in Smash 4. She was like a mid-tier in Brawl. But Ultimate and Melee, I feel that there was definitely some things you need to learn before you actually start going anywhere with this character.
Can explore that, and they can get rewarded in kind, basically finding their own way to celebrate this character in their own way, and I really do love that.
I do as well, but I feel like it's dangerous to even bring him up after last episode, but I also kind of get a Luigi sense of, I love this, but I almost don't feel like Peach should be this competent of a fighter. I say this with the absolute most love. Peach is kinda dumb.
I mean, she's dumb, but she's proven time and time again that she knows how to kick someone's ass. Regardless if it's at go-karts or, literally just stabbing you with her crown.
Mario series. Just the amount of times she gets kidnapped in the easiest ways, I kind of get that same... I would compare her to Isabelle in a way of just being this character should not be meaning to beat you up and should almost I don't know, be apologetic if she hurts you. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, save that for Isabelle.
It's a weird mix of I feel like there's two Peach.
Isabelle should be the accidental fighter, not Peach.
Phenomenal character, and the traditional Peach, which is just a stereotypical damsel in distress. And I like that. I can't tell if I like that Smash Brothers is a blend of the two, or if I would wish for it to commit to one or the other. Does that make sense?
It makes sense to me. I don't entirely agree with the idea of Peach as the typical damsel in distress. I feel like that's something that gets glossed over in the years of how many times she's been kidnapped. She's targeted not because she's a figurehead, but because she's powerful. She's the
You could also argue that she's way more commonly playable now than she used to be. I mean, even in Wonder, she's a mainline playable character. In a lot of these other games, she's a playable character. I think they're starting to move her out of the damsel, I don't know what I'm doing, and she's way more, competent and able to do stuff now. And I mean, she's always been that in Smash, but I guess in actual Mario games, she's actually starting to catch up now.
Guardian of the Power Stars in Mario 64 and has to be sealed away, or else she could use them to beat Bowser. She is the one who can reverse Bowser's magic to turn the kingdom's people into horsehair plants and blocks in Super Mario Bros. She doesn't get kidnapped until the very end of Mario 3 and finds you hidden relics like the Judgm's Cloud and the P-Wing in order to aid you on your journey. She's got some stuff, and I really appreciate Smash making her more competent. In fact, there's one element of her moveset that I absolutely hate, and that's Toad. I hate that Toad is regulated to this role. Not only because is he the most incompetent guard in the world, why is he being this competent, but
I mean, he can still be beaten by grabs and baited, so you could still argue he's fairly incompetent.
Also, because I like that Peach fights her own battles. I like that there's this element that brings out sort of the lore of Peach and what she was in the original Super Mario Brothers, yet still has this sort of feminine charm that has been how she's evolved over the years as a character. I think it does a really good job, and I think that Toad fighting her battles for her in her grabs and get down Mr. Presidenting her is just not all that great. Like,
This is fascinating for me because, like,
I'm indifferent
I mentioned in
to
the
it.
last episode-
I don't think that Toad being a part of her moveset has ever harmed Toad's chances of being a playable character. Like, come on. Crom is in this game, and with Robin, you can summon Crom to beat the shit out of Crom. You can tag team Crom with Crom. You gonna tell me that they can't put in, like, Captain Toad? And a Toad can help beat up Captain Toad with Peach? Or another Toad helps beat up regular Toad with Peach? Not to mention, Toad is less of a character and more of a people. If you know. Well, at least that's what Paper Mario thinks anyways, because they don't know how to differentiate them and they're not allowed to, but all these other games, they are. I'm not going down that rabbit hole. If Crom can have the shit kicked out of him by Robin and Crom, then I think that you could have a playable Toad and have Toad still be part of Peach's moveset and have it still work.
So that I haven't played many Mario games. I should have specified it's just the earlier Mario games. Sunshine was my first one and I never went back. But
You could always just make it Captain Toad to, for that differentiation. Or make the blue Toad the main one because of the fact that that's the one that's playable in Super Mario Bros. 2 and Super Mario 3D World. Get rid of Blue Toad from Daisy, though. You could have that be something else.
Okay.
You just blew my mind because that Mushroom Kingdom lore, I knew none of that. That was
Really?
all new information for me. Like, with Sunshine and just going forward, Peach has always felt like the most useless character to me because she doesn't do anything, but, like, I didn't know any of that.
well, still, even like Galaxy, she's able to find.
Or, I've seen this suggested before, make her Toad Toadsworth. And then that way you can differentiate him from the regular Toad and Captain Toad. And it would make more sense because Toadsworth is a character that's commonly associated with Peach as a character. Or at least used to before they, stopped using him.
One-up mushrooms and send it to you and sneak them out of Bowser's castle. Like, even from that extent,
I
she's
always
still
put that more up to, like, Bowser's incompetence, though, but...
But it's still the same role that she functions in Paper Mario and the Thousand-Year Door. It's just kind of compacted because you don't see her viewpoint.
Okay. Shifting my perspective. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Just like my biggest, like, the most impactful moment for that character.
He's dead? No one's ever really gone.
To this was just, I don't remember which new Super Mario Brothers game it was, but just her being in this cage that literally has bars that she could fit through, and it just that was what represented the character to me before this moment.
I always think of New Soup Wii, where it's like, oh no, it's a cake. We threw the cake at her. We got her. Like it's a Safari Zone Pokemon or something. But no, coming from the perspective of your first exposure to this character was Mama Peach.
Exactly.
I'm your mama? Huh.
It's so weird because within a 2-year span, Peach's character went from that to a robot saw her shower, it made the robot horny, and as a result, it wanted to protect her and help her, with Mario and help him, find her and save the world. Thousand-Year Door is a game that I do not think would ever be made in today's day and age. But Jesus Christ, I wish it would get a remaster.
I get that, but it's weird because I feel like Peach is really nicely reverent here of her actual power and such. Do I think that maybe having her have a status effect based moveset based on, say, Mario RPG or based on Super Princess Peach would be nice? Yes, but also give her a different power set from Super Princess Peach because, boy, that did not age well, and it wasn't good when it started.
What, you don't like?
You might have a place of reference with that new Peach game that's coming out, sometime next year. While I know this is far, far in the future and this wasn't a thing when this video was made, we don't even know what the hell that game is. But I think there's a good chance that something from that might be put into Peach in the next Smash, if only for the fact that it's her first time being a solo playable character in like 15 to 16 years.
Like the idea of her fighting with her emotions?
I think it's
There is a
fine,
correct answer to this.
but not how it was done.
For sure. Okay.
For flavor, I wish that she had Parry the Parasol, though. Like,
Yeah.
that was originally
that-
planned in
that-
Brawl, and, like, that's a cute touch.
Having that, like, be part of her, like, her grab or something, where she just
Yeah, I
envelops you
agree.
in parry, that would have been neat.
Yes.
Okay, so you have completely just shell-shocked me to the point where I don't know where I put Peach on this anymore. Where does Peach rank for you?
Where did you have her before, out of curiosity?
I had her in mixed.
Okay. I had her in B.
I think that's a better spot for
her as a character design. I like her as a representation of Peach. Toad bugs the crap out of me and also limits the ability for Toad or Captain Toad to be in the game.
I don't think it limits them, but it's definitely been something that a lot of people talk about when the character's not playable. I think until Sakurai states that that's the case, that I'm going to stand by my notion that that's not the reason why. It's just that, in my personal opinion, it's because they think there are more interesting characters to put in first, like Rosalina and Bowser Jr., and probably a few others. Sadly, I think they put in Pauline before they put in a Toad.
Yeah, I do agree
But they could put in King Boo.
with that. It's funny because, like, before you told me any of this, I liked that Toad was part of the throw. For similar, just like, oh, like, yeah, he's trying to help Peach, and he's trying. That's nice, but just completely perspective. I'm gonna need like another minute to just process all this.
I just like Toad tries, but he's not that competent. The only guy who's managed to beat is Wario in a puzzle game.
I don't know.
guess-
I don't know. He's pretty top tier in most kart racing games.
A bird, but that's Captain Toad, and Captain Toad fucks.
Yeah, all right.
Well, at least he does something, because we all know he can't jump.
I can agree with B with this newfound perspective. Where in B would that be then?
I don't think I would want to put her above Dedede.
I wouldn't want to put anybody above DDD, so I'll happily agree with you there.
Why, I know that, but like, even from my perspective of like, I feel like Dedede does his personality better than Peach, and while Dedede has a few more things that I disagree with Toad more.
Okay. How do you feel about Peach's Final Smash, by the way? People always kind of write that off of just like the worst one, even though it's arguably the most powerful one.
So I do kind of like it. From an RPG perspective, Peach's powers include putting people to sleep, healing, and most importantly, the Peach Beam from Paper Mario, which dispels even godly energy using the power of her wishes. And yeah, that's really strong. I think that Peach does need to have a status effect Final Smash, but it does lack impact. But I feel like it fits Peach. I feel
My
like
question
it's
is,
craftier.
why
than
did they
other
think
Final-
it was a good idea to have you eat flowers for daisies?
Smashes, and I like that about her a lot.
All right,
And I like the little Mario 3 jingle that they add to it, and the weird shoujo manga peaches that they add on the side.
All right. I was just curious. I could definitely get down between DDD and Duck Hunt if you're.
Yeah, I think that's about where I would like to place her.
All right. All right. Cool. I can get down for that.
Mm-hmm.
But then that brings us to the echo of Daisy.
Can I elect to not talk about this character? Can I just elect to just let this roll and not say anything about Daisy? Because I wouldn't even put Daisy on the tier list because of how little she is compared to Peach. Am I just allowed to just, plead the fifth and just not say anything about this character whatsoever? because I don't want to say anything about this character. The only thing I'll say is that there's literally just such a huge amount of characters you could have put in as Echo Fighters that would have been way more impactful, fit way better, and why the fuck would you advertise Echo Fighters with arguably the worst one? That's my question.
And this moveset does not fit Daisy nearly as well. Like, you gave me a newfound appreciation. That was English.
You want me to skip Daisy?
Of just Peach fitting this, like, again, for lack of a better way of putting it, this is girly.
How long is Daisy's
moveset,
segment?
but that's just not what Daisy is.
Yeah, no, Daisy sucks.
Daisy's segment is 4 minutes.
I'll let
it go. I'll just let them talk.
Of basically porting Ganondorf's moveset onto Peach and Daisy. And it just it just slaps so hard how amazing Daisy is with a stomp. Like, oh my gosh, it is amazing.
God, yeah, no, Daisy has so much attitude and is so just spunky that it's just fun to see her, and you get none of that. And you get no physicality on purpose other than, I guess, the crown smack with the Peach base. And the floral element is essentially what they've done in Mario sports games to cover up the fact that they don't have ideas for her. It's just like, oh, it's Daisy. Her name's Daisy. There are flowers. You get it?
It is the most surface level design they could have possibly come up with for her.
Mm-hmm.
Like, at least give her, like, maybe she's like kind of a druid with that, but no, it's literally just flowers. Whee!
Well, see, even in like Mario Strikers, they gave her some like geomancy with giant crystals that she shoots out from the ground. It was. I love it.
Showed up again.
I mained Daisy in that game just because of that. And I'm like, whoa, Daisy! And then I went back to Donkey Kong, but like, come on.
Yeah, I kind of almost wish that they had that Daisy had replaced Dr. Mario as like the Mario Melee Echo Fighter, and just and just had the chance to like evolve from there.
Why? I still don't understand how in the hell Doc's non-Echo Fighter for Mario. He fits every criteria to be one. He might as well be one.
I agree.
But like, yeah, there's nothing to her.
The design in Smash is not Daisy, and if you told me that we could cut one character from this roster and get a character of equal importance, like kill Daisy, give me Funky Kong easily.
There was a correct answer.
I'd argue Funky's more important than Daisy
To that question, and it's spinning in the bottom right of our tier list. But okay, fine, I'll give you Daisy.
Well, yeah, yes, but like even character.
Yeah, you wanna know what? Daisy's not important as Funky. Does Daisy run her own ASMR channel where she helps you where she drives you home from the airport? Yeah, I don't think so. I love that channel. It's such a stupid thing, but it's hilarious, and I don't even know if that guy makes anything anymore. But for the time, like a few years ago, it was hilarious. Wait, have you guys never heard about the Funky Kong ASMR channel? Okay, it's a byproduct of, me being a big fan of Vinesauce and it being a joke that was brought up a lot in the past few years. Hang on, I'll give you an example. Talking about Funky Kong ASMR is way more interesting than anything about Daisy anyways. Funky Kong AS... It's literally the first... It's the first result. Caring and supportive Funky Kong gives you a ride home from the airport. Tender and emotionally intelligent Funky Kong consoles you after a messy divorce. Funky Kong helps you through a panic attack in the club bathroom. What the these are like 8... This one's like 8 years old. Jesus Christ, I feel ancient just looking at this.
Hey dude, how's it hanging?
You know, instead of playing it, I'm just gonna leave it in the chat. You can watch it yourself. Because it's one of the weirdest things that exists on YouTube. And I don't, can it be the next break song? Okay, when I go on break, I will play Tender and Emotionally Intelligent Funky Kong Consoles You After a Messy Divorce. That will happen.
And character have a reason for existing. Like, there's an idea there. Daisy, there's not even an idea. There is, oh, we're introducing this concept. Daisy.
All right. I can't believe they didn't at least keep the physical throws. Like, that would have been so easy.
What the hell is Buckenberry doing there?
I do like having Blue Toad there. I will admit that it's just like, oh, hey, that's a nice reference, but like, no. She could do better.
A reference to what? Mario 2?
Yeah, they
Because
were
that
ahead
would
of the
be
game.
better if he was in Peach's moveset.
It's
Not that I want him.
It's so weird.
Mario games. It was just like, oh, neat, I can play as a Toad.
But it's
They're
so amazing at the
What is
same
this?
time.
That's fun.
They are. He's very strong.
I feel like we both have Daisy in E tier.
Yes.
All right, cool.
Like, I can't bring myself to get mad enough at her.
Like, she's too much of an afterthought to be that way.
Like, I feel the way about her that I feel about Meat Sword Fighter.
I was about to say, like,
one's a good character.
Yeah. You
Better or
could die
worse?
tomorrow, and I wouldn't be happy or sad.
At least has the base of one.
She doesn't even have an I am Daisy taunt. Like, how does that happen?
Holy
poorly.
shit, I didn't freaking think of that. How does she not have a I am Daisy taunt? Or an I am Daisy voice clip at all? That's like 80% of what she's known for on the internet. How could you forget Hi, I'm Daisy? This character's bottom tier.
The same way that they patch out her differences, which I know is a holdover from Smash 4, but come on, it was something. It was literally anything.
I'd rather play as a Mii Brawler but dressed as Daisy, and I feel like that's
Yes.
closer.
Yeah.
Yes, you are correct, sir.
But better or worse than Mii Sword Fighter?
Do I care?
Hold on. I have a coin here.
Okay.
Should heads be that heads is better, tails is worse?
Yes, I don't care enough.
Okay. She is better, but only by a hair.
Got it. Noted. Done.
Imagine
has
your
effects,
only good
sure.
thing being
She-
better
she
than Mii
does
Sword
have
Fighter, and
effects,
you're
yeah.
only better than Mii Sword Fighter because of a coin flip.
Yes.
No, that's Blue Toad.
It's a
That's
little
Blue
to
Toad's
nothing
putting her
this
there.
character is.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Good work, Buckenberry. You do it.
Alrighty. Now, next up, continuing the Mario trend, I still haven't quite recovered from just the whiplash of just like, oh, Peach is a completely different character. I'm interested to see if the same thing happens.
Oh, it's
with
Bowser.
Bowser.
Okay.
Bowser is also a very weird character to talk about because he's been all over the place in terms of design. He was weird in Melee and Brawl, and then Smash 4, they made him good and they gave him a defined playstyle, but he looks weird and they don't know how to close his mouth because they didn't rig his model with a freaking jaw. And then in Smash Ultimate, they took away all his good grappling stuff, and now he's kind of just weird and doesn't know what he is, like Donkey Kong. But they rigged the model to, have a working mouth, so that's a plus. If I were to give him anything, I think I'd put him in B. Simply because if I were to describe him as a character, like right now, Bowser in Smash is bastardized Hugo from Third Strike. He's big. He's got really big attacks. He has like wrestling inspired stuff. Like he straight up just has, like the drop kick, and he even steals Hugo's moonsault press for his side special. Did they actually not rig his jaw? I'm sure they did, but the way that he's animated, he always has his mouth open, and it looks really, really weird in Smash 4. Also, why was his dash driving an invisible car in Melee/Brawl? Okay, would you like my theory about that? My theory about that is, you know how we were talking about Rob in Brawl? About how there's a lot of childish, inspirations behind that character's design? My theory behind why Bowser just does that is because that's what a kid would do with Bowser as a toy to make him move around. Instead of, making the legs individually go up and down, you just like slide him across like the table, like, look, he's coming, here he goes, there's Bowser. That's literally the only thing I can think of as to why that was a design choice. It was very weird. And if that's the reason that he is like that in Melee and Brawl, kudos to Sakurai. But I don't think that's the reason. I think the reason is that the models were so weirdly rigged and built that the character would physically not be able to run if they wanted to animate the character that way. So, headcanon is childish inspiration of, playing with toys. More likely reason is they fucked up badly when trying to make him work, character and model wise. But yeah, Bowser feels very Bowser. If there's any character in Smash that from like a long time ago that feels unfinished, Bowser is consistently the character that feels unfinished in at least some way, shape, or form. Like, he was arguably an unfinished character in Melee because he somehow turned out to be worse than the Joe character was, and is arguably the worst character in Melee. Even if there have been people that have done really cool things with Bowser in Melee, he's still bad. In Brawl, they basically took away the Koopa Claw and gave him Hugo's moonsault press. And while a nice, nod to classic fighting games, and there would be a lot of these from other characters, especially around this time frame, I think I would have preferred if the Koopa Claw stayed and was just fleshed out more. And in Smash 4, they gave him, they upped his animation quality, they changed around some of his moves. He runs around, he punches, that's great. But then you'll look at his face, and he looks really weird. He's got lockjaw. And then Smash Ultimate, they took away a lot of his most iconic stuff in Smash 4, but they made him look and animate more like Bowser. In my opinion, Bowser should be bigger, and Bowser should be way more focused on grappling than he is. And honestly, bring the Koopa Claw back. Bring back the Koopa Claw. And you want to know how you can do it? I was thinking about this yesterday. make it so that the Koopa Claw functions like Gargos' command grab from Killer Instinct. For those of you that don't understand what I'm talking about, Gargos is a character in Killer Instinct that has a command grab that you basically get unique attack follow-ups while you have the opponent grabbed. And you can potentially not only like do a giant slam finisher, which you can add on the flying slam to Koopa Claw as a finisher if you want, but you can also just drop your opponent to throw them off guard and potentially get more damage off of it than you would have by just, finishing them with a command grab throw. It's a grab rekka. Well, the thing is that in Killer Instinct, if you predicted what attacks Gargos was going to use, you could combo break the command grab. And he had a lot of, funny lines, how, like, he had a move where he, like, sucked out a bit of your soul, and one of his lines was salty. Like, your soul tastes salty, haha, you're salty because I'm kicking the shit out of you. It was a command grab with extra steps, and honestly, it would have been really cool if they just let Bowser use it in more brute ways than he does in Melee. Like, you could have one of the follow-ups be the flying slam. You could have one where he basically just carries you, somewhat like DK, and he could like take you to like a certain distance away. Like he could run and then throw you, which would be a nice another reference to a character that he heavily references, Hugo, who also has a throw where you basically run, grab someone, and then like run them into the wall for damage. Or, you could let them go to throw them off, and you could potentially get more damage out of it. Because as it stands, Bowser's a grappler with no reason to focus on his grappling. He lost a lot of that in the transition from Smash 4 to Ultimate and the way that knockback works, of just generally like affecting a lot of his game plan. Like he didn't have ding dong levels of like command grab, like grab superiority like Donkey Kong did, and that was clear because Donkey Kong was a way higher tier character than he was in Smash 4. But there's definitely things you could do with Bowser that would make him way more interesting. And because of that fact, and the fact that they still won't give him his fucking voice, when everyone around him, even his son, has his actual voice, he's a B tier at best. Please, I beg of you, Sakurai, stop. We get it. You've already proven that you have a bias against Bowser. How you want him to be, way more intimidating than the games make him. But you know what? I like Bowser having a bit of cheese to him. Bowser being a little bit of a goofball has always been fun. But there's no goofball aspect to Bowser as a character in Smash. And his voice being gone just doesn't feel right.
Now go for this, because, I have a lot of thoughts on Bowser.
I kind of actually want to hear those thoughts, because I know you have things to say about him, and I don't want to wait. How do you feel about Bowser in this game?
So, from a fighting game perspective, I love Bowser. He is so much fun to use. He's
fun, but I still feel there's a lot of problems with him.
He just steamrolls you. He punches you. You try to do a little...
I kind of wish he punched more, to be honest.
Little thing to stop him. He doesn't have time for that. He'll grab you in 6 frames and body slam you in a stupid lucha thing. Woohoo! Doing the big Bowser. He's got a big butt slam that instantly...
Also, please get rid of Giga Bowser and put in just Fury Bowser. I feel like that was basically just Nintendo just looking at Sakurai and being like, look, we get it. You wanted him to be intimidating. There you go. It's canon now. You have a big, intimidating Bowser, and it's one of the most intimidating Bowser instances that's ever existed. Congratulations, you have a new Final Smash for him in the next Smash Brothers. Please let him just be himself now.
Destroys your shield. He's got Fire Breath that does a ridiculous amount of damage. Just stupid numbers of damage. He is so much fun, and that's what Bowser as a character would want to be seen as. He wants to be...
He wants to be seen, but we all know that, Bowser's kind of an idiot. Like, he's a doofy villain. While he want to be seen as, the no-nonsense monster, he's not the no-nonsense monster.
This dominant force. He wants to prove that just through sheer being Bowser, that he is better than you. He is great, he is powerful, and you will bow before him, and he will stomp you in the face anyway. Does that fit the character that Bowser has evolved into? Kind of.
Yeah,
now,
kind of is the right word.
Melee and Brawl Bowser are poor for his design.
Yes.
He is a weird, hulking beast man, and the most...
I wish he kept his size. Like, I wish that Smash 4 and Ultimate Bowser was the same size as Bowser is in Brawl.
Fun thing that he does in those games is he falls off a cliff in subspace, and then he's like, psych, I have my stupid clown car. I'm gonna fly now. Bye, bitch, bye. I got Peach. And that's like the only bit of fun Bowser gets to have other than Dedede bopping him on the nose.
What about being shot in the back by Ganondorf?
Otherwise, he's just like this pure beast. And like, we say a lot of things about Smash getting bestial characters, and Bowser is just reduced to that in Brawl especially. Smash 4 does a lot of good to correct that. He stands upright. He has a lot more punches, and that brings him in line with the modern series, where his big finisher in Bowser's Inside Story...
Yeah, they need Mega Man to come in and take the shot for him.
...is, and here comes the giant...
Well, he protected President Lincoln, and Bowser basically got Lincolned.
Fist. He has a new dash attack that is a low sweep, much like Mario's, so he gets his moments to sort of imitate Mario's moveset, and he does it in a far more cartoony way. His eyes actually get to bulge out of his head, and you get to see a little bit of that Bowser personality shine through. He's a little bit more of a goofball, but he's not the idea of the Demon King Bowser that the original Super Mario Brothers sort of portrayed him as, this giant beast of a monster from a tribe of demon turtles. And that's kind of what I feel like Smash centered on. Hell, the fact that he has a remix called The Great King Bowser is like definitely evidence of that. I feel like...
I am a firm believer in the fact that the Mario movie and the success that it's had is going to be the thing that helps Bowser finally get his voice in the next Smash. Because now you have a character that is known by so many people as having this flamboyant and exaggerated voice thanks to Jack Black. And yeah, if you put Bowser back in Smash still sounding like a dinosaur, people are going to be even more upset and asking questions, and it's going to be very weird for everybody.
They're very much honing in on his clap.
I am also a firm believer in the fact that because of this, every character that was in the Mario series is going to have new lines and new recordings in the next Smash. Mario's going to sound different. Luigi's going to sound different. Peach is probably going to sound different. I would love if Rosalina sounded like her modern self, because I think her modern voice actress is the best one she's had. But, would you want his game voice? His game voice, obviously.
Classic appearance. And I'm glad that he's a brawler. I think that if you added more projectiles to him, like I see a lot of people suggest, oh, maybe he could throw a Mecha Koopa or one of his hammers from Mario 1. And I go, no, Bowser should hit you. Like,
Yeah.
when he's in a fight, like, he puts around bombs to make it more fair for you. And, like, there's an axe there because he's confident that you won't beat him. Like, he's not smart enough to zone. But do I feel like we've completely gotten into this era of Bowser being a lot more cartoon?
Well, to be honest, a lot of characters that zone in this game aren't intelligent enough to zone.
Cartoony and a lot more fun, for lack of a better term, that started even as early as Mario RPG. No, I don't think that. So I'm at this weird crossroads with Bowser, where I love him and I think he highlights one aspect of his character impeccably well. Like, I look at him and it's like, yeah, that's Bowser. But I also think that he's missing a significant amount from his character.
Yeah.
I totally agree. We've talked a lot about the animalistic characters, and I feel like Bowser's is the one that bugs me the most because that laugh of his is one of the most iconic just sound bits in video games. Just Enter Mario 64 is just the and then Smash Brothers, he kind of just sounds like he's asthmatic, like he's having a hard time breathing or something.
Yeah.
Oh
There
god,
is
that's a
that.
dying
Maybe it's because his mouth's open all the time and his throat's very dry.
seal. I'm sad now.
That's what it is, though. That's what it is. And I feel like I can't add much to what you said because I agree wholeheartedly. Like, he is so much fun to play. He's another character that just like
That's right,
you know,
Bowser.
people with a very heavy thing. I love characters like that. He is so fun to do that with. I love that his side B kind of, in the same way that DK's cargo throw mimics kidnapping, it also mimics just how he's just gonna take you and do whatever he wants with you. It's so fun to use that move.
I do wish that Bowser had cargo throw, though.
You could add that to Koopa Claw.
Like, that feels so natural for him to literally kidnap you mid-match.
Yeah, if we maybe like turn the flying slam into like one of his up throw or something like that, and let him do cargo. Oh, that'd be like there is room to do more with Bowser.
Oh, it's easy to fix Bowser, but we already know that the person that's behind Smash has a thing for Bowser in Mario games as a whole. So we don't know if we're ever going to get those fixes.
Like I do feel like his current moves are kind of just tame for how expansive this character's history is. Like, his up B is literally just him spinning. I don't like any of those up Bs.
Yeah, that's not to say like.
Well, it's a reference to the Koopalings from Mario 3, and it's a nice reference. You know, I like Whirling Fortress, and it does a lot for his playstyle, but I don't know what you could put in its place that would have the same impact or versatility in his game plan.
Want him to go, oh, the Koopa clown car is the obvious upbeat, and I go with that. I go, no, I feel like Bowser as a character is all about his physicality and his physical imposition. But that said, like, I'd like it if he did like the move where he rolls into a giant spiky ball from Galaxy and Inside Story.
Yoshi's egg roll, but good. Put super arm on that.
Yeah, do that and then just like make him able to like choose the direction. So it's like spin dash and homing attack, but like better because it's Bowser.
I've also seen a lot of people suggest like making his up B kind of like DDDs, like take his down B and just make him jump up higher than slam back down. Which, like, yeah, could be something.
Yeah, that could work, but
I don't hate it, but like I don't have like a significant.
But Deity's move is already bad enough as it is. I don't think we need two of it.
Attachment of like, yes, that.
Yeah, I don't either. It was just like throwing out ideas there.
Right.
I do feel like it could be fun just to have like a. I agree that he shouldn't be able to zone you, but it would be nice to like tap the B button and he'll kind of rear back for a second and spit a fireball, kind of like how Seth.
I don't think that Bowser would even be able to zone you with a fireball, because even in Mario, those fireballs are slow. especially in more modern iterations of how Bowser uses his fireball. They're slow. They're not like it would be a nice, defensive option, like a get off me option, something to pressure somebody at mid range, but you wouldn't be able to zone somebody with a projectile that's that slow.
Roth's is like it's too slow to really zone.
Maybe I should let him finish before I say anything.
But it kind
I
of
would
lets
like him to have like the world's slowest fireball,
Which
that,
he
can
basically already does.
run through and just like use to cover himself.
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Because that keeps it at a short range. It's not a pressure tool. It's an extension of Bowser's combo game, and I like that.
Yeah, and it would be like nice stuff. But overall, like, it's hard for me to like be objective about its design because I love playing as him so much. One of the best final smashes in the game, by the way. I know people are like, some people get annoyed, like, oh, it's like a Smash Brothers original for Giga Bowser. He should have like something from the series. Like, but no, like Bowser's big thing is just getting really, really big. I don't care if it's Giga Bowser.
But now they have an equivalent to that in the actual Mario games, and they're probably just going to go with it.
The fact that he does that and just punches you straight into the screen, that feels amazing to do.
Oh, totally. Like, I'll admit, the Smash 4 and Brawl ones, those sucked. I hate it.
Yeah, for sure.
It felt underpowered every time, but this being very much a Yoshi's Island reference, where he gets as big and burly as possible, that is so good. Like, for people who played Yoshi's Island, that is the most intimidating.
I'm surprised that Fury Bowser wasn't brought up at all, because I'm pretty sure Bowser's Fury was out by this point.
Bowser has ever been.
I mean, I'd argue just even the people who've played Mario, I can't think of a Bowser that's more scary than that.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, like, you could replace it with Fury Bowser now, but... And, like, I don't mind that.
You can get big to meet him head on. That Bowser just slowly getting closer to the camera with the music and just...
Oh, no, I totally agree, but I think that Fury Bowser's design is so much better than Giga Bowser.
Yeah,
that's true.
Well, there it is.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, oh man, if he turned into Fury Bowser and Smash
It's Fury
Brothers,
Bowser, and then here comes the giant fist, Patrick, no.
Yes.
Yeah, like he shoots in giant spikes, and then he moves in close and does a giant punch. Here comes a giant fist. Patrick, no, please. I wonder if a fall from this high will be enough to kill me.
I can get down for that.
I don't get his forward smash change. I don't like the drop kick.
Yeah, that headbutt, like, that felt good. I know it was bad, but that felt good when it landed.
Yeah,
I like the
that
drop
was
kick.
Crunchy as hell.
It feels in line with Bowser's personality, at least.
Headbutt, it can be the big fist.
It should be the big fist, but I don't mind the big kick.
From Bowser's Inside Story. Also, I don't think that anyone gets more gypped on actual representation than Bowser, because we still don't have a Koopa's Road remix. We still don't have a da-na-na-na from 64. We still don't have a Bowser's Castle stage.
Yeah, that is, I don't understand how we still don't have that.
It sucks.
Terrible.
No, Paper Mario does not count.
So, it is one of the... Is that in the running for one of the worst stages in the game?
I can't bring myself to hate a stage that has the SS Flavion.
I hate it because it's the only thing from Paper Mario in the game. And they didn't even put in Paper Mario music. They put in a half-assed medley of 3 songs from 2 different games. And it's very sad that this is what Paper Mario is in Smash, when Paper Mario could be so much more.
Okay, but that just if you scissor out that part of Paper Mario, that Paper Mario stage, is it one of the worst ones?
Yes.
Agreed.
Yes, absolutely. It is 1/3 of an amazing stage, and then 2/3 of, oh god, it isn't worth it though.
But the fact that we've gotten so many Rainbow Roads and just Mario tracks in general, but not a single Bowser's, a single villain lair in general. Like, wasn't Sephiroth's the first one? Well, not Dracula's Castle, but...
Like Dracula's Castle, Lower Norfair, or Brinstar Depths, rather.
Yeah, but Brinstar Depths sucks too.
Yeah, it does suck, but like Kraid is at least there.
True. But like, the biggest missing stage, just without question.
Yes, no, absolutely, 100%.
That said, that doesn't really have much to his
it
actual
does. It
design,
doesn't.
so
But I need to say, oh my god.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. That said, where do we place him? I've got that similar, very high on his playset, but the kind of just there are things dragging him back. Where does that land him for you?
I have him in B.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put him over his son.
I would not either.
But I feel like Bowser is kind of what Bowser would want to be seen as, and sort of has a Bowser mentality to play him. And I think that's overall good. I think that's overall healthy. And, like, I love Bowser as a character. So it's hard for me to place him much lower. In the same way that I think it would be hard for you to put D much lower.
Yeah. Do you want to just put him next to DDD? That kind of feels... I kind of feel like they're almost succeeding in opposite tiers. Like, DDD's personality, just perfectly represented. Whereas Bowser's playstyle is what really nails him home. If you, like, blended both of them together, you'd have the perfect villain in Smash Brothers.
You know, you're not wrong. You are 100% not wrong. Yeah, that's fine. Where would you put Bowser normally? Because I would want to put him a little bit above DDD.
That is so hard for me to do. But
I know it's hard for you to do.
Bowser's
but,
absolutely
like,
a better character
I feel
design-wise than
our
DDD is.
average of Bowser is closer.
Yeah, I would... Like, I had Bowser in B before this, just because I feel like people overstate how badly just him being more of an animal in this game treats him, because Bowser is still a scary villain, and I like that interpretation that this is Bowser designed by Bowser. That's just
Yeah.
that's just funny. I love that. But in a similar way that he plays like a Mario boss, and I feel like he does that well. Like,
I agree.
He's not as well as Bowser Jr., because Bowser Jr. just is the perfect Mario boss.
Yes.
If he had more personality, I'd easily have him in A tier.
Yep.
But like when compared directly with DDD also plays like a Kirby boss, and that's what hurts him so much because Kirby bosses are so easy to beat. But Bowser, he's got Tough Guy, which I can't believe we hadn't mentioned up to now. Tough Guy is a fantastic thing for him to have.
Oh yeah, totally.
I wish it was kind of better in some regards, but yeah, it's not bad.
He hits like a truck, but he's still combo. Like I would put him above DDD. I can't believe I just said that. No, I can. Bowser's also fun.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
he's easily a top
I
five
only
played
say
character
that
for me.
because Bowser's great.
I just wish he had that personality that I love so much. Like, even if he just had his laugh, I'd put him in A tier. But that's just wrong.
No, if he had his laugh, I'd put him directly under Mario because I'd be laughing.
Yeah. Overall, still a solid design. Still a fun
Would you change?
character.
What would
Just-
I change about Tough Guy? I would make it more consistent and work on the higher knockback stuff than just small rapid hits.
Needs
Yeah.
more of the actual character to him.
Yeah, I feel that.
All right.
Who the hell's
Next up
next?
Is I don't know.
Oh, what the
to say about
fuck
this
am I gonna
character,
say
'cause
about these
I
two?
don't-
Back in the Smash 4 video, I said that there are characters in this game that feel like they were there for the sake of a moveset, and Sakurai just gave them to characters afterwards. I don't think there's any character in Smash that fits that criteria or that description better than these two. Because the Ice Climbers are absolutely just there to be the two characters at the same time archetype. The single moving duo, while there are duos of characters that you could swap between in Melee, here's the character that you get both of them at the same time. And they're like C tier. They're like a C tier character in my honest opinion. Because since they don't have, personalities or anything like that to pull from, and I basically don't have to judge them by their gameplay, Ice Climbers are basically the characters that exploited the games they were parts of the most, and then when they took away those exploits in Ultimate, they kind of just fell apart, and they don't really have much of an identity anymore. Like, what were they known for? Oh, they chain grabbed in Melee, and then they chain grabbed in Brawl, and then they weren't in Smash 4, and then now they're in Ultimate, and they made desyncing arguably harder to do than other games, and while there's a notable skill ceiling in, making the desyncing work, it's still obnoxious having to basically fight with yourself. And by yourself, I mean the AI controlling your teammates. And that I constantly feel that there's always an aspect of this character that I do not have control over. And, yeah, to me, they're C tier. They're like Jigglypuff in some regards, where they're a novelty of the game they come from, and the mechanics of the games they come from. And, they're just kind of there now in Smash Ultimate, and they tone down their power, and they don't feel nearly as good to play. And, yeah, just ice climbers, they exist, and I'm glad they're here. And I'm curious to see how bad they could have been in Smash 4. But yeah, they're like a C tier character. There's not much to say about the ice climbers. They're just there.
Didn't really have anything to draw from, so it is very difficult to get them wrong.
I will
Somehow they
commend
kind of
Mr.
did in
Sakurai
some
and his
regards.
team for taking one of the most terribly controlling platformers I've ever had the displeasure of playing and making it slightly tolerable to play in a fighting game. With that said, as a retro rep, there were a lot of better options, I feel.
Yeah, there were.
No. I have a couple options here. First off, there's a Sukapan from Joy Mech Fight. Would have been a great addition. Then there is Tiger from Joy Mech Fight. He has a Tiger knee. It is really, really fun to use. And a command input uppercut. That's great. There is Jibber from Joy Mech Fight. He is this fantastic little shit of a character. Just look at this man. Look at this man. He has two faces and he's low to the ground.
I would have been happy with Mock Rider. That's what I would have chosen.
I don't understand him. I love him. There is Dachon from Joy Mech Fight. That is a robot ostrich. I feel like that would have added something to it. There is Shenlong from Joy Mech Fight. It has an invincible Dragon Punch uppercut as a reference to Street Fighter and Ryu.
Yeah, and a mistranslation that would go on to be one of the most iconic parts of the game.
An invincible uppercut. That would have been fascinating to see. And then, of course, you have Super Zack from Joy Mech Fight, who is a promoted version of Zack, who is also from Joy Mech Fight, who trained to be a better character, and thusly shot up the tier list. That's character development. The Ice Climbers don't have that. The Ice Climbers are terrible people where a man abandons his wife in the middle of a fight because he cares about the thrill of it, and they club baby seals. What awful people they are.
I was tempted to be like, I wonder if he just has it written down in his notes just to keep listing off Joy Mech Fight characters until I stop him. I was like, you know what? No, I'm just gonna let this go.
Well, I mean, you didn't even let me get into Ghost on the revived remains of the second boss, Ra, the Egyptian god.
Oh, okay.
And then there's John from Joy Mech Fight.
I was laughing.
His name is John.
Time.
Ah, yes, John Mech Fight, my favorite character.
Okay, but disregarding the obviously superior choice,
right?
I do feel like it's kind of amazing just how much, in a similar way, but not to the same extent as like Captain Falcon, it's amazing how much Smash Brothers has propped up Ice Climber, because I'm pretty sure...
Which is funny you say that, because compared to Captain Falcon, where everybody loves him, I don't think there's ever been a Smash game where people genuinely love the Ice Climbers. I'd argue that in every game they're a part of, people hate them. People do not like them because of the stupid chain-grabbing crap they did in Melee and Brawl. And they're happy they're back because of, Smash 4's limitations, but... yeah, I don't think a lot of people inherently like this character.
Nobody would even remember the Ice Climber video game if it wasn't for the fact that they were in Smash Brothers. Just, they'd be another novelty trophy right next to, I don't know, Diskin and Mock Rider and...
Which are better character choices, in my honest opinion.
Yep, I was just thinking Mock Rider. Hell, Urban Champion just didn't even get in.
Exactly, like, nobody would care. But thanks to just them being here, like, they were the most, like, requested character to come back for Ultimates. People were so sad that they were gone. And I don't know how I rank that, because, like, we're trying to, like, showcase how they've been translated over into Smash Bros. But here, they're basically a Smash original character at this point. Like, nobody's going back to Ice Climber and being like, oh, well, their hammer swing isn't right, because nobody's played that game.
Well, yeah, and then when they play that game, they go, oh, this sucks. They're
Yeah.
so much better in Smash. Like, God, it has the worst, floatiest jump. And they kind of translate that to Smash with their terrible airspeed, but it's like, imagine their airspeed, but cut it in like a third, and that's Ice Climber.
Exactly, and I really like the dynamic of the Ice Climbers. I feel like that's a really interesting design, just having, oh yeah, there's this character, there's two of them. And the crazy things that people can pull off with these characters is, like, wobbling's annoying, but like when Ice Climber players get creative, it is beautiful to watch.
Yeah, but
It is.
the wobbling was easier, and that's why we almost never see it anymore.
I don't like them. Like, I like them,
Really?
but I don't like them. Like, I don't think that relying on an AI partner is all that fun and
No,
enjoyable.
it really isn't.
Like, there are ways to make it consistent, but you have to go through so many hoops to get to that.
You know, I have an idea for a game mode for if they bring the Ice Climbers back in Smash 6, and this will never happen. But, you know, Cho'Gall was... Oh, sorry. Heroes of the Storm was talked about a few streams ago. And I'm bringing up Heroes of the Storm again because I would love it if there was an option for doubles where two people could play as the Ice Climbers at the same time, like Cho'Gall in Heroes of the Storm. Like you've got the main person who's the one in control, but the one behind them has the option to do all these unique follow-up attacks and stuff like that at the right moments. And you basically have the chance to turn this into the ultimate doubles character with just two people playing the same character at the exact same time. I would absolutely adore that, even if it's just like a side mode or just like a side option for doubles matches, where two people just play the Ice Climbers and they get to do all these unique combos and lots of stuff like that, but one basically controls where they go, and while one has unique moves and stuff like that they can perform at their own time, like, they can still, you know, get separated and stuff like that, but they'll have a better chance of at least, you know, surviving, because at least it's a player in control of the other character. Yes, am I saying turn the Ice Climbers into Cho'Gall? Yes, please. That'd be very fun. That'd be so much fun. It would make this character a novelty, but it would make it a very fun novelty. Cho'Gall is one of the most fun and dumb characters in any MOBA. And I love him. I love using him with friends. You either do really well or you get your shit kicked in. And he's great.
Point that I feel like they fulfill such a small niche for such a small amount of the roster, and I feel like the big reason that people like missed them, so to speak, from Smash 4 was because it's obvious the reason they were cut was because of the 3DS and the limitations. And
Yeah.
I feel like the Ice Climbers are just this idea that Sakurai has had that he's really, really wanted to work on, and it's just never actually worked. What I would love more than that is to have Solo Sopo, and then to sort of have Nana as a striker that assists him. And like he can bring her in to double up sometimes, but otherwise she can just do like Marvel vs. Capcom style assists and help him out. But you could kill her, and if you get a happy birthday with her, there goes his recovery.
It warms
Like,
my
that's
heart
the
to
kind of
hear
character I
Marvel
feel like
terminology.
would benefit the Ice Climbers and this whole dynamic of them more. Like, I like the idea of
Or, you could just, as I said, go the whole Cho'Gall route and let two people use the character at the same time for shits and giggles.
there's two of them, but I feel like it relies too much on the AI of the game being either bad enough to be manipulated or good enough to be decent at a casual level. And I think like we've gotten one of those, but never the second.
That's very interesting, because part of why I love the Ice Climbers is that AI, actually. Although, but I should probably clarify here, I never play as the Ice Climbers. Like, I could never figure out these things even if I wanted to try. So my exposure to them is purely as a spectator, and it is so funny to just like watch Nana either screw over or out of the blue just save a match. And it's interesting because I don't disagree with you, but I feel like there's a value there. I don't know. Am I making sense?
No, you are making sense.
There's
definitely a value there, and like as we're saying, because the Ice Climbers are so limited in their expressiveness, and because Smash has basically done nothing to further the kind of narrative with them, like they has with Rob, that all you have really is this gameplay identity to go off of, and that's a very much your mileage may vary for a lot of people. And yeah, I'm totally fine with that. To an extent, I do agree with you, and I think that is really, really fun. And really fun to curse the name of your lousy wife or husband who won't save your life. But at the same time, it makes them unapproachable at a casual level.
This is true. I'm kind of stumped here. I don't, because there's such a unique character that I really wouldn't want.
I wouldn't get rid of them simply because of the fact that nobody plays like them. But if they were never here, I don't think I would have ever asked for them.
To lose like the dual nature of them, because there's nothing like that in the entire roster for that. But I don't know how it.
Oh, I agree, but like I would want it to be that you bring in Nana for a limited amount of time, and it's like sort of like how Yun has a super meter where he gets to cancel all of his moves into each other in Ultra Street Fighter 4. I would have that with Nana, where you can bring her in.
That just sounds like
she can double up and she can still serve the same
I think
function.
it's Vism I think it's Vism in the Alpha series.
For a while, she has to go away and gets tired. And obviously, if you abuse that, then you don't have her for recovery. If your opponent kills her, then you don't have it for recovery. But like, you could sort of trigger the save, so to speak. I don't know. I think I would like that a little more, where you're more in control of just sort of a way to guide Nana around, I guess.
All right. This is a very weird case of like preferences of design clashing with like my just personal preference of just what I find funny, I guess.
No, they are very funny.
Where do you have her? Them ranked just on your tier list, just to kind of.
I have them in C because at an inherent level, I do like them. Like, I like that they're here. I don't want to use them, but you're right. It does feel weird having a game without them.
Yeah.
But I don't think that they pull off their idea well. Like, could they be improved? Yes. But I feel like my idea is very much a level of personal preference. Whereas with everyone else in D tier, I could go definitively, I know how to fix this, you guys. And like, at a base level, I realized that, nah, this can work for some people. Hell, this can work for a lot of people. Not a lot of people, but some people.
That's interesting. I actually had them in A tier just because I hadn't considered just that side of it before. And I also feel like they do a lot of things like surprisingly well. Like, I love that they are they kind of glide as if they're always on ice. I think that's neat. I like the sound effects that are on their jumps and stuff.
I love that they have no traction or less traction on ice than other characters. Just such a cute little detail.
Yeah.
Pour one out for Luigi.
I like that they're like the only cryomancer in the entire game. Like, there is such a disparity of just like just elements, for lack of a better term. Like,
Okay, look. In the last couple of streams, when I've plugged stuff that I've done, The reason I would deliver it in a you could go watch this is because I'm genuinely embarrassed when I plug my shit. Like I genuinely feel bad and I genuinely feel embarrassed when I plug my stuff. But this is the one time I'm gonna be a bit confident with it because it's a design that I came up with that I'm very confident in and I think is very creative and fits the character very well. My crystal video. If you want a good cryomancer, I cooked and I made you an 8-course meal. That's all I'm gonna say.
Stages in general, for that matter. Like, there's so much untapped potential of just building movesets off of that, so I really like that Ice Climbers actually just try to explore that, of actually just freezing people and the openings that allows for.
So you're saying you want more PK freeze?
Well, not like that.
Boy, you put it that way.
But just like, PK freeze is obnoxious because it kills you straight up. I like Ice Climbers just like freezing you and just like comboing off of that. That's a neat gimmick. And I do... I hate to just oppose the idea so frankly, but I love being able to... I love the idea behind being able to desync the Ice Climbers and control them individually, because I can't do it for the life of me.
No, that
well,
is
they did
cool.
make it harder.
Like, that's an aspect I want to preserve, but at the same time, I don't feel that the trade-off is at all worth it.
I would throw this out here, actually. Does every character need to be accessible? Because I don't think that's...
Well, that's already not the case, and I'd argue that there are a few characters that aren't accessible. My main is arguably not very accessible.
That should be the case. I do feel like there are some characters that should be designed for a very narrow audience to, like, really give those people something that they would genuinely enjoy.
I don't think that every character needs to be accessible, but I do think that every character needs to have some element of fun on a base level. Like Ryu and Ken. I would not call those characters base accessible, but I would say that they have elements that make them shine and would make them, like, dive in more, and there's just, like, a base element of fun. Ice Climbers, I feel, does that worse than other characters. Like, there is an element there, like the 2-in-1, that makes sense, that works pretty well, and, like, if you get hooked on that, that's absolutely fine, but that's kind of up to chance whether that's fun.
I feel like the only, like, casual thing that they really, like, people could just latch onto is the spin to win kind of thing with their side B.
Well, that would explain why majority of casual Ice Climbers is just that move.
I mean, that over and over again.
And, you know, flying off the cliff with it and killing yourself.
I've had younger siblings pick them up and enjoy that, but I think that's kind of it.
Yeah.
Could I convince you to low B tier for the Ice Climbers?
I can do low B, yeah.
Just kind of in that, I'm feeling like similar to Duck
Better
Hunt.
than Ryu.
Just in that range.
Profound sadness.
Say, like, under Peach would be my hard limit for them.
Yeah, and I could agree with that as well, because I really respect just the uniqueness they bring to the table. I can't think of another fighting game where something like this exists. I'm sure there's something that does.
No, there's definitely things like this that exist.
Just 2-in-1 combo, just constantly. It needs fine tuning, but it's such a unique idea that I don't want to put any. I want to praise it more than I criticize it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's totally fair. And yeah, taking on, I do.
Was that guy from Street Fighter 4? Yes.
Feels
I'm glad you understood the reference.
similar to Duck Hunt, where it's a matter of conveyance being weird and icky. And yeah, I feel that with them. You know, there's
Profound sadness has become a common joke amongst Street Fighter fans when something that could have happened doesn't happen, or, you know, something bad happens. Profound sadness is basically a meme in the Street Fighter community at this point.
still not great characters. Like, they're not quite, like, at the level of Old from Joy Mech Fight, who is an old robot. But, you know, they're okay. They're all right.
All right. I would put them below Duck Hunt, I think.
That sounds right.
I don't really have a reason for it. It's just a gut feeling.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just because Duck Hunt's a newer retro character that has had their design more fleshed out, whereas Ice Climber is just, there's not enough there to like pull from, so they're kind of just like, oh yeah, they got hammers, they're icy, go nuts.
I feel like Duck Hunt is still more understandable and still has that layer of complexity to him that Ice Climbers do have, but is like, look at the funny dog do the JoJo pose, and then he summons his stand.
All right.
A gun.
I can get down for the bottom of B.
Yeah.
Okay, next up
Oh,
is
Sheik.
Sheik.
I don't. Sheik's good. Sheik's really good. Like Sheik. Sheik's great. Sheik is kind of weird to talk about because another game made a Sheik-like character that's like better in every single regard. So it's kind of hard to talk about Sheik without thinking about that character, and that character is just so much better design-wise than Sheik. But she's like an A. She's a wrong ninja. I mean, while she's technically not a ninja and she's just, she's Zelda playing cosplay. For what it is, it's fine. She feels like a ninja that's not a ninja. She feels like a character that wants to be a ninja but isn't, which is, fitting because Sheik is not a real ninja. She's just Zelda in a costume. Rano from Rivals of Aether is very much like Sheik. And is very much a better character than Sheik in design-wise. But Sheik's good. I like what she is. She's always been a good character. I don't have much to say about Sheik. She's just... I have more to say about her other half, who is very bad.
That is so...
Well, not even the single shuriken? Well, again, she's not a real ninja. She doesn't know she doesn't know how to use shurikens. She uses knives. Because it's kind of like that.
So weird that Sheik is before Zelda.
Right? We'll talk about this a little more at Zelda, but it's almost like Sheik is a character, like I mentioned earlier, I feel like there were certain characters that were chosen to fit an archetype that they wanted to put into the game. I feel like Sheik is one of them.
I agree. Because like Sheik is just the ninja in Smash Brothers, and like...
Well, until Greninja came around to do it better, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, that is the ninja. She does the quick moves, she does the disappear-y thing, she's acrobatic.
She sure is. Now, I get the idea behind Sheik, because originally this was a character that could transform in between Sheik and Zelda, before they differentiated those characters.
Yes.
And, there was a philosophy behind that. Sheik is the character that you deal a ton of damage with, racks up damage very quickly, and then Zelda is just loaded to the brim with kill moves.
Yes, but what it actually was one character was good and one character was awful. And that design philosophy has not changed since they were introduced in Melee, even after they were separated.
Very much, you pepper the opponent with Sheik, rush in, and then you transform into Zelda, and you go in for the kill. And then you turn back into Sheik, so you have better mobility options and whatnot. And Zelda had, like, a slightly larger recovery, so she was built for the end of a match, while Sheik was built for the start of it. The issue was, one of those characters was much better than the other, and always has been.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
Sheik was so many leagues better than Zelda, that Zelda's best move was her down B that shot her up the tier list.
Yeah.
And from that, Sheik kinda had to develop her own identity separate from Zelda, when she was never really meant to. So it's this weird case where you have this character who is so defined by their gameplay that it kind of, by necessity, in order to fix the broken half of the whole, necessitates her being another character who's almost thoroughly expressed through gameplay. And
Which in my opinion, is a lot of Melee's best characters. But, yeah, we'll get to those characters later.
honestly, I think they do a pretty damn good job when they change things up in Smash 4. She has a grenade that you would expect, but it's repurposed from Zelda into a Deku Nut that turns into a grenade.
Yeah.
She has the bouncing fish, which I wish was called, I don't know, like the Zora Flipper or something. But that's a very, very fun mobility option, and that has some athleticism and fun to it, and it just feels right to hit. Like, Sheik is a character that I can't use them, but it's a lot of very precise hitboxes that feel right to string into one another, and I think takes advantage of Smash's movement really, really well.
All right, now I agree with all of this, but Sheik has one fatal flaw that has always driven me absolutely mad.
It's the harp, isn't it?
Because, like, yes, she's a great fighting game character, but Sheik is also a character in Ocarina of Time. And the fact that she has absolutely no reference to a harp,
Yep.
literally anywhere in her movesets,
Yep, I was waiting for that.
drives me insane.
With the Melee intro, though.
That,
Yeah.
having only a single reference at the very start of one game,
Yo,
there is
shoutouts
no...
to the Melee.
Look, that's what we Ridley fans had for years on end. If I were in your position, I would take it, because at least your character was in the game.
Intro. It's so good.
It really is, though. Like, just... I wish they kept doing that, just like making a cinematic specifically for the intro of the game. Just like, oh, it fits so well. But like, Sheik is a character, like, literally the thing that would fix her and make her perfect is just make her Impa. And that's gone. Like, just make her like Skyward Sword Impa or something like that. Just a Sheikah without that all-important...
I'm talking about in Melee. I'm talking about the Melee intro with Ridley. Now everybody thought Ridley was going to be playable because of the Melee intro.
aspect that defined her appearances in the games she appeared in.
Profound sadness.
Good, fine. But not having that, just... It's why I think she was chosen for the archetype, because that's all she is. She is just the ninja. I like the ninja. It's a very good ninja. It's the better ninja in Smash.
I don't agree with that, because at least Greninja knows how to kill. You know, an assassin-type character not being able to kill feels very, very wrong, and Sheik in that aspect has always felt very, very wrong.
I agree.
But there's a character under there that it didn't bug me all that much.
It also doesn't help that, again, she's not really a ninja. She's Zelda cosplaying as a ninja, and she gets the basics of being a ninja right, but there are some stuff that she doesn't. She's a weird middle ground of just is kind of ninja, but not really ninja. But Greninja's a ninja. Sheik is kind of like Ninja Light.
Till I played her in Hyrule Warriors. And just the amount of things that she can do in Hyrule Warriors, just like using the different songs to like buff her in various ways, that's awesome.
Yes, there's a lot of things in Hyrule Warriors that would be really cool for Smash. I would greatly appreciate it if they put in Impa from Hyrule Warriors, who just fights with a giant sword and uses the Bigoron sword, and she can use a Naginata and stuff like that. That'd be cool, but you know what? We're never gonna get that. As sad as it might be.
Oh, yeah, that would do it.
But no, she'd even have like some sort of Shulk gimmick of just like, you played the Nocturne of Shadow and now you're much faster and you've got like these ghostly powers. Just something to just slightly swap her up.
Okay, to be fair,
no.
I wasn't sold because you said make Sheik faster, but then you said Shadow, and then she has ghosty powers, and Sheik literally having Shadow Clone no Jutsu feels like the most fun thing.
Right? Just having like choose down being like for 5 seconds you get access to this one like super anime ninja move based on whatever element that song is coming from.
Even in Hyrule Warriors, Sheik didn't fight like a ninja. She fought like an elemental mage, just like summoning stuff that were based on the songs. And while that fit, I don't know how you could, implement all that into a single character in Smash. Especially, one in Melee where, defined character mechanics weren't really a thing yet.
It'd be so cool. And like, I hate to zero in on just that single aspect of Sheik, but that's literally what Sheik...
Not to mention that would have taken a lot away from Zelda just being whatever the hell they came up with for Zelda.
Sheik was an Ocarina of Time.
No, you're completely right on that.
And I don't know how far down that nukes Sheik for me. Because right now I have Sheik in mixed. Because like,
by all means, Ender, explain yourself.
She's basically perfect. Like, that is the ninja archetype. You nailed it. Good job.
Yeah, no.
Final Smash is amazing. It's the striker attack that it should be.
Yep. No, I had her in A for basically that same reason, but hearing like, oh, the Hyrule Warriors, I went, ooh, that hurts. Because I was like, yeah, the harp's missing, but otherwise I commend a character for existing entirely because the gameplay feel good, though, and standing on their own. Like, that's commendable, I feel. But then you say that, I'm like, ooh, no, that's a bad feel. There's
so much potential.
Just paraphrase it if you can.
Why are there not more bards in Smash? I don't think there even is one.
No, there isn't.
DK and Brawl was the closest thing besides that with his final Smash. But like,
honestly, if they wanted to make her into more of a bard and just left the ninja style to Greninja, since I argue that Greninja does it better, then I wouldn't mind if that's the direction they take with this character.
Who plays an instrument other than that? The Wind Waker makes a little blue. Yo, like, Jigglypuff. Yo, are you saying that Jigglypuff's even better than we thought she was?
Yeah.
Yo, put Jigglypuff up one more spot. Who's there, Fox? Forget about it.
No.
Here, I will upgrade the Wendy's parking lot to a McDonald's to throw fists in for that one.
Oh, no. It's funny, but like, let's...
No, I know.
But like, I get that something like that probably wasn't possible with Melee, but there was a chance there when she split off from Zelda properly to just like, okay, take this thing that's special about Sheik and let it just expand the character even further. And just, no, now I just came up with like the Shulk comparison like when I talked about it, but man, I would love that on Sheik. Just having some sort of, hey, pick this thing, it changes this about her. Like, that would have been so good.
Yeah, now you say it. Yeah.
And like having her actually play the actual song to like give that boost to herself.
I still wouldn't put her below Greninja.
Yeah.
I would.
I do agree with that.
I feel similarly to her that I do.
If again, for only the fact that Greninja feels more like a ninja than Sheik does. Even in Hyrule Warriors, Impa looks at Sheik and she's like, who the fuck are you? You're not a ninja. Which, I've never seen you around here before. Who the hell are you supposed to be?
Zero Suit Samus.
Are you making fun of me?
In that I commend their ability to have so much expressionism through gameplay, but also missing core aspects.
Yeah, like that's a similar thing with like why Mario is in B and not A.
Yeah.
I am nuking her down more for the harp being missing than I should, because that's literally the only thing.
Even if honestly, I do think that if they put Impa into this game, they probably would make it the Impa from Breath of the Wild, except young like she was in Age of Calamity.
It's the most important thing about her that's missing, but it is again the only thing. So yeah, I could. She is the better ninja. Just.
Or they could take aspects of that and just give it to Sheik.
Yes.
Since I have a good feeling that Zelda in the next game is going to be based on Tears of the Kingdom Zelda.
If it was Impa, I'd put her in A tier, without question.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that.
Okay, so do you just want to put her next to Greninja then? Or should she be above Zero Suit? I could agree to put her above Zero Suit Samus as well.
I think I would put her above ZSS. Like, as much as I go on about ZSS and her exhibition of Metroid gameplay, she has them boots, though.
I would legitimately like to see, since, yeah, I agree, the main three are going to be Tears of the Kingdom. I'd like to see a Breath of the Wild / Tears of the Kingdom Sheikah themed Sheik. Like a original design that's just, based on, the way they look and their stuff. Granted, there is literally an outfit you can buy in Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild that is legitimately just Sheik. Like, it's just Sheik's clothes, but you get it for Link instead, and it increases your sneaking, and it's one of my favorite outfits in the entire game. But, I don't know, it'd be interesting.
I just want to. No, I'm okay with that. Like, Sheik has better footwear, so she's a tier. She's a little bit higher.
No. The differentiation between them is I don't like your shoes.
There is no further thought process there. But I would not put Sheik above Bowser Jr. Like, no, I'm so much more impressed with Bowser Jr.'s moveset than I am Sheik's.
Yeah, no, you've sold me on that, and where Bowser Jr. is lacking because of what he's.
Basically, change the movesets to the down B is harp and bouncing fish is side B. I honestly think it'd be better on the side B. In her, since, I don't know why she has 2 bomb moves that deal damage. In her UI, whatever you use for upside down or up special, she gets music note colored to the elements. No, Aspire. I mean, be nice. I think that adding a bard aspect would be way more fitting, because the one thing that doesn't sell me on Sheik and Smash is that you're never going to convince me that Zelda runs faster than Fox. Because we have to remember, it's still Zelda under like a layer of magic. Like, you can't tell me that, a different haircut and a costume is enough to make the Princess of Hyrule outrun, like, these really, really fast characters.
Burdened with, Sheik is lacking because of what she refuses to take out of her little bag case or whatever.
Yeah, a case of missed potential.
Yeah.
But, between Bowser Jr. and Zero Suit Samus, is that good?
Yeah, that's good for me.
Cool. That is a lot higher.
And just give her something that can kill, because she doesn't have anything that can kill, and she should have something that can kill, and it has bugged the hell out of me in every game she's a part of.
Than I was expecting to put her, but I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's fun.
Okay, now the other half of the problem.
Oh boy, we gotta talk about Zelda.
Zelda.
Oh, Zelda sucks. Zelda is the second worst Legend of Zelda character design-wise in the entire game, and I feel more behind the times, especially nowadays, than even Samus does. The design aspect on paper is interesting, the fast character, you swap to the more powerful character. They would get this right a few years later, and by a few years I mean like almost 20. But they didn't really think about fleshing out Zelda whatsoever with her better half gone, and ever since her better half was taken away from her, she basically just is awful. Like, I don't know what to say about it. Like, so much of her moveset is just weird and doesn't work half the time. And her sweet spots are so small when they should be way bigger than they are. The Phantom was a cool idea, but it's still a cool move, a good move on a bad character. Take this character, scrap everything, and build it up to be Tears of the Kingdom Zelda, and I think a lot of people will be happy, and it'll be a lot more interesting, and not have to be tethered to Sheik. Because even though Zelda is not with Sheik anymore, she still feels very much tethered to that character, because all the good stuff is still not there. And while I like her Link Between Worlds design a lot, and I think it does a lot for the visual design of the character, she is still very much a nothing character. She got a cool final smash, at least. I feel like if you want to theme her to be Tears of the Kingdom Zelda, I would theme her around the magic of the 4 dragons and her recall. Well, yeah, I think that's the best idea. And throw in arrows of light too, for like a standard special. It's like a really high, like it's like a damaging like move that can stun people or something along those lines. Or it does like damage or does solid damage, but if you charge it long enough, it like instantly stuns on hit. Like it stuns Ganondorf when you shoot him with it in Legend of Zelda games. Tears of the King Zelda is cringe. Tears of the King Zelda is the best Zelda the series has legitimately ever had in terms of character development. Maybe Minoru's construct if you want a phantom substitute. I'd rather just have Minoru playable. There are especially all the fun stuff you could do with recall. There is so much potential for Zelda in a new Smash that if there isn't at least an aspect of it in her moveset going forward, I think I will give up entirely on this character ever getting better. Yeah, we're talking about Tears of the Kingdom Zelda. She's great. Her visual design is also really good, and you know what? I think they would work well for a fighting game. Just, you have potential here. And we'll talk about potential in a bit when we get to him. But Zelda has gotten a lot of potential since Smash Ultimate came out. Not only through, Breath of the Wild and its DLCs and, the fun ways they made Zelda playable in, like, Age of Calamity and all the brand new awesome stuff they added to her in Tears of the Kingdom, and just how much potential recall has on its own. This is a character that I think you should scrap and just do again from the ground up. There are aspects of it you could keep and put back into the moveset, but there are absolutely things that should not be there. And I think the over-reliance on small, really weird precision hitboxes does not fit Zelda anymore and should be abolished, except for like one move. Maybe you keep it on like her back air. I think that maybe her back air having the precision still would be fine. But not also the forward air and not also the down air.
And Zelda is... I have a lot of problems with Zelda and Smash Brothers, but I feel like that kind of carries over from how Zelda is in Zelda, because it feels like Zelda was almost an afterthought in Melee. Like,
yeah, she basically was
ninja in the game. Wait, I should probably put Zelda in here as well. Let's jury rig a moveset from like Link spells and just some magic-y flares and call it a day. And I'm not very fond of it.
Neither am I, but it makes sense why she would use the 3 spells from Ocarina of Time, at least at the time when the character was in development. But yeah, we've moved past that. We have cool time powers now. Let's use those instead.
I kind of get a Palutena vibe from Zelda of just being a lot of different ideas being thrown around.
On
like,
a big
here's
screen.
Some fire magic, here's some light magic, but she's also kicking for some reason, and those were electric. Like, it's a bit of a messy design that I don't feel comes
If that's the case, Ender, play the game in Japanese.
Together into a cohesive package. And she's also been bad in almost every game that she's been in.
Well, yeah, that's clear. I actually think that she is very intentionally designed. She is very much designed around the ideas of the goddesses and wisdom. And so her tools are all very specialized. Din's Fire is an unwieldy projectile that hits a pinpoint location. Her lightning kicks are all very, very spacing dependent. And if,
Like, I'm not gonna deny I don't like her English voice either. But I think that the voice actress does a much better job in Tears of the Kingdom than she does in Breath of the Wild. She does a much better job emoting and just, being, like, working with the character, especially since they give the character so much more to work with.
you hit them in just the right way.
But if you play the game in Japanese, you also get better Ganondorf. I'm not knocking Matt Mercer, but, Ganondorf's Japanese voice is just way better.
You die immediately. All of her abilities are specifically the three goddesses' abilities to link to the Triforce. And it's very much this idea of how do you translate wisdom to fighting games? And Sakurai and the team choose to do it through referencing the holy aspects of Zelda, and then referencing the idea of, well, what's wisdom? Being able to hit with a really, really tight hitbox and being able to hit your opponent at just the right time, at just the right angle, because you have outsmarted them. You have made the hard read.
I do like that aspect about her, just Phantom.
Listen, I'm currently playing through Tears of the Kingdom, and there's a lot of stuff I'd like to say about the game and where they could go and what they could give the character. But I feel if I did, I'd be spoiling like serious aspects of the game's plot. And unlike Breath of the Wild, that has a very nothing story, I legitimately do believe that Tears of the Kingdom has a very good story and a lot of really good characters. So, yeah, I don't want to spoil that.
The way that kind of forces options for your opponent to choose.
Oh yeah, Phantom is by far the best part of the moveset.
Yes, absolutely.
Who cares? I care.
Like, God, what a great move. Like, instead of doing that, it turns Zelda into a trapper character, which makes her a lot more cerebral. And basically what I was going to say with that whole wisdom is that it's never worked until you made it revolve around Phantom. And now, look at this one crazy move that fixes this woman's problems.
Except it doesn't, and it kind of accentuates the problems, in my honest opinion.
It's weird to me, because that's all very well and good, and now we have...
I will share my ideas sometime, but just not yet.
Of this really spunky Zelda.
Tears of the Kingdom is still too new.
Who's from, Link to the Past and whatnot. And she's spunky. She's got attitude. She's very happy to be here and very happy to be killing you. And I feel like her personalities and Palutena's were mixed up at the Brain Factory or something.
No, I think Zelda's personality fits.
Really, really weird. And are there spunky Zeldas? Yeah, I love Skyward Sword Zelda. I love the quirkiness of Breath of the Wild Zelda. Tetra. Yeah.
That's
Zelda. Fun adventure Zelda. I love when Zelda takes a trip to Maximilian Pegasus's Toon World. Yeah,
but this movie, the spunkiness doesn't fit the cerebralness at all.
Yeah, it's odd. I feel like a lot of the effects between Zelda and Palutena should be swapped. But ultimately, I do feel like Zelda gets the better end of the deal on it because her moves are fun and actually come together in a way as opposed to just being leftovers from a forgotten idea. And, well, no, she is leftovers from a forgotten idea.
Yeah, that chic.
Yeah, but then they actually decided to do something with it.
They barely attempted to do something with it.
And Palutena, they're just like, oh, okay, you have this nair.
Yeah, it's... I really don't like that Zelda's kit revolves around just the Phantom. Because I feel like the best comparison to make to her is Snake.
Yes.
Because that similar amount of cerebralness, but Snake has the grenades, he has the Nikita, he has everything you can do with C4. Zelda really just has the Phantom and kind of Din's Fire, and I guess you can mix up people with Farore's Wind. Is that what it's called? I think it's Farore's Wind.
Yeah. I think the big point is that Snake is always moving and always thinking. Zelda is in a corner with her Phantom, and
Yes.
she does up B online and you die.
I mean, if we want to be completely realistic, Snake is usually in the corner with grenades and Nikita.
Like, for a character about wisdom, she has the most glue-drinking online play.
Yeah.
I don't think she's the
question.
worst in that front.
Like,
I don't know.
it's hard to say, like, oh, what do we do to fix her? Because there's
You just rebuild her. You have the technology.
so much you could do with Zelda. Like, I would love this character to be a trapper character. One of the most fun ideas I've had just like going on a jog was, what if Zelda had the ability to set up like tiny light mirrors, and then she could shoot a light arrow and make like a mousetrap like reflection chain.
That's
Yes, I too would love to have Doctor Strange as a playable character in Smash, but I feel that would fit Raru better.
amazing.
And like they don't trigger until you shoot it, but she could set it up as long as she needs to make a big maze.
Yeah, I do wish that she. I know it's a weird thing to fixate on, but I do wish she had like she committed to a specific school of magic. Does that make sense? Just because it does feel a little discombobulated to me to have all these effects playing at once. I like my characters to feel like they had an idea and they were going for it, whereas Zelda just kind of feels like a mission.
She has the personality of a sentient brick, but I think the only time stoic Zelda actually works is Twilight Princess. I like Zelda. I like Zelda's design in Twilight Princess a lot. I think that design is arguably one of the best ones she's had. But, she still doesn't do very much.
Smash of them.
I'm fine with it, but I also like the flavor of the goddess powers. Or at the very least, I would keep Nairu, since she's associated with it. That's the proper guise.
I guess I guess there's just a part of me that's salty. That's again that kind of tying into like it's more annoying how she's been treated in Zelda. Like she didn't get to do enough in the series at that point to have anything other than Link's spells. But that's the Zelda series' faults, not Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
Right, and even then, she could have had like the medallions from Link to the Past or something to give her a little bit more variety.
Or, they could just evolved her as the series went on, and hell, they could have made her a battle mage with a sword, because we see Zelda in Twilight Princess, even though she never, you never see her fight with it, or then, the Ganon puppet segment of Ganondorf's final boss fight. She uses a sword. She could have been the first battle mage. They would go on to use this as her base in Hyrule Warriors.
Now she has, but look at her shoes though. They have the power of the gods. What is it with Smash women and shoes?
I don't know. It's something that I realized also just kind of going over just editing these videos. Every time I've complained about sound design, it's always been a girl. Like, what is it with Smash Brothers and just not giving like their women characters like heavy hitting moves like Samus, Bayonetta, Palutena?
Hey, we praised.
I mean, it's Magic. They don't really gotta explain shit. But Magic usually doesn't have that, much of an oomph sound effect design to it, unless you're hitting somebody with a rock.
Praise the frying pan.
Frying pan, but that's a frying pan.
Yeah, but they got it right though.
They did. And there is a bit of crunchiness to Zelda's lightning cakes. I'll give them that as well.
Yeah.
Those feel good to land. But like, so much of just like little, just sprinkly hits that don't feel satisfying to land.
Yeah. We praised Nana too. We praised her sound design.
Oh, true. I mean, it's by extension, but all right, I'll give you that too.
That's a female character whose sound design we praised.
Like even Phantom Sword Slash. Like, why is that not? I don't know.
I mean, I like the sound design of the Phantom being put together. That at least sounds really cool.
Where do you have Zelda ranked for it? Just to move this along.
I had her in low C. I am glad to drag her down to D.
Yeah, I think that's a good spot.
That is the exact.
She belongs
like
in D
yeah,
or E.
In low C, but really, you could be so much better. Just kind of building off that Chic idea, just with the difference, comparing like the songs to like the medallions.
Chic has a game plan. Zelda really doesn't.
Zelda have like those pulling from different sages, maybe for her movesets.
Yeah, I could see that.
just being the leader of all the sages. Like there's so much mystical bullshit in the Zelda series that Zelda could get away with using literally any of it. To have her so constrained to Ocarina of Time, like I feel like it says something that Phantom is her best move. Just like, don't be more.
I like her new busted Final Smash though. That's a fun one.
Final Smash is also just like seal away the evil. That's what her job is. You nailed it. That's what her Final Smash should be. Good job.
Ooh, looks like you're going to the Shadow Realm, Ganon boy. Yeah, exactly. I love it.
But yeah, I D tier for sure. Where in D tier shall we place her?
Yeah, I'm thinking on that. Definitely below DK.
Yeah, I can get to that.
Yeah.
DK's a grappler. He gets the strength of his.
Well, he used to be.
Along.
Yeah, it's similar to the Pits, where she has so much potential, but she doesn't really reach it. Same thing with the Toon Link, really. So I think anywhere in that little set there.
Okay.
I would say at least above Toon Link, because there's at least an idea there, as opposed to it's Link but Toony.
Yeah, the mental debate I'm having in my head right now is with Robin. Who's the better mage?
Robin, and it's not even close.
Because I do really respect...
Robin is a lot of what I think Zelda should have been after Ocarina of Time.
Both of them?
Minus the, self-destructive character mechanic.
Just like, I wish there were more spellcasters in Smash Brothers. There's so much potential there for just so many kinds of movesets.
And I think there's a very similar debate between them, because I feel like they're... good spellcasting designs from an idea perspective that are just poorly done.
I feel like I respect what Robin is trying to bring to the table a little more.
I would agree, but I also think that Phantom is better than any individual move Robin has.
I don't think it's better than Nosferatu or Thoron.
Yes, but Phantom is like the only thing Zelda's kit revolves around.
Oh no, you're entirely correct, but like... At least there's that one thing that's higher. I can put her below Robin if you need. Like, I don't feel strongly enough to debate it super hard.
No, but I don't feel strong enough either. It's just, how about this? I feel like Robin bringing things from Fire Emblem is more, like, needed in this roster than Zelda bringing the little that she tries to bring across. Does that make any sense? I don't know.
I feel like bringing in the three goddesses is pretty important.
Yeah.
Because Link, by extension, has to bring in items. So
yes, this is true.
And Ganon, so Zelda has the heavy lifting.
Well, at least in that regard, if you base her on Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, you don't have to worry about the three goddesses because they aren't really a thing in that continuity.
Yeah, okay. Above Robin.
All right.
Okay. Sorry, Zelda. We
Poor
kind of
Robin.
Dunked on you a lot on both of your interpretations right there.
I like when you go, ah, ha, ha, ha. That's a cute taunt. Palutena should have it.
Yeah, she should. All right, but
who's
next
next?
up, I have no idea how to rank Dr. Mario.
Oh my god, it's Dr. Mario! Dr. Mario is very fun. Like, I don't know what it is, but there's just something about Dr. Mario that's just so profoundly fun to play and use. Every change he got in Ultimate, regardless of what it did for him, like game structure-wise, all of them feel fantastic. I love his new down air. I love that it's like Ganon Stomp, and it references the way how stomps are important in the Mario series and how just pissed he looks when he's using it. I love like the tablecloth flip way he uses his side special now as opposed to the way he used it before. And I love his new back throw. His back throw is awesome. I just love how he just picks you up and just yeets you. And this move has so much knockback to it. And it's such a good kill move. And it just feels so fun to use and so like satisfying to pull off. Dr. Mario is awesome gameplay wise, but he was absolutely fucked over in the balance between him and Mario. They super underbalanced Dr. Mario, and I honestly do think that Dr. Mario just, if he had like some stats just better, like I think he's way too slow, and I think that his recovery should not be as bad. If his stuff was just slightly better, he would go from being like a bottom 5 character in competitive to like I think like a mid to like high mid tier character. If simply just because of the fact that he's just got a lot of really good stuff to him as a character, but he's just got such critical weaknesses. I also just love I just love how simple his taunts are. I just love that he just has a taunt where he just like wipes his foot on the ground, like he just drove his foot into your face, and he's just like wiping like the remnants of your face off of his foot onto the floor. And I like it. It feels like very like they didn't really think about a lot of stuff to put in for Dr. Mario when they brought him back in Smash 4. And Dr. Mario was one of the things that made people think that the Smash 4 leaks were fake, because it's like, why the fuck is Dr. Mario here? But yeah, he's here. I don't know why he's not categorized as an Echo Fighter, because Dr. Mario fits every criteria to be an Echo Fighter. Yeah, I love the black market Mario. I love the black suit Dr. Mario. It's my favorite costume for him too. I think that you could probably just, if you wanted to make him more interesting, you could make it so that the pills stay on the stage, and you can stack them up, and they possibly deal more damage when they explode. Or, it can help, create walls, block people into places. The walls could also be used to set up combos that aren't normally possible in areas of the stage or on stages that don't have walls. That taunt should act like Luigi's dinky kick. Yeah, you know what? I would like it if it meteor smashed. Like, he just stomps the ground, he just wipes his foot, like, yeah, look how much better I am than you. I like Dr. Mario a lot. I think that Dr. Mario, for what he is funny, he's expressive, he's very fun to use. A lot of the new changes he got in Ultimate were just great and did a lot for the character. Yeah, I like Dr. Mario a lot. But I don't know where I'd put him. I think it'd probably be like mid-tier, like B. Because I think that those critical weaknesses and the fact that he absolutely got fucked over in terms of stat balance is just like, it's awful for like him balance wise. But at the same time, I just kind of think to myself, I don't care. Like, just this character's fun, and I don't know what to say. He's good. I like Dr. Mario. Dr. Mario's cool. And he's just one of the most fun low tiers in the game to play.
Character they exist because Sakurai wanted music in the game.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. Just like, I don't even have Dr. Mario placed on my tier list, because what do you do when you just give Mario a lab coat?
You make him very, very angry, evidently.
I love that, but why?
Well, I mean, have you seen the way modern medicine is going right now? I think he has a lot of reasons to be angry. Yep. But then again, we don't know if that PhD is even real.
Yeah, that's the thing I don't understand, because, like, I get that the idea of Doc is Mario but stronger, but why does Mario have a PhD that makes him more powerful? Like, I would get it if it's like, oh, he has the big brain, he knows how to hit you better, because he knows your weaknesses and what muscles do. But, like, shouldn't he put you in, like, a crumple state if he does that? And I like how he goes from the super athletic Solange Bowser into yeet.
Yeah, I love that too. It's
I like
fantastic.
that his forward smash is just a defibrillator. That's also pretty great.
Yeah, that's also a thing. Yeah, they changed his element from like, you want to talk about Luigi using lightning? No, I think the lightning on Dr. Mario is way more fitting for Dr. Mario than it is for Luigi.
Heartbeat. It's nothing.
But I almost feel similar to Dr. Mario that I do Jigglypuff, but the joke doesn't land nearly as well because
Well, I don't think Dr.
this
Mario's a
character
joke
almost
character
feels
either.
like a joke to me. Like what if Mario was?
But I do
angry?
love how
but it doesn't work
funny
because
he is.
Mario has always been kind of angry in the Smash Brothers games.
I'm sorry, now I'm just imagining Mario, and then right next to him, Mario with a gun. It's just Dr. Mario being angry with a Glock. Ugh. But yeah, there's some interesting things about him, I guess.
Yeah.
I like the
He's just
fact
fun.
that... Well, no, I don't like that fact. Because he's supposed to be a melee throwback, but he's so slow that he doesn't really fulfill his role in that regard. There's another character who does that much better, I find. He's just kind of limited
Maybe if he didn't come back in Smash 4.
and kind of there, and he hits you and it's funny because it's Dr. Mario. But
If he was an alternate costume, nobody would care.
no one would care except for the fact that he was a different character in Melee.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's the only reason he's here.
And after these changes in Ultimate, if they made him a costume now, I think I'd be pissed off too.
But that just it really annoys me that Dr. Mario has gotten so much attention where Daisy hasn't.
I
Just give her that yeet, give her that stomp.
It's so weird to me that
We already went over what makes a joke character at the beginning of this stream. We don't need to go back into that.
Dr. Mario is considered a more changed character to Mario than Ken is to Ryu.
Yeah, why is
Like Ken and Ryu, no, they're basically the same person. Mario and Dr. Mario, though.
I almost said Ken and Mario play nothing alike. Yes, that's true because they all use the same base. Ken and Ryu do not play anything alike, though.
Oh, no.
Then again, near do Mario and Dr. Mario.
I don't. His existence baffles me.
He's weird.
That's really the core of my feelings on him.
His existence doesn't so much baffle me. Like, I get it. He's super easy to make. And, like, yeah, at this point you have nostalgia for him. Might as well toss him in because, like, what's that gonna do?
But why put so much effort into differentiating him, though? Why do you keep branching him out?
Because people like the character.
But I also like it.
Yeah, I would want him to be differentiated more, honestly. I would
Yeah.
want more weird moves. I would want... If they went forward and, like, they got rid of Flood and gave Mario some other move, and then suddenly Dr. Mario had Flood, I would love that. Like, I would laugh at that. No, this is Mario's sloppy seconds, because it's literally Mario in another character slot. I would be so okay with that. But it's like, you're right, he's a joke that it's not really clear. It's like you skipped the joke and just went to the punchline, and they said, and that's why I'm Dr. Mario.
Yeah, all right.
It's like walking into a room and going, and I say, that's not a camel, that's my wife. It's like you don't get it. It's not funny.
I wasn't sure before, but after these conversations, I'm kind of feeling D tier.
Yeah, I had him in C.
That's fair.
But, like, he needs an idea.
He's also stuck with the dumb Final Smash again.
Yeah, and this one is so easy to do. You just, like, the viruses are right there. Or you just, like, make it a Bayonetta one where he hits you with the vitamins and then he clears you.
Oh,
I'm just surprised that he never got a stage.
that'd be great. Just have a very small chance for any of his vitamins to instantly kill you.
Yes. Just like, oh, I hope you're not the same color as this vitamin.
Add better matchups depending on the color of the character.
Yes.
Oh, but I would love that.
I would love
Maybe
that.
not instant kill, but like do more damage. So you'd actually have to like pay attention to like, okay, I need to shield this one in particular. That'd be great.
Yeah. Okay, which alt has the best matchup against Dr. Mario?
No, but seriously, that should actually be a thing. We're in D tier. I don't feel very strongly to place him. I also don't like hate him either.
Yeah, like, okay, I feel more strongly positively about Luigi and Meta Knight than I do Doc. I can't talk about the next character. And then there's Pit.
No, I feel like DK does more. Like, he's missing a lot, but like, DK makes me happy, whereas Dr. Mario just kind of,
Dr. Mario makes me happy sometimes. I have him in Elite Smash for some reason.
Yeah, same
Mario
actually.
makes me happy with like a handful of his moves, whereas DK makes me a lot more happy with a lot more of his moves.
Yeah, that's fair. Doc is gameplay identity, and yeah.
I feel like I could keep dropping him, but I don't know. I feel like Pit has more to fix, whereas Dr. Mario is just like, yeah, he's there. It's Mario.
Yeah.
He's got a PhD now. Good for him.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Plop him there.
All right. Alrighty. What is?
Who's next?
You know why Melee felt like the lessest roster? Lesser, whatever. It's because some of these characters are clones. That's why.
Well, yeah.
Because we have Pichu.
Oh boy! Look, guys, it's the actual joke character of Super Smash Brothers. Pichu is the joke character of Smash. He was designed in Melee to be, the character you played when you wanted to style on your friends. He had more taunts than anyone in the game. He had a moveset that harmed him, and he was also the lightest character in the game, which made him the easiest to kill. He was lighter than Jigglypuff by, I think, like 6 units, and I think that's the same here in Smash Ultimate. In Smash Melee, he was very much a joke character. He funny, he bad. You pick him to basically deal psychological damage to your friends. Pichu is a C or a D, and the reason he's a C or a D is because they got rid of the joke in Ultimate. They lost the plot a little bit with Pichu in Ultimate. It's one of the few cases, in my honest opinion, where making the character good, you lost something that the character was supposed to be when the character was introduced. It's the equivalent of Dan suddenly coming out and playing like Akuma. And it feels very weird, it feels very jarring, and he is like a D or C tier design, in my opinion, because they let the joke go. This character was bad on purpose. And while you could have added more to him to, flesh him out in Ultimate, I think the fact that you just went ahead and basically made his mechanic like next to non-existent as a worry for the player and just like overtuned a lot of his stuff. The aspect of what Pichu was in Melee is gone. I do like Dan in Street Fighter V, but the thing is that Dan in Street Fighter V doesn't play like Akuma. Dan in Street Fighter V still very much does like funny stuff, and he's good. But but his funny aspect wasn't gone, and he wasn't doing like Akuma level combos and Akuma level damage. This is the only character in Smash that was designed to just be a worse version of another character. And for a while, that design aspect wasn't true, and as a result, I think the design ultimately fails and is like a C or D. But the thing is that I wouldn't want to fix him because he's Pichu. Like, what do you want me to say? Make him bad again? Well, they kind of did that already. He's like gone down to like, I think, when he was like a top tier character when the game first came out, he's like a low end mid tier character now. He's like he's never used anymore. But he's still way more viable than a good chunk of the cast. So the Joe character aspect is gone in that regard. Pichu should have been the character that stayed the character you choose to just deal psychological damage to your opponent. That's what Joe characters are known for. You pick them and you style on your friends with them, and since they're so bad and funny and they just feel so out of place with the rest of the Smash, with the rest of the cast, being defeated by this character is literally like getting punched in the face mentally. Pichu is a byproduct of modern fighting game design, and I feel very bad that we lost what was genuinely the Dan of Super Smash Brothers.
I liked Pichu more when it was an objectively bad character.
Vindication! Immediate vindication.
I think that Pichu is funny when he's awful or when he's the toppest tier.
I don't think he's funny when he's the toppest tier. I think the joke is gone when he's the toppest tier.
Yes, yeah, it has to be one or the other.
He arguably wasn't always the toppest tier either. He was just like good. He's like top 10.
You either have to be like completely surprised that this baby is beating the snot out of you.
They should have given him the ukulele. And, you know, have moves using the ukulele. That would have been funny and add more to his comedic design.
Or you have this baby on the roster that
and give him more taunts than anybody else, like he had in Melee.
I might get flack for this. I don't like perfectly balanced fighting games. Like, overpowered
No.
characters are annoying, but there is a statement to be made when
The most fun fighting games in existence always have characters that are horribly balanced.
you pick an
I'd like to see somebody find one that isn't the case.
underpowered character and are like, yeah, I'm gonna beat you with Pichu in Melee.
Yeah.
Totally. No, that's what I did as a kid. I wanted to beat people with Pichu because it was funny. And all my friends played Ganondorf because he just kills you. So I'm like, I'm going to kill you with Pichu. And it was funny every time.
Yeah.
Exactly. And now Pichu's in this awkward middle ground where, like, I can praise Pichu in a lot of the ways I praised Pikachu. It's not hard to get a Pokemon right, and Pichu is like
Every time I hear this, I continue to fear for when Cinderella is going to be.
it's equally adorable. There's some funny animations in the mix of it just hurting itself. We talked about this with Pikachu. The sound design when it uses its final smash is hilarious.
Oh, Pichu's going to kill you. It's amazing.
Sounds like Pichu's killing itself.
I'm not feeling spacey vibes.
With how it
from Pikachu.
screams.
That was not a moveset I needed to see taken in a new direction. Pichu just kind of feels like, yeah, okay, it's there too.
Now, see, the thing is, I actually, as a character, I like Pichu more than Pikachu. Because, like, there's two cute things in this world, babies and animals. And Pichu is a baby animal. It's like if you took Kirby and Isabelle and fused them, that's Pichu. So every time you hurt Pichu in a multi-man, you are automatically a villain.
Good. I took great pleasure in meteor smashing this character with Ganondorf when this game first came out.
Because you are
And I still do.
you are bullying was essentially a baby mouse. You are literally kicking a puppy, and that makes you a terrible person.
Well, Ganondorf's the king of evil, so in that case, just consider me, embodying the character I'm playing as.
And I love making people terrible people. So Pichu, it just inherently is fun and cute, and I love its animations. I love that it keeps the
It just reminds me of a meme that came out around the beginning of Smash Ultimate, where it was just a gif of Isabelle walking, and there was a voiceover that said, "Would you step on this doggy for $2 million?" And then it immediately cuts to Ganondorf about to crush her with up tilt.
anime trait of hurting itself because it don't know how to control its electricity, but releases all of its electricity all at once. So it's like how baby rattlesnakes are more venomous than adult rattlesnakes. And I love that. That's like an aspect of the actual animal kingdom applied to this Pokemon. And it's really, really smart. My issue with Pichu is that I don't think he has a reason to exist. And I don't mean that as, oh, he's a clone character like Dr. Mario.
Well, the reason he existed was to represent the current generation at the time in the quickest and easiest way to do so. They could have put in Suicune or Tyranitar, but they gave us Pichu instead.
Like, no. Dr. Mario fulfills a purpose because he's Mario but stronger. It changes fundamentally how Mario plays. Pichu is Pikachu but faster in a sequel to a game where Pikachu was already the fast one. And
yeah,
I don't feel that anything that Pichu does isn't already fulfilled by Pikachu. So it's...
Well, other than, you know, slowly killing himself and using moves that Pikachu used to have, but he doesn't have anymore, like his neutral air and his up smash. He's a novelty of what Pikachu and these characters used to be at the time, at least.
It's very much a matter to me, and we've seen this in competitive, that if one of them is better than the other, then you have no reason to play the other than personal preference.
Well, Pikachu is now objectively a way better character than Pichu.
That's fascinating.
I feel like Pichu has no real identity, even in a way that, say, Raichu would. Because Pikachu,
not anymore.
But stronger, but slower. Well, now you're taking Pikachu, a speedster character, and you're turning him into more of an all-rounder. Pichu is the same archetype, but just a little bit more, and it doesn't really change up anything in a meaningful way. And that's the thing. I like Pichu. I like Pichu a lot more of a character than Pikachu.
Again, this is because the gag is done. It doesn't exist anymore. When you take away the gag, the joke falls flat, and it's just slightly different Pikachu who hurts himself. That's all Pichu is now, and that's why I think his design is worse here than it was in Melee.
But I don't think he has a reason to exist other than, God, he's so cute.
Which, yeah, he is very cute. It's a compelling reason, but, like, yeah. I never thought about that before, but, like, Pichu is, playstyle-wise, is still just an Echo Fighter. Like, yeah, there's the whole damage in itself gimmick, but that just means it dies slightly faster than Pikachu does.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, of course he's going to. He's the lightest character in the game. He's lighter than Jigglypuff by a notable margin.
It's still values changed, but with a harmful gimmick.
Yeah, and those act in a way that it completely cancels out, and you're just back to Pikachu again.
Mm-hmm. If you changed up some certain moves, gave him, like, the ability to paralyze or something, then, yeah, that would change up the character. That would change the way that you pressure an opponent and the like, but it really only revolves around the fact that Pichu has to do damage. It's a Robin problem. Like, he can't work around damaging himself. He just has to do it. And, like, you could...
Actually, no. Yes, you can. There are some moves that don't damage you. Pichu only damages himself if you use moves that have electricity damage. Moves like up smash, neutral air, back air. Actually, no, they add electricity to his back air. But moves like that, you can somewhat bypass Pichu's mechanic. You're not going to be doing it to the same, and arguably you do it better than Robin, but you're still going to be, subjected to it like 95% of the time.
That to some extent, but you're so light that you're going to die anyway.
Yeah, so you might as well try to get the most out of your stocks while you can.
Yeah, you want that big damage. It's not risk reward so much as it is risk because I gotta.
Right. So where does that land Pichu for you? Just like you like it more than Pikachu, but like the design just falls flat? Where does that...
That's in mixed for me because, yeah, I don't get why you...
Should those no-electric moves still damage him? No, they shouldn't, because Pichu only is said to hurt himself with his electricity. I don't know why spinning or attacking with his head would hurt him. I mean, he's a baby, he has a soft head, maybe, I don't know.
exist, but you're really cute, though.
I had it at the bottom of B tier, but like, I never considered just like, it's just Pikachu again. Like in that, well, obviously Pikachu again, but like bringing nothing to the table, it's just kind of...
He's a C, and he's going to stay a C, because I guarantee you Pichu's not coming back in the next game.
Like compare him to Fox, Falco, and Wolf. There's so much differentiating them. Like, even comparing Melee Fox and Melee Falco, there's so much differentiating them that Pichu doesn't have even an ultimate.
Nope.
Even like Hard Echo's like Pit to Dark Pit, at least they have some specific circumstances where you want to use a different move in a different situation. As far as I can remember, Pichu and Pikachu's playstyles are just identical. I
think that Pikachu has lightning loops with his Nair that Pichu doesn't have access to, but otherwise, I think so.
I'm kind of feeling... I'm looking at Yoshi right now.
I'm also looking at Yoshi right now.
Because there's kind of just that same thing of just, why do you exist? Like, obviously, I love Yoshi.
Yoshi's
like,
better than Pichu.
Such a, just
at least, especially Ultimate Pichu.
In Smash Brothers.
Yeah. I think personally I like Pichu more than Yoshi, just in Smash Brothers to play, because there is some inherent fun of, you killed me with a puppy. That's cool. But on the other hand, Yoshi is just... There's something more there to an extent, and like there's something I think is more interesting to see Yoshi played well than Pichu played well. I think it's telling. Are you familiar with the new mod, Beyond Melee?
I've heard. Is that the one that like added Skull Kid?
Yes, it's the one that added Skull Kid and rebalanced the game.
I'm not familiar with the rebalancing changes.
Yeah, it's fun.
So
I play Faye in that.
A lot of little changes, like they changed up DK's combo game. They added a fireball to Bowser that you can stock and made him more of a command grappler. Pichu's change notes is, we made him a spacey. You're just like, yeah, he's a spacey now, and he's really, really fast.
Which is funny, because they added another spacey.
To differentiate.
They had two of them.
It's still making the fast character faster, which...
Yeah, it is still making the fast character faster, but that was their idea of how to differentiate him from Pikachu. Yeah, just make him a joke.
I can see that. I think I would rank Pichu beneath Yoshi. If it was Melee Pichu, I'd make him much higher, but the allure of beating people up with the
joke is dead.
Dulled now that the baby is actually kind of good.
Yeah.
At least for me.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know if I wouldn't put like Pichu any lower, but like
what did I miss? We're rounding up Pichu. Basically, the gist is he's not a joke character anymore, so he sucks.
More, but they're both cute, but Yoshi's trying to do something as little as it is.
Yeah. Oh god, he's so cute though.
Yeah, we can absolutely. Like, I was happier to see Pichu come back, just like that riveting moment in that trailer was like, everyone's back. Okay, you mean everyone? Like, that was a nice moment.
You mean Pichu? No, trust me. Like, I cheered hard for Pichu. Like, it was Snake and then Pichu.
Yeah, I cheered more for Young Link than Pichu.
Like, everyone, and we mean it. It's delightful, but like, there's more there. Come on.
Yeah.
If you can make Dr. Mario so unique, there's things to do with Pichu.
God, they really did do more with Dr. Mario than they did with Pichu, didn't they?
They did. It's fascinating. Why does Dr. Mario have so much attention?
Because people like the character.
Exactly. Okay, let's talk about a good character.
Yeah, let's do it.
Is it Falco time?
I think
it's Falco time.
This is the third Spacey now, and I don't have anything bad to say about the Spaceys, man.
It's time to talk about Falco.
Are great. They're always fun, and
Falco is the worst Spacey, but he is still a phenomenal character. And arguably, even though it's very sad that they cut him in Smash 4, it's very good that they brought him back in Ultimate and he truly had his own identity. Falco as a character is great. He's like an A. He's an A, Wolf's an S, and Fox is the best designed character in the game. That's how I would rank them. Falco, in my opinion, is a little bit worse because after the removal of chain grabs after Brawl, it did feel like they didn't know what the hell they were doing with Falco for a little while. Like, he just felt awful in a lot of regards. But Ultimate, when they added him back into the game, it truly felt like a good middle ground. Because what is Falco's character in Ultimate? Oh, he's really good at showing off with combos. Like Falco is a show-off as a pilot in Star Fox. And he's got really good aerial game. He's got the best jumps in the entire game. He's very good at showing off, but he has a little bit of trouble getting to the show-off. Like, actually being able to show off because his neutral is not super good compared to the other species. Falco is a great character, and I sincerely wish they would have kept his Brawl voice because it was the best voice he's ever had. Brooklyn Falco really was just something else. And I hate that we lost it, and that Falco nowadays kind of sounds boring and generic. Look, it's not entirely Falco's fault. Assault's casting was fantastic. Fox sounded good. It was the best wolf we ever had. It's the best Falco we ever had. And you have a bunch of other characters that sound good still. I think Peppy sounds good. Slippy sounds like Slippy. Crystal sounds good as well. It's like, everyone sounds good. But they went back to Star Fox 64 and Star Fox Zero, and now he's just slightly sassy Birdman instead of, full-on sassy Birdman. Look, Nintendo seems to have a really notable thing about making all of their bird characters really sassy assholes. And I think Falco lost a little bit of that after Brawl. But yeah, he's still good. I like him a lot. He's fun. I legitimately do enjoy playing Falco at a casual level. Just playing with friends. I did get him to Elite Smash. Took a little bit of elbow grease, but it was worth it in my honest opinion. Yeah, Falco is like an A, like an A+. He's just good. I love all the Star Fox characters are good, and that's why I'm saying they should add more, because they're almost always good. No, not almost always. They are always good. It's just, again, such a shame that, they had to leave Falco out of Smash 4. It really is such a shame that Fox was on his own for the first time since Smash 64. I mean, they could have had Wolf. Why'd they have to cut both Wolf and Falco?
Falco is an addition to that. I think that him being the most chatty of the Star Fox group, he just has the most little fun interactions. I think that his voice.
How would you feel about Leon in
best.
Smash? Leon would be fun. Here's the thing. You and I both know that regardless of what Star Fox character it is, they'd make him fun. And I'm going to say this right now. I had a design for an Echo Fighter for Fox that was Faye from Star Fox 2. And I think I even came up with something really fun for her too. I came up with a design for Faye where she's really good at drag down combos and bringing combos from transitioning combos from ground to air, air to ground to simulate the design aspect of Star Fox 2, which introduced the fact that you could fly, and it also introduced the walker, and you could smoothly transition from one to the other over and over and over again in a level. And I think that design would be something that'd be interesting for a Spacey to have in Smash, because there is no Spacey in Smash that has a design like that. Falco wasn't in Smash 4. The joke is that Falco was so bad that he was basically never used in anything and was generally considered like a bottom 5 character. So people like to joke that Falco was never in the game.
I love how cocky
It especially hurt considering how good he was in Brawl.
he is, pun unintended, from every down smash. And just, yeah, he's good. The spacey bassy is good.
Yeah.
With that said, I do think he is my least favorite spacey.
Yeah, same.
I was about to say.
And I think that by quite a big margin.
I do still feel like the Wolf has the most potential to improve, but I feel like his general
One of the only things holding him back is they can't have jump cancel shine into Dare since space. The thing is, I think Falco should have way more jump cancels because of how good he is at jumping and how good his aerials are overall. But then again, that's kind of a byproduct of just Smash design since Melee made the jump to Brawl and neutered a lot of how the game feels. Like, we all talk about Falcon, how Falcon's awesome. Falcon has felt somewhat incomplete since Melee because that aerial momentum carry of just you run and you jump and you cover like 80% of the screen, like the 80% of a stage, like that was Falcon. That was like Falcon's biggest thing, and Falcon doesn't have that anymore. And it was so fun to just like catch somebody off guard with a knee when you're on the other side of the screen in like 0.5 seconds. Oh, by the way, I'm here now. You're dead. Falcon lost that. And it was such a cool part of his character identity. And a lot of characters kind of lost that identity, you know, except for the ones that were so bad that they didn't have one. There are characters that did have identity and they did carry over well, but I think that's more along the lines of just the fact that their mechanics were so solid.
playstyle is a nice mirror to Fox's, whereas Falco is just more aerial focused, which like he does extremely well.
Oh yeah, I love that he has the actual.
Who's after Falco? Fire Emblem Purgatory.
In his moveset as an attack.
I'm gonna
like that's
when we're done talking about Falco, I will go to take a break and get some water and get some drink. Because food, drink, throat is starting to get a little dry. We've already been going for 3 hours.
The R-wing rolling around, and you made that into an attack. Good job. And he even has a beak, so it's like the R-wing. Extra points.
Yeah.
I like how he kicks his reflector. It's a nice showcase of his personality.
Mm-hmm. I do as well.
I wish you could change how you kick it. Like, if you were in the air, you could, like, kick it into the floor and it bounces off the floor and back to you. I think the fact that he only kicks it down in front of himself is kind of a fact that the move is not used nearly as well as it could be.
Well, I love that his side B like encourages you to use it when people are beneath you, just kind of fit in that aerial. It's odd. Do I feel the need to differentiate him more? I definitely agree that he's like my least favorite of the bunch. Like I was so salty when he got back in 4 instead of Wolf. I feel like Wolf's the more interesting character by far.
I think most were after, you know, Falco was so bad he might as well have not been in the game at all.
Mm-hmm. My issue with him comes from the fact that I don't think he's flashy enough. I think that comes across in his
Who's after
personality.
Falco? It's Marth. And I have a lot to say about Marth, so I want to, you know, take a moment to rest my voice, compose myself, get something to drink, and then come back.
But like this is the daredevil of the Star Fox team. This is the aerial ace who does the crazy maneuvers but can still get shot down just as easy as Slippy can because he gets too cocky. And I feel like he should be able to put himself in danger more often. And that's really only reflected with his spike side B and his reflector being a kick and trying to use that more offensively rather than the
Well, his bad neutral, I guess, could be a way of showing that.
Defensive practicality of Fox and Wolf.
I see where you're going with this. Yeah. Because thanks to his higher aerial mobility, he's probably the safest of the characters just because he can recover so easily.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, he still feels like oddly floaty, and it doesn't like he doesn't have the dynamism that Fox has, and he doesn't have the sort of grounded brawler approach that Wolf does. He has like some moves that are kind of flashy, but he's very much about controlling his own space. And I feel like in Melee, he actually worked very well because
I think that the way his moves are such a diversion from Fox, like instead of just a kick for his neutral area, he does just like a giant spin. The way his back arrow feels way more precision based than Fox's. The changes to his forward air, the way his up air is made more for juggling than for confirming kills. I think that Falco does a good job of showing off the show-offy Daredevil aspect well. Like, it's fine.
Melee was such a snappy game that he was very, very dynamic as a character, and he was riskier than Fox. He did fit that
I mean, Faye could still be an Echo Fighter and be a semi-clone. I mean, look at Ken.
Archetype. But as he's been differentiated, I feel like that's kind of been taken away from him in his gameplay identity, and it's done lip service to his character. The animations are great, but I don't feel like it's really reflected in his gameplay.
Interesting. I agree. I'm just trying to think now, like, how could that be changed? Maybe, it's just off the top of my head, but maybe have his, like, have his side be kind of flareable.
I'd argue just make his combo game better. Give him the best combo game out of all the out of all the Spaceys.
Blitz, almost, where it damages him as well.
Because it's still Fox who has the best combos.
Like, involve no.
I don't know. I think
Maybe put it on his up B for, like, using the bomb? No.
I think if you
But they're way more risky to perform. More combo routes, but with more risk.
made like his up B like Captain Falcon's or Ganondorf, where he can just explode you off the stage, and you made that like his finisher in the same way that like Falco should have a knee of justice, I feel.
Yeah.
And I feel like if you hit that, he can escape
Well, that's basically what his down air is, considering how fast and powerful it is.
safely back on the stage. If you miss it, whoops. Well, that went terribly. Like, I feel like Falco should be a character that gets a dynamic kill. And I feel like he never does.
Yeah, I agree. Where does that
Yeah, more combo routes, more combo options, much bigger risk.
place him for you? I guess just to, because I don't know how to.
I have him at the very bottom of A tier.
That's
Okay, good.
fitting.
I do as well, because I
As long as he's not in front of Wolf, I have no problems.
I can't put a Spacey below A tier. They just fit Star
How convenient you're talking about your flight, because we're talking about a character who's a pilot.
Fox so well.
Mm-hmm.
Because like trying to brainstorm changes to like make Falcon more like that is so hard, because like that groundwork is just almost sacred. Just like how good it is, and embracing the Star Fox playstyle. And I do like how he's more aerially focused to showcase that he's the more aggressive pilot. It just kind of falls flat in that way that he doesn't.
Yep. He would totally be B or C tier if he still had Landmaster, though.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, as fun as it is that, like, his optimal killing with it is literally jump until they clip off the top of the stage. I will admit, he was my favorite Landmaster, but it was the least fitting.
Personally,
control if he was fast falling or not.
I prefer
Just, like,
the
if he jumps
air.
into the air, he's always dropping as fast as he possibly can.
Well, that could be interesting. Either that or his fast fall is similar to an instant drop, or it's just really fast.
Yeah, I feel like that was why Melee fit him so well, because if you try to do a downer off the stage, half the time that
Give him Raster's off special with Blue Fire, but then that's just that's just Roy's recovery then with Blue Fire.
game has you falling so fast that you're still gonna die before you can do anything to fix that.
Yep.
I feel like embracing that same, just maybe not the speed, but at least the fall speed could help him in that regard. Like he can jump high, but he falls just as quickly.
Mm-hmm. Either that or just make it like a modifier when he's above.
Falco should quip like the Scout, though. He is a trash talker, and there's no character in these games that really trash talks. Maybe at like when he wins, but even then, that's lost when you don't have the Brooklyn accent behind it. He lost the "you're not worth the trouble"
a blast zone to change something.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
So that way, like, if he is grounded, he's like, yeah, he's still cool and calm and controlled. But if he's off there, all bets are off, kids. It's me, Crazy Falco, doing the Crazy Falco impression.
Agreed. Do we want to put him at the very, very bottom? Or how does he
You're
compare to Pikachu?
like an Arwen crash in slow motion. It's like I'm watching you fly through the G diffuser.
Pikachu.
It's hard for me because, like, I feel like everything that Falco does is a step back from Fox and Wolf. Like, everything he does to change other than his personality is a step backwards.
But it's a step backwards from something that's already so good. How far of a step back is it?
Yeah, I think bottom of A. I think beneath Pikachu, because Pikachu still fulfills a design goal, and the only reason that I wouldn't put Mario above Falco is because his personality is missing, whereas Falco's is intact.
Yeah.
I think Mario fulfills his gameplay function a lot better than Falco does.
All right, yeah, I can get down with that reasoning. So, bottom of A he goes. But, like, again, just like the Spaceys are so good. I would take more of them just to see how else they could develop that moveset.
Yeah, absolutely. There's another in not Brawl Mice, Beyond Melee. They added another one from Star Fox 2, the dog girl.
Faye. I use her. She's fun.
No, that's from Star Fox 2. So it's basically an original character. Yeah, she has a sniper rifle, evidently.
I would have preferred Slippy, but all right. Next up, alrighty, we are getting to just
Okay, there's a lot to talk about with Marth. And before we get to Marth, I am going to BRB for like 10 minutes. I recommend you just get up. You guys just get up, refill waters, get snacks, just get out of your chairs for a little bit and just, take a moment to just... Do you guys really want ASMR Funky Kong? Because I played Environmental Noises last stream and like everybody left. Do you guys really want ASMR Funky Kong? Yes or no? You know what? Can I do a poll? Yeah, let's start a poll. ASMR Funky Kong. Yes. Do you want ASMR Funky Kong? I want votes. I missed the Peach opinion. What were the Peach opinions? She's really good. If they were mid tier or below, I'm personally no. I put her in like A. I put her in like A tier. Okay, how's this? I'm not gonna do Funky Kong this break. I'll do him in the next break. Is that a fair trade? Because there will be another break afterwards. And I think at least the survey so far says yes, but only 11 people have voted and there's more than 11 people here. Okay, sure, okay. So yeah, I'm gonna BRB to just quickly, just walk around, make some tea, refill my water, eat a little something so I don't get a headache later on. And yeah, when I come back, we will talk about Fire Emblem. And I don't know if what I have to say about Marth is considered controversial or anything along those lines, but we'll see what happens, and I will be back. I just need to find music first. Hang on. You know what? I know what I'm gonna put on. I know I'm gonna put on some good old Mitch Murder. I love Mitch Murder. He makes great music. If you're a fan at all of Hotline Miami, he's done songs for said game. And yeah, I will leave you with Then Again, one of his latest albums. And yeah, we'll just enjoy this. That has been Mitch Murder on WFAM. Welcome back. I am back. I hope you're all doing wonderful on this Sunday evening. Some nice chill music from one of my favorite independent music creators. And we are back to more discussion about Smash. And we are at a point where I get to talk about Marth. Oh boy! Hope you're sitting down for this. I'm going to do my best to not be biased in anything I say about this character. Marth is not only one of the best character designs in the entire game, but he is right behind Falcon and Fox in terms of character design. He is the number 3 in the God tier ranking for me. Marth is legitimately one of the most perfect platform fighting game characters to have ever been conceived. Marth as a character has a mechanic that is both so simple but so deep at the exact same time that so much goes into using it properly that he is 100% one of the most skill-demanding characters in the entire game. His mechanic is literally using the freeform movement area of a platform fighter to your advantage in every regard. Because it's not just tippers. Well, placement is very important with when lining up tippers. Sometimes you don't want the tippers. Sometimes you want those sour spots, because those sour spots lead into more combos and follow-ups that aren't possible if you tipper them. Next to Fox, who just has the stats to make use of the general area of a platform fighter, there is no character in Smash that uses the freeform movement area of a platform fighter, 8-way movement, and just control that area nearly as effectively as Marth. And you know what? Yeah, Ultimate kneecapped him a little bit. But guess what? That's the game's fault. That's not Marth's fault. The changes to knockback heavily damaged Marth. And since it's something that's out of the character's control, I'm not going to knock him down any spots because of that. Marth is also one of the most iconic characters in Smash's pantheon. Marth is a character that people will almost always, when you think of him, you will more than likely think Smash before you think Fire Emblem. And they would go back in later installments of Marth's games, like the remakes on the DS, where they would animate him to fit and look more like he does in Smash. And, thank you for bringing that up, Willie, he also inspired my favorite platform fighting game character ever designed, which is Clarin in Rivals of Aether, who takes the aspect of just using that movement in that area to your advantage to the next level. Because with her, tippers stun and lock people in place for a set amount of time, which can lead to way more interesting follow-ups than what is normally possible. While I don't think that he's going to place anywhere near as high as I would put him in this tier list, in this video, Marth embodies Smash so well. He is the game's first true footsie fighter, and he is a character that is entirely dependent on being good at the game. This mechanic is literally only restricted by how good you are at the game. If your movement is good and you know how to, position yourself properly, then this character, I argue, has one of the most satisfying playstyles in the entire game. And he transcends his own franchise by being in Smash for us in the West before we even had a chance to know what Fire Emblem was. And because of that fact, I am judging him way more on gameplay than his personality. I didn't know who Marth was when we first saw him in Smash Melee. Very, very few people in the West did. So all I had to go on was how fun was he and how good of a design was he. And I think that it stands that he's become this icon of not only his home franchise, but just Smash in general. Marth is Smash, just as much as Falcon is Smash, and Fox is Smash. If you need proof that his design is so good, they would go on to continue doing it seven more times. And while not every one of them landed, it just goes to show that the base for what they had was so well designed that it's Fire Emblem to a lot of people. Marth is Fire Emblem and Smash to so many people. While I know that other characters have become more popular in the sphere of Fire Emblem since this point, I still value Marth and what he did for not only his franchise, but just Smash as a whole, for being one of the first characters in the game to have a defined character mechanic, and one with such an immense amount of depth and intrigue that, just Marth is, Willie has, right, Marth is the third best designed character in the game. Do I care that his personality is boring? No, because guess what? I didn't know who he was when we first got our hands on him. And as far as I'm concerned, that gameplay in Smash is something I will always value way more than his character, because it's what I was first exposed to when it comes to this character. I don't care what Marth is fighting for. I care that he is one of the best designed characters in this series. And, they would, as I said, they would go on to make him more like his Smash iteration with his animations in the DS remake. And just so much of this would just come full circle to just making Marth this icon of both Fire Emblem and Smash at the same time. He is equally important to both parties, but I'd argue that he's slightly more loved in the Smash world than he is in Fire Emblem. If only because I know that people say his personality isn't very much. But again, I'm from the West. I don't care what his personality was because I wasn't aware of what this character was before that character was put into the game. Do you think more platform fighters should have a Marth in them as much as they should have a Spacey? Most platform fighters that have a Spacey have a Marth. Rivals has both. Rivals has Zetterburn as the Spacey, and it has Claren as the Marth. And again, it's a design that's so simple, but it's so deep, and that's what I love about it. You could easily pick up Marth and understand his basics very, very well, but using his mechanics to their utmost potential is something that will take years to get right. Marth, in my opinion, is harder to play than like 90% of the Smash cast at a consistent level. Alear will probably be the next rep for Fire Emblem in Smash 6. The next Fire Emblem game will probably be out by then, but Alear will have been around for a while and they'll want to put them in the game instead. And then the Fire Emblem character that wasn't in the game will be DLC, because they really, really like adding Fire Emblem characters to this game. But Marth is, in my opinion, not only just a Smash Brothers icon, but one of the best designs ever put in a platform fighting game. And I think his influence in both Smash and his home series and in other platform fighting games goes to show that this character design is fucking timeless, regardless of how much Ultimate tried to kneecap it. Marth is just fantastic, and is definitely a crown jewel in Melee's hat when it comes to their character designs and the characters that they offered. Because while Marth wasn't the sole thing that got Fire Emblem to the West, he was definitely the thing that got people to look at it and be interested in it, because he was such a fun and good character in Melee, and he would go on to be a really good character in Brawl and in Smash 4. It took him a little bit of time to get there in Smash 4, but by the end of it, he was like a top 10 character. Like, this character is Smash. Like, 100%. And that is an aspect of the character that I will value a ton. And I only hope that we go back to having, a midway between the knockback of Ultimate and the knockback of the older games, where not every hit sends you somewhere at 8,000 miles an hour, but the more powerful hits could. Like, there should be not every hit should literally make you fly around like a fucking balloon. That's Jigglypuff's job. And everybody feels like they have the weight and, knockback of Jigglypuff, and it sucks in a lot of cases. But I know that Marth is going to be in the next Smash. I know he's going to be in the Smash after that, and the Smash after that, and the Smash after that. This character is, as I said, an icon of his series, an icon of Smash as a series, and what Smash has done for video games as a whole, and Nintendo as a whole. Yeah, this character is easily top 3 designs in the entire series. And while there's only one character that I would number after this, other than the bottom 5. Yeah, just Marth. Marth is incredible. It's amazing how something so simple could be so extremely deep at the exact same time.
Probably the most fascinating case study in just Smash Brothers history is how it has affected Fire Emblem.
Oh, yes.
Because I know this has been said hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, but Fire Emblem wouldn't be what it is without Smash Brothers. Like, I had so many people get a little salty that I said that Ike was the face of the franchise when his games just almost killed and they sold so poorly. And it's funny because I think all of that is absolutely true, but
Yeah.
I don't think it matters in the slightest. What Fire Emblem is in Smash Brothers almost like eclipses Fire Emblem itself. Like,
Yeah.
the most popular
Marth is the reason that is the case. Forget Marth Clone 234. It is Marth that is the case. He is carrying that on his shoulders, and there is nobody else there with him.
characters are the ones that are in Super Smash Bros. Without question.
Yep.
I don't know if Fire Emblem can ever escape Smash Brothers' shadow because it's only where it is today because of Smash Brothers.
Yeah, like, who's the most popular character that's not in Smash Brothers?
Lyn. Definitely Lyn.
Well, yeah, Lyn. But, like, even, like, taking assist trophies and cameos into appearance, is it, what,
Ooh.
Tharja?
Maybe? Hector? But it's even funny, like, even the most popular, like, characters after that are the characters that people want in Smash Brothers.
Yep.
Like, yeah,
yep,
like Hector,
you're right.
Ephraim, Celica got a big boost because people wanted her after Vows of Valencia. Like, you cannot separate these two franchises because everybody's introduction to Fire Emblem was just like, here's Marth, here's Roy, here's one of the best songs in Melee.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like, people always focus on Marth
And one of the best characters in Melee.
and Roy, but no, that recruitment theme, when people hear that, that gets your blood pumping.
Yeah, no, that is Fire Emblem for people. And just like, I thought it was a much more dynamic series because it's like, oh, this has got a nice little salsa flair to it. Fire Emblem's a spicy series. And I play it's like, oh, no, it's not.
Yeah, but even then, I still popped off when I first played Fire Emblem 7, Blazing Sword, and was just like, oh, this is where it's from. Oh, yes, this is awesome.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. My first was Path of Radiance, so I didn't get that.
Oh, you poor soul.
But also, it was Path of Radiance.
Which is also a fantastic game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and just to respond to those comments, Ike's still the face of the franchise. Don't kid yourself. He was the face of the franchise the second he used Grey Aether on the Ancient Minister, and it's never gone down.
Yep.
I don't know. He's never really been a good character competitive-wise, while Marth is Marth.
No, yeah.
And for as awesome as he was in Brawl, the impact of Marth in Melee is never going to be matched by any Smash Fire Emblem newcomer. It's just never going to happen.
That's fair. I mean, have you seen Fire Emblem
Even Roy couldn't do it, and people love Roy.
Heroes? Like,
And he was in the same game as Marth.
who's more popular than him? Gatekeeper? Probably Gatekeeper.
Probably Gatekeeper. Like, if Gatekeeper becomes the future of the franchise, I'm so okay with that.
Yeah. Anyway, you want to talk about Smash Brothers now?
Okay, sure. I feel like you can't really separate them, to be fair.
No,
I feel like
I know.
Marth gets a lot of flack. And I understand why, because his moveset has been done to death, but looking at his moveset in a vacuum, just as what it is, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's
I don't
fantastic.
feel as strongly about him.
I want you to really think about just what Marth does in terms of gameplay. If you can name me one character other than Fox that just has a playstyle that's just designed to make use of every inch of the stage. Just one character that even remotely matches in. Don't say fucking Roy. Because Roy doesn't count, near does Lucina.
Representing the Lord than I do Ike representing the hero, just in terms of the classes they're bringing into Smash Brothers. But there's a reason that Fire Emblem popped off after he was shown in the games. He shows like this stylish duelist, like spacing his attacks. Like, the dancing blade is very cool that you can like basically choose like, what is that, like 16 different combos? I'm not sure like the math of that.
It's ridiculous, and like, it's such a good move. Why don't they like slap that on Bayonetta so that they give her
Right?
more moves?
But I do like Marth.
Marth is...
I really like Marth.
Yeah.
In fact, I would go as far to say that he is the best Fire Emblem character in Smash.
Yeah. 100.
I know.
1,000%.
Well, that's hard.
I'll hear you out. I'll hear you out.
I know. I'm not saying that I like him more than Ike. I don't. Of course I don't. But I think that he is the best because what's the most dynamic and important thing about Fire Emblem? Dancing in and out of your opponent's range. I don't think it's a turn-based thing, which I mean they tried to do it with the counter, but it's not that great. But I still feel like it's a decent mechanic. Like it doesn't work.
Don't worry, I have a lot of good things to say about Roy as well.
But I feel like it's like a whole gotcha.
Spoilers.
I feel like it fits with Marth's personality. And by personality, I mean being from Fire Emblem and being a duelist. But I feel like the tipper and the existence of that is that perfect exemplification of being at just the right range to lure your opponent in and strike. I feel like that is
Yeah, I would go on to argue that Marth is the best designed footsie character in a fighting game since Chun-Li in Third Strike.
such an elegant translation of the turn-to-turn gameplay of Fire Emblem turned into the Smash Brothers series. And I love Dancing Blade. I love that it is this pick-a-combo sort of idea that I don't think is super fleshed out, but I love the idea of combining and hitting the right tool for the right time in the colors of the weapon triangle. That's such a cute little detail that
Oh my
I
gosh, I
always
never
love.
noticed that.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's such a cute little detail. I love it. Like, Marth does so much so well from just a basic moveset. Like, he covers all options and he's all centered around this idea of being at the right range at the right time to do the most damage. Is that the most optimal during a fighting game? Nah, it's pretty freaking hard to do. But when it works, it feels really good. He has one of the hardest spikes to hit in the entire game, and it feels like it doesn't work right. But when it does, you feel like a big brain genius. And I feel like that being reflected throughout all of his moveset, and the fact that he has the critical hit final smash, which is the biggest hit, but also can kill you if you do it wrong, just adds to this sort of finesse that Marth has. And I really love that. I feel like Fire Emblem got its fans because of how well Marth translates the gameplay and how naturally fun he is. Because think about it, Fire Emblem
That is beautifully put, Pierre. I couldn't say it better myself.
Became a big series because of a guy whose moveset was swing sword. That's it.
And you're not wrong. Not
Yeah.
wrong at all. I do have my problems with Marth, though. Because I feel like with his... I have a couple. I'm just trying to parse through them in my head which one I'm going to use first. Marth is the Lord, right?
Yes.
He is. That is what his class is. I feel like there should be a part of his gameplay that punishes him for overextending himself. Because if you lose your...
Well, yeah, the overextension is bad hits, and just the fact that you're not getting the tipper at the right spot, and you're getting sour spots where you don't want to get those sour spots, that is the punishment for overextension.
Lord in Fire Emblem, let's just game over. You're done. And I feel like the way he plays in Smash Brothers right now is just a little too safe. Like, it's too easy to just short hop aerial, short hop aerial, short hop aerial, and just keep your opponents at bay. It does kind of fit...
I mean, that's what footsie characters are designed to do.
Fire Emblem, but almost if you're playing Fire Emblem really lame, just barely inching forward to get one enemy at a time, which it does fit, but I feel like...
Not to mention, that's definitely not what his game plan was in Melee when he was introduced.
More could have been done there, just to, like, let him be punished a little harder.
Now, let me ask you, is that you saying that as, like, in general, or is that you saying that as a D2D main?
Yes.
Because, like, I'm sitting here
I
as
do play a lot of heavies, and it's so hard to fight Marth.
I'm sitting here as a K. Rool main, and I'm going, okay, so I got...
Well, if it isn't the consequences of your actions there, Duke.
this crown. And, like, I feel...
I've mained heavies before. We commit to this. Characters doing this to us is our fault. I don't know what to say other than that. Yeah. I've been, as I said in the first episode, I've been on the receiving end of villager slingshot against Ganondorf in Smash 4 way more than I'd ever like to be again. Like, I never want to even be remotely close to that character in that game again. But this doesn't take away from just how brilliant Marth's design is.
I feel like there are a lot of tools to punish Marth, and I feel like that whole Lord should, if he dies, the game is over, is sort of reflected in how linear and predictable Marth's recovery is. Like, is it difficult to challenge at times?
I'll give you that. Yeah. Fair point. There is more, though.
Okay.
I feel like what the Lord is in Fire Emblem, like based on the animations that it has. Have you seen Princess Bride?
Princess Bride, yes.
Yes. Okay. I was about to get very mad if you said no. That whole kind of duelist, just a very, very... you're basically dancing with your sword. And I feel like Marth could do more in that area, that it really makes me sad that he isn't. Even just like having his hand up while he's fighting. Because the way that the tipper works is kind of like it's based on if he was like using a rapier, which is what the main Lord weapon always is.
Right.
And I wish he had just a little bit more of that very quick swipes, very quick stabs. A lot of the Fire Emblem Lord animations throughout the series is a lot of flourishes that are not necessarily attacks. And I feel like Marth doesn't quite hit that for me.
Well, again, this character was introduced at a point where we didn't know what any of this was or what any of this meant. Very, very select people did. And even I think they would agree. Who cares? In this regard. I think that in order to judge Marth fairly, you need to judge him purely on gameplay and nothing else. Because he is legitimately a character whose entire appeal to an entire section of the world was just that. It was his gameplay and nothing else. We didn't know what lords were. We saw a man with sword. He swung sword do big damage at specific ranges. That's all we got, but goddamn was it amazing.
And it's also a lot of like very quickly hopping forward to stab and then quickly hopping backwards. Like, I'm actually gonna find a GIF real quick.
Because right now, I do agree with you, but I also think that, he's not dancing with his blade. Have you considered Dancing Blade?
Yeah, I know. I specifically used that as like the comparison. I just kind of wish he had more of the...
He has the rapid stab as one of his Dancing Blade finishers. Like, do I agree with you to some extent? Yeah, but I think it's there, and the rest of his moveset is in service to specifically controlling his range and controlling that bubble around him. Like, I'm trying to think of what move would best work for a flourish, and all I'm thinking of is jab and down tilt.
So what I want from the character, I just sent you the GIF. There's these really like small hops that the Lord's doing, like literally all of them. They kind of just dance back and forth with fighting. I want something like that in Marth's moveset.
I would go looking for something that's actually, around the time when Marth's games were a thing, because that looks like GBA, and that is far, far past what Marth is based on in Smash.
Like, maybe replace the counter with just like a quick just hop back and you can use like any tilt or through that and just...
You can make his roll that.
Just kind of let him like quickly get around the map that way.
Oh, so like Max Jolt Haymaker?
Yeah, kinda. I like Dancing Blade, but I want that kind of... I hate to make this comparison because I've been intentionally avoiding saying their name just for the joke of it. Somewhere between where Marth currently is and where Corrin goes way too far. Just somewhere in that range of just... He's dancing with his sword. There is
You had to say it. You had to open the floodgate.
I know. I do feel like Marth has that in places, like the animation on his down aerial. Like, it's also a satisfying slash, but the way his cape just drifts up while he's doing it, it's mesmerizing. Oh, here's another weird thing. I feel like Marth in Melee was better. This is one of the very few cases where I feel like the sound design of Melee suited the character better than the sound design of Ultimate, because the quicker swipes fit like that Princess Bride Duelist Rapier better, and the when you land
a lot of stuff in Melee had better sound design than in Ultimate, let's be completely fair.
Ken combo, and just the echoey when it sends them down, that feels so good.
Yeah,
And
no, you are correct. You are entirely right. And of course, with all respect to Marth's voice actor, at this point, it like changing his voice to English was not the call.
Marth's voice is the reason why I want them to be able, where I want an option to select the voices individually for English and Japanese. Because I like a lot of the characters in English, but I absolutely 100% want Marth in Japanese. Just like I'd also want Roy in Japanese. Like, those voices to me are just the character. Yeah, like in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. At least for the Capcom side. Yeah, just let me choose who's in English and who's in Japanese for each of these characters. Because some Japanese voices are better, some English voices are better. And I do not like English Marth at all.
Like, it's ingrained.
I also feel like I still don't know what Marth's personality is. Whereas I get a sense of Ike's.
Well, that's fine. He has no personality. Like, what's Marth's personality? You've seen all of it.
I don't know.
His
I
personality
feel
is Smash Brothers.
He's a great Fire Emblem character, but like, I don't want to put him above Ike. Because Ike sells...
Ike is not good as good as Marth. You are entitled to that opinion, but from a purely gameplay design perspective, Ike wishes he was anything close to Marth.
Ike sells what he is in Fire Emblem to a T. There is a...
Well, then, also, you have to keep in mind, by the time Ike was a character, we knew what Fire Emblem was.
Points where Ike just becomes as overpowered, just send him into the thick of battle when you get him in Radiant.
And even then, many people argue that Ike in Smash is but a fraction of what he could be, considering what he can possibly do in Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn.
Dawn, and it's just, he never stops. I love just how well that's put in Smash Brothers. Like, the crunch of Ragnar just sells his power so much.
Oh, 100%. But, like, I feel like, while Ike is the epitome of Fire Emblem, Marth is Fire Emblem, and I feel like he sells the idea and identity.
While that's true, Gabe, let's be honest. No character in Smash nosedived in terms of sound design more than Mennonite.
Of Fire Emblem.
The slashes of the blade in Brawl were amazing. Everything else after that feels completely and totally awful.
Rather than Fire Emblem at its peak with Ike. Because what's Marth's personality? I don't know. Some Pokemon have more personality than Marth.
Most Pokemon have more personality than Marth.
They really do. But so Marth represent? He represents the gameplay. And I feel like he does that exceptionally well. Not so much the Lord itself, but Fire Emblem in general.
All right. I could put him above Ike with the caveat that Ike is better from a character standpoint, because Marth doesn't have one.
Oh, totally. 100% there.
I mean,
have you actually
I'm not entirely upset with that
Yes.
spot. I mean, I think he's a better character than Link.
Yes.
Okay.
Like,
okay.
to Marth's credit, not a single Lord was interesting except for Sigurd until FE7. But also, yeah, no, he was nothing. And, you know, Shadows of Valentia fixed a lot for Alm, but...
Okay. Do you want to put him any higher than Ike?
Yes.
Do I like him more than Wolf? Because do I like him more than Link? No,
Yes.
I think Link's creativity
chance.
is far better. Do I like him more
Creativity and design, maybe, but creativity and gameplay is all Marth.
than Wolf? In Melee, definitely. In his current iteration, that's a toughie for me.
But you need to ask yourself whether or not the current iteration takes enough away from the past games in order to, you know, make the character that much lower. And, you know, how much of the character's current iteration is the character's fault and not the gameplay's fault. Like, Luigi Yeah, you can be absolutely pissed at Luigi the current way he is because it wasn't just the game. They took stuff away from Luigi that made him objectively worse. Marth, not so much. Marth is more held back by the mechanics of the game.
I would personally argue no, just because, like, again, like all the problems I stated about Marth still, like, I still hold to them. Like, he could also be the Lord on top of all those things. I don't feel like that would be very hard to do.
You're right. You're right. Yeah, I put him beneath Wolf because Wolf is someone who I don't feel has problems, whereas Marth has a bit more that can be done. Wolf is like that borderline of like excellence in like every regard, and I feel like Marth is excellence, but he just doesn't completely stick it, whereas Wolf does. It's just the others above him express more.
Yeah, I feel like Marth would be easy to fix. Just a few more flourishes on his moves. I really like that idea of just the hops. I like the hops.
Yeah,
I want to feel like
I like that he's grounded though in that regard. I don't need more flourishes from Marth because what I get from Marth is that he's very well refined, he's very skilled, but he's also very level-headed and a good leader of his people. Like, Marth doesn't come off as a show-off to me. At least, you know, from what I've seen and experienced of him in Smash and in Fire Emblem and stuff like that, I don't feel that Marth doesn't feel like a show-off. He's just somebody that's good and knows he's good, but he doesn't let it get to his head.
I'm controlling that fight in Princess Bride.
Yeah, his gameplay does all the showing off for him, exactly.
When I'm playing as Marth, and I don't quite get that.
Yeah, I can see that.
All right. Next up, wait, Lucina. I forgot about to talk about
Oh
Lucina.
my god,
Oh, yeah.
I forgot that I have to talk about you. Yes, hello. Welcome to Marth for people that don't know or don't want to play Marth. This character basically takes the only cool thing about Marth that makes his gameplay feel so good and interesting and then removes it. And in turn, you have training wheels Marth. She's like a C. That's all I have to say on that front.
She's here.
Yes, Lucina's here too. Lucina is the echo of the wrong character.
The interest in Lucina literally lasted like 5 seconds because then Captain Falcon came on screen.
Yes.
Just
And he still smiled more there than he does in actual Smash.
straight up.
Yes.
I get the parallel between like, oh, she was pretending to be Marth. Well, let's make her play as Marth. Like, yeah, haha, that's a clever reference. Problem is, that doesn't fit Lucina's character. Lucina isn't nearly as well, Lucina has a character, for one thing, that just is lost.
Yeah.
And Lucina and Chrom are kind of more rough and tumble lords. They're closer to Ike. I feel like I would switch Lucina and Roy's places in a heartbeat. We'll talk more about this when we get to Roy, but like, they should be the aggressive versions of this moveset, whereas Roy's is about as boring as Martha's. I have played Roy's game.
Yeah.
Roy's nothing.
You are correct.
Well, guess what? We in the West haven't. The rest of the West hasn't. So I'm electing to not care.
Actually, do you want to just cover them all right now? Like, we're just going to say the same thing.
Screw it, yeah.
We actually do get to talk about Roy right away. Roy's fantastic. Especially in Ultimate, where he's, where they take the aspect of his new design from Smash 4 and actually make him a good character. Roy feels insanely fun to use. He has impact. He has a unique playstyle from Marth that focuses more on aggression and encourages aggression. And while you have great movement speed and you have great dash speed, and you could play footsies, your tools all tell you one thing. Go in, hit this fucker as hard as you can. Roy is awesome. And you know what? I've heard the complaints. Roy's not like his character in the actual game. I don't care. Roy is the only character in Smash that we in the West have never actually been able to experience as himself. While we never got Mother 3, the Subspace Emissary gave us a very good idea of what Lucas was personality-wise and as a character. We never got Roy's game. We never got to see or know Roy as a character. We in the West know Roy because of Smash Brothers. And what did the developers of Smash do? Build a character for the people that like him because of Smash, which is how you get the cool Roy design that you have here in Smash 4 and the complete and utter awesomeness that is Roy in Ultimate. I don't care about his character because I was never given a chance to care about his character. Roy's character is Smash, as far as I'm concerned. And until they change that in the future, and they re-release Roy's game, where they basically make him a cool guy, because here's the thing, I do know about Roy's character. I do know that he's nothing in terms of personality like he has in Smash. And how, bad his hit rate is in his home game. I don't give a shit. I'm never going to care because this character is here and he's been here way longer than anything for that. I've never had a chance to experience that. They've never put that out in the West. But this is something they put out in the West. And you know what? This is awesome. I like this. I want to keep enjoying this. Roy in Smash is the character Roy as far as I'm concerned, and it's the same for a lot of people. I fucking love Roy. Roy is very much my boy. God bless Roy. I'm very glad he's here. A-tier design.
Fascinating from a character standpoint, because he's a Smash original character at this point.
Yeah, no,
What Roy is in Smash Brothers is based around a concept art that just said, you know what, screw how he is in his games. There's actually this really cool, rough and tumble, this.
Well, you have to ask yourself again, how many people actually care about Roy's home game? The only people that had the opportunity to care were in Japan. And as far as I'm concerned, people like him more in Japan in Smash than they do in his home game. This character is an objective glow-up from everything his character was in his home game. It is so much to a point where people just don't care anymore. He's not like this one game that this part that half the world never got. Well, I'm half the world that never got it. And Roy in Smash is, as far as I'm concerned, Roy in Smash is what Roy is, and Roy in Smash is awesome. A-tier.
This guy's gonna get in your face? That's not Roy. Roy is a scared kid that got stuck in the middle of a roar when he was 16?
Neat. I don't care.
Yeah,
and he never really grows past that.
Yep.
No, look, he's growing past it, and he's killing the cook, and he's throwing birds into the floor.
And he gets to have...
And he's got a really cool playstyle and a really cool costume. And he's got really good colors, and he's fun, and he's nimble, and they just said, let's just make a unique spin on Marth, and let's make him really fun, and everything. It's just... You're never going to convince me to give a shit about Roy as a character in his home game. I think that's the bottom line. And this is literally a case of this is the only character in Smash that we never got to experience in any regard other than he was a promotion in Melee for his game that was coming out at the time and it was not out yet. And we got to experience that. And that was fine. He was bad Marth in Melee. He was bad Marth in Smash 4. But in Ultimate, he is very much Roy.
Bad sword that takes forever to make useful, and he is a bad character in his own game.
I never beat Binding Blade just because I wasn't really invested in it, I'll be perfectly honest.
I went as long as I could with Gonzalez, and as soon as he died, I was like, okay, I'm done, because playable Brigand made me happy.
It was always nice playing as the villain. But like, where Martha's the Lord, Ike is the hero, I don't know what Roy is supposed to be.
I'd argue that Roy is like the mercenary. Roy fights like a mercenary more than anything else. He fights like he's inexperienced, but he's confident in what he's doing. And he knows that he has the skill to win a fight. He fights in my... If you were to ask me a name for his playstyle, he is a mercenary at heart. And I think he embodies the mercenary playstyle way better than Ike does.
Roy is just Roy.
Roy's our boy.
Roy is this... Yeah, and I do like that, but this is just... I have this problem with a couple of the Fire Emblem characters where they...
What was Smash supposed to do then? Make Roy a scaredy cat? To be completely honest with you, they backed themselves into a corner with Roy. And I think they realized they backed themselves into a corner with Roy, and they just said, fuck it, you know what? He's this now. Everybody really liked him because of this. This wasn't really him, but everybody loves him because of this. Let's just take this from Melee, make him better, make him cooler, and make his playstyle way more interesting, and just put him back in Smash. And you know what? The internet loved it. Everybody was so happy that Roy was back in Smash 4. The surprise was gone because it was leaked like months ahead of time, as was Ryu, sadly. But everybody was happy that Roy was back in Smash. And that he looked really cool. Because guess what? As I said, that's all we've ever known about Roy. And until Nintendo tells us and gives us more to care about the character, this is what I get, and this is what I'm focused on. And this is fun and very different from Marth in like every regard.
Only show off what Smash Brothers has decided they are, if that makes any sense. They don't really reach into the series. You're just like, oh, here's this character. We'll add more to them instead of like referencing. That's why I love Robin so much, is because they really tried to like, okay, let's pull a bunch of stuff from the games and really get people to give a sense. It doesn't work very well, but it's still an effort.
Yeah.
Roy just... His moveset fits Chrom way more.
Yeah, it completely does.
Chrom should have been his own character. Like... In general, I don't think that Roy's playstyle fits Chrom, because Chrom is way more experienced than Roy, and Roy fights like he's brash and inexperienced. So I do not think that Chrom fighting like Roy fits Chrom whatsoever. But since we had a chance to talk about Chrom, what a weird character inclusion Chrom is. Chrom is the ultimate equivalent of Wolf in Brawl. He feels like a Smash mod that is unfinished and just put in the game. Because what did they do? They gave him all of Roy's attacks, but instead of holding the blade backwards, he holds it straight forward, and they look really weird. And they don't look like they've been weight painted properly, and as a result, Chrom looks fucking odd when he's attacking and trying to just do anything in general. And I also think that they could have put a unique spin on Ether for Ike. Sorry, for Chrom, because Ike's Ether is very much for his character. While I think the way the Mii Sword Fighter does the Aether is way more fitting for what Chrom does, and is actually reminiscent of the way that Chrom performs an attack in Fire Emblem Awakening. Because, as far as I'm concerned, they just haphazardly threw Aether onto Roy's moveset, and it doesn't fit. It feels weird and wrong, and just... Chrom's like a C for me. Because I don't think he fits Roy. The way he animates is the worst out of any character in the entire game. The changes he got don't really make a lot of sense, and the way he performs Ether should not be the same as Ike. Like, there are aspects of this character that just do not work with the base that he is given. Crom should have been his own character, in at least some regard. And it sucks, because if they gave Crom, like, Mii Sword Fighter custom moves, like the spinning charge, which he did in Fire Emblem Awakening, or the jumping stab that he does in Fire Emblem Awakening, that alone would have made him feel more interesting and true to his character. And his final smash, it feels like a regular move. Well, I don't really like to talk about Final Smashes since Final Smashes generally feel pretty disjointed from the rest of the moveset. Just the fact that it feels very underwhelming and it's just uninteresting and just feels like a regular attack. He's like a C for me, because stuff about him just feels so rushed. And, he got his chance another day, but was it worth it? I'd argue no. I don't think that Crom translated very well to Smash, when there was definitely ways they could have done it that was better than breaking his wrist and just making him a worse Roy.
But then Crom's also just kind of he's the jankiest of the Echoes, I think.
Yes.
His animations just feel kind of off.
Yeah.
I think it was how they, removed the reverse grip, but, literally only just shifted the way his arm is positioned, and it just doesn't... His moves don't flow very well.
Yeah.
He's the only character I can point to who's just like, oh, that's I'm getting Wolf Brawl vibes here.
Oh, sir, your wrist. Oh, that is not the way a human hand works, sir. Oh. But yeah, no, you're entirely right, because Roy is a character who was designed from the idea of, let's do Marth but in reverse, so he does more damage when he closer, which is anti-Fire Emblem, and then that instantly gave him the personality.
But it plays into his inexperience as a sword fighter.
Informed of, this is the rough and tumble brawler, in addition to the ridiculousness of Flare.
Which I do love the ridiculousness.
Oh, I do love the over.
Fire Sword is cool.
Oh,
Fire Sword is why people wanted Roy back.
Yeah, Fire Sword is great.
People just wanted Roy back because Roy was just cool. He played like Marth. He wasn't as good as Marth, but just... It was Marth with fiery effects. And then they came back and he was way more than just Marth with fiery effects. He was his own character.
He has a great new Final Smash, and to the game's credit, I think that the Roy moveset that they came up with in Smash 4 to differentiate him is really fun.
Yes.
I think that it gives him a lot more of an identity than hitting people with a wet noodle. I think that he just feels nice to play.
Yeah, Crom using Flare Blade is weird. He should have gotten a different standard special.
This is a nice character base that was given to a character who not only does not...
You wanna know what? His Final Smash should have been a standard special. There you go. What he just did there could have been a standard special.
Deserve it, but does not embody it in any way.
It's kind of odd. He's got a Luigi situation where the games have done so much for his character, except he already had one before then.
Well, no, he didn't, because he came out in Melee. That was his character. And then the games...
Yeah, it's this weird-ass wind when, honestly, you could just make a blue fire and I think people would have been fine with it.
Retroactively made him worse.
Okay, fair point. But, where do you have the rest of... Actually, I'll just list off where I have mine.
Go for it.
I have Lucina all the way at begging for an overhaul.
Thank you, that's where she belongs, yeah.
She needs to she should be an echo of a different character. I feel like, actually I'm just gonna drag Roy next to her. I feel like they're the wrong.
No. I didn't have an argument. All I could just say is no. You have to think about this from just a general perspective of the people that know this character. Is he not like his character in his game? Yes, that is true. But you also have to ask yourself, among the populace that plays this game, who even knows what that character is? I think that his playstyle gets the aspect that he's a young and inexperienced sword fighter across very, very well. And it's expressed through the way he fights with his sword, through the fact that he needs to get close in order to deal damage, through the fact that he's way more quick and momentum based on aggression. He does not have the refinement of a sword fighter like Marth does. I think that alone does wonders for his character, and definitely shows that he has a long way to go. But this scared kid aspect and all this stuff from his actual games, nobody cares. Nobody is looking at Roy and thinking that. And again, it's because it's something that we were never given a chance to experience. And I think that it's unfair to judge Roy on that fact when he is the only exception in this entire roster when it comes to that. We never got Mother 3, but Brawl did wonders to tell us about Lucas's character and show us what he is as a character and what he's like and how he can evolve and how he evolves in his home game. While we don't get every aspect of it, we get glimpses and we understand enough that this is what he is. And Roy never got that. He's the only character that never got that. He is just very much a blank slate for Smash. And I think for what it's worth, they did a freaking amazing job with that blank slate.
Long movesets, and that they need to just trade places, and they'd be so much better in my eyes. Chrom I have in mixed.
Okay, I had Lucina and Roy in mixed because, like, at a base level, I think they work, and I think as concessions for the Fire Emblem series, they're fine. And I had Chrom in B because I think that of them, he's the only one where his moveset actually works with him and it feels good.
I don't, because Chrom's never been an inexperienced swordsman. That was never his design in Awakening. And I can feel confident talking about Awakening because it's one of the few Fire Emblem games I've played a lot of. He was always very much just... I wouldn't say he was an amazing swordsman, but he was definitely a cut above a lot of people around him. Like, he knew what he was doing. He was good as a swordsman. And I don't think that the brash style of Roy's playstyle fits Chrom. He should have been a cross, at most. They should have pulled aspects from Marth and Roy and put them together and made a moveset out of it. But we got more... He's basically training wheels Roy. And I think a lot of Roy's aggression is lost because so much of Chrom, you don't really need to, think about your placement and stuff like that.
A good moveset. Like, he's one of the few cases where I think the Echo is significantly more suited than their base.
Absolutely.
And I feel like the trade-off of him having probably the worst recovery on paper but superior air mobility is really, really smart and lets him get the cheesy KOs. And that feels fun. That feels fine. I feel like Chrom has a Smash identity beyond his moveset that fits his character, whereas
That's just the thing.
Only has
I don't. Chrom's identity is, again, training wheels Roy with broken wrist and weird wind blade where there should be fire.
Identity as beginner Marth and occasionally better Marth. And I'm okay with it, but also it doesn't fit her. And Roy just, oh, baby. I don't feel bad for you because I don't care about you. But at the same time, nothing about you works in service of your character. And like, I feel like...
What character?
Like empty about him in the same way I do Ness, but I like Roy's base better.
I can see that. Lucina, I'm still gonna just really double down on. I don't like her because unlike Roy and Marth, she actually has a personality. I do like her. I feel like she's right behind Ike, and if she had her own thing in Smash Brothers, she would have easily surpassed him.
Yeah.
But the fact that she's trapped with Marth.
I think that it's less that Chrom should be his own character, and I think that maybe in the future they should look to, instead of making Echo Fires based on one character, you pull aspects from characters that are similar to one another. Because they threw Ike's Aether on Chrom, one for one, and it doesn't really fit or work. Ike doesn't use Aether like that. I think that a character should be used as a base, but if there are other characters that have moves that can work on said base without having to be tweaked around too much, just give them the moves. Like, Chrom should have had Shield Breaker instead of Flare Blade. And the Rolling Slash for his side special. And a better form of Aether. And what if his Final Smash teamed up with Robin? Like, that would have been a great parallel to the fact that Robin can call in Chrom to beat up Chrom. Call in Robin to beat up Robin. That would have been hilarious.
I don't know.
No, it's fine. I don't have enough strong to say about Lucina to keep her out of the dumpster other than, yeah, but I like her though. And like, I like the idea of having easy Marth. Because in a way, that's the whole idea of Awakening. It's a more accessible version of Fire Emblem.
That's a fair point.
I don't think that's the thought that went into her design, but I think
No,
unintentionally.
Yeah, but I'd love it if Lucina had the more aggressive moveset of Roy and Chrom.
Oh, totally.
That'd be great.
No, I totally agree.
Let's settle
I feel they could have improvised and just put in some unique stuff.
on a placement for Roy first, just to...
Okay.
Where do you have him again? You said mixed?
I have him in mixed because, like, do I think he could be improved? Yes. Do I think his base is solid enough? Yes. Do I think that any change that you gave him would complement his character? What character?
That's the point! Who cares? It doesn't matter. This character is literally just Smash. Focus on what he is in Smash.
Yeah, it is a weird case of like I put him in F thinking like, oh, this doesn't fit his character, but like again, it's weird. Is it bad if they having a better personality goes against their character? Is that a mark against them, or does that make him better?
I don't know, because like I look at a character like Donkey Kong where I feel similarly where what's here is fun but doesn't fit the character, and I go, well, yeah, but DK has something to show off. Roy, if you take that away, what? What's he got left?
He's kind of a Captain Falcon situation, except Captain Falcon... Roy is contradicting something, whereas Captain Falcon's just building on something that nothing...
No, actually, I'm sorry, but Captain Falcon's personality in Smash is a deep contradiction to what he is in actual F-Zero, but people just don't care because he's way cooler in Smash.
Nothing was done with.
Right. Like, Captain Falcon's building on the idea of his concept and his identity, and it adds to him and it adds to his mythos. While Roy is here...
Except it actually kind of doesn't. It's kind of just separated from it. Because while Falcon Punch would be, become canon through the F-Zero anime, it's still very much a case where Falcon in F-Zero is nothing personality-wise like he is in Smash. And I don't think there's going to be a single person on the face of the earth that looks at that and it's like, yeah, you know what? I want more grounded Falcon. No, people love over-the-top Falcon because his playstyle is just as over-the-top.
And then in every other appearance, he's something else.
It's fine to make up personalities if the canon version is mid. No, it's fine to make up personalities if the character literally has no exposure in like 80% of the world.
Entirely. Like, it's misrepresentation, but the misrepresentation is so much better.
That's true. What do you do when the cover song is better than the original? Yeah, I could get down to C tier. On the caveat that I would want a remade Binding Blade that actually goes hard on this version of Roy. Like, if they actually do something with this, yes, please. This is...
There's a good chance that might actually happen. I could easily see them remaking Binding Blade and making Roy this, this brash young hero who just, while inexperienced, he's, confident and he has way more of a character and it lines up way more with Smash. Because that's what they did with Marth. What did they do with Marth when they brought him to the West and they made a remake of his game in the West? Oh, they just made him they made him animate and act more like he does in Smash. Smash dictated where that character was going to go, and then came full circle all the way back to Smash. If they did that for Roy, it would probably be the exact same thing.
a better character straight up.
I could do that. I would also be willing to put him under Luigi, directly under Luigi.
I want to do that, because yeah.
Yeah. Because, like, the Luigi zone is like,
And I honestly think Roy's the only character you can make this argument for. Because, again, he's the only one that's in this unique situation. And I think that you need to look outside of the character because, again, what character? The game didn't sell very well. It's a Japanese exclusive title. Roy's influence in video games is mostly dictated by his appearance in Melee and would be in Smash 4 and in Ultimate, where he's a really good character. Like, this is where he has been able to thrive. So to which I must ask again, what character?
And there are a lot of parallels between the two of them, actually, because Smash has done so much for them, but Luigi's benefited from that, whereas Roy hasn't had a chance to?
Exactly.
well, he's very popular in Heroes because of it.
Yeah, but that's not because of his games. That's not because of Fire Emblem.
You're correct.
Why is it
Yeah,
Smash
it's because of
hero?
Smash.
You are correct.
All right. Let's do Chrom next, just because Roy. I respect the B pick, but I still feel like the fact that he's actually kind of unfinished does hurt him a little more.
Yeah.
But I don't think that affects him at a core level. Like, I do think...
It does, because his playstyle is ultimately hurt by the fact that he's attached to Roy.
I do think he's unfinished. I do think there's ugliness to him, but I feel like if you like Chrom, then that's not going to affect you. Like, at a
I like Chrom, and I think that Chrom could be better.
pure gameplay level, he's good. At service to his character, admittedly what little there is, I don't think very highly of Chrom. It's still good,
All right. I do also feel like he could kind of benefit from a few more. Like if he had like Ike's jab, just a few more of those up and close, more like brawlery moves. I feel like there's a little too much. Well, no, that's fine. I could agree to low B.
Yeah.
Where specifically?
I wouldn't put him
I sincerely hope that in the comments episode that Roy goes up like a tier or 3.
above Peach. Definitely not.
I wouldn't either. I kind of just want to put him at the bottom of B.
Yeah, I'm looking at Wii Fit, and I'm debating whether up or down, because I feel if we're going for jankery, those are two good examples.
Yeah, but I feel like the jankiness fits Wii Fit a little bit more, whereas Crom's is more. Yeah, you gotta put like another week's worth of work into him, and then he'll be solid.
Yeah, I can do
I think you're thinking more like a month or month and a half at most.
that with the caveat that I feel like Crom has a more complete moveset than Wii Fit.
Yeah, I can get with that. And lastly, Lucina. I definitely still want to put Lucina near the bottom. Because of all the characters, like, hers is the one that it hurts the most, because not only does she not fit, unlike Roy, she actually has a personality that could be showcased here, and it just isn't.
I can see that, and I definitely feel that. I don't think it hurts her like characters like Diddy and Sonic, because like Lucina you can still become a fan of, whereas Diddy has become the Scrappy Doo of the Donkey Kong universe based on his appearance, and that hurts a lot. And Sonic is, his move
One could argue he was always that.
set doesn't work, but he's still Sonic. Lucina is her moveset functions, but it doesn't work, and she's there.
I find this very interesting that this is being said right here, because there is a character later on where this point should be brought up, and it's basically overlooked. And I think it's way more detrimental to that character than it is to these. So I'll definitely have a few choice words to say about that when the time comes.
I have a feeling either the top of E above Lucario, or like at the very bottom of D.
No, because I think above Lucario, because from what you're saying is, no, she needs to be overhauled. Like, she needs a different moveset, and that different moveset already exists.
Yes.
So just make it happen, basically.
Yeah, just trade Roy and Lucina places, and they'll both jump up to at least high C tier for me.
Yeah.
It's that easy.
Yeah.
Okay. So, this isn't the character.
Oh, is it finally time to
that
talk
follows
about the
this
elephant
joke.
in the
I had an
room?
idea
Or
before we were
the
recording
toilet
this,
dragon in the room?
Because, like, when we finish these episodes, we want to feel good about that, right?
Right.
We want to feel like a sense of, like, accomplishment, like, yeah, we got everything. We wouldn't want to go back to just something bad right at the end, right?
Okay, where are you going?
I feel like in this moment, when I'm already just kind of annoyed about Fire Emblem,
He approaches.
there is no time that I would rather bite the bullets and talk about Corrin.
Okay, here's the thing. I already said my two-piece about Corrin back in the very first video. It basically boiled down to, I'm a huge fan of Darkstalkers. My favorite franchise of all time. It's the series that got me interested in fighting game design, fighting games as a whole, character design as a whole. I attribute a lot of my current interests to that one game, and Vampire Savior specifically being my favorite game of all time. A lot of what I thought Corrin was going to be in Smash was that I thought he was going to be a Darkstalkers character, because I was expecting there to be a lot of body morphing and a lot of stuff along those lines that would do a lot to separate him not only from Marth, but the rest of the Fire Emblem cast as a whole. And those characters are usually like extremely well animated, and that's what I was expecting when going into Corrin. And Corrin, I put him probably in B, just because for what he is unique, but he still just feels like one of the weirdest inclusions, especially at the time when he was included. He is the Roy of Smash 4, which is funny because Roy was in Smash 4 before Corrin was put into the game. We are going to promote this game And oh wait, it turns out that they bastardized the translation. A lot of stuff got lost, and these games aren't that great, and people don't like them very much. Oh no. You know, this has happened twice now. I think they really need to stop doing this. Other than, you know, we didn't get the first one. There was a lot of interesting potential with Corrin, specifically from a gameplay perspective. I don't care about his personality or his character. It's literally more non-existent than Roy, and I don't even know what Roy's is. There is so little to this character, and he feels so awkward and so weird that I couldn't put him higher than B. And I put him in B because there are glimpses of what I was looking for as a Darkstalkers-like character in Smash. There are cool aspects like his standard special, where, you know, he shoots a projectile, but his hand also morphs into a giant mouth that bites you. That's really cool. I like the pin. It got way worse in Ultimate, but I really liked how that was performed. I like that he has moves where he just, like, summons wings for his back air and stuff along those lines. Like, stuff like that is really cool, and I wish there were more aspects of that in his moveset, but in between slight glimpses of cool dragon-like fighter, we got slow, awkward Marth again. At this point, I'm just thinking to myself, can you just put Tiki in instead? It's just a full-blown dragon fighter. I think I like her more than whatever the hell Corrin is trying to be.
We doing this? Okay, let's do it.
Doing this.
We're doing it live, folks. Make
Oh,
it
boy.
even bigger.
And
we still have four after.
we
but
talked
you know
about this
what?
character for
We're
a
in
while.
here. Let's go.
I've already run out of things to say.
Yeah, so let's talk about Corrin. I have so many problems with this character that don't even involve their Smash Brothers movesets. Corrin is one of the only characters in media history that I can look at them and go, wow, your game would be so much better if you just were not in it. The whole choice thing that surrounds Corrin is completely botched by their existence. Like, oh, you want to choose between these two warring sides? That presents a great idea for this game to be built around, but it's only like 5 missions that you make that choice and you don't get to choose around either character. This is going to get very rambly. I should probably just say that straight up. It might not make a lot of sense a lot of these times, but I have so much pent-up aggression towards this character.
Oh, no, dude. Go for it. By all means. No, I am indulging in this right now.
I dislike everything about this character. Literally everything. I hate their visual design, their ballerina-esque armor, the fact
I like their colors.
that they're barefoot because of that. I hate the emaciated dragon. Why the fuck does it walk on its knuckles? That looks so awkward.
I don't know. I only noticed that now when you mentioned it. It's supposed to look like heels, I guess. I don't have a lot of things to say about the toilet dragon.
It's like this weird deer thing.
Other than, you know, as you can see, he flushes you down the toilet.
I like the deer design, but the knuckles just weird me out.
Oh, no.
I don't like their voice. That might be a case of voice direction, I will admit, but
Look, it's the closest thing I'm gonna get to Liquid Snake. Fighting Solid Snake in Smash. Just let me have that at least.
male Corrin in particular just... Ugh. I don't like him at all. I hate the absurdity of Dragon Fang. Behold my awesome dragon powers of morphing my limbs into stalagmites for some...
I love that though. There's so much expression in that, and that's kind of the only thing about him that I actually like as a character. I like that there's just He just randomly turns his hand into jaws and into giant knives and into all these other weird shit. I like that. That's the aspect about Corrin that I wanted them to focus on. Because it would have been so expressive and unique from anything that's in Smash right now. Like, that is what the character should have been more of, in my opinion.
Bizarre reason. This is what I'm getting up to. Their entire design is so over the top extra for no reason. It feels like an 11-year-old designed this character and it's just like, no, there's...
I think I'm also kind of pissed that they have a chainsaw sword, but they have no, like, rapid hitting moves with it. Moves from that sword should rapid hit.
Sword's not good enough. They should have a chainsaw sword. And they should be like, super prim and proper. That's not enough. Marth isn't enough. They have to, like, dance with their moves. Okay. I'm feeling a little better. No, I'm not quite done. I'm not quite done. I stopped playing Smash Wii U shortly before they made it in and never went back. Corrin was the reason for that. I have an amiibo of every Smash Brothers character apart from Corrin. When I got the chance to unlock them in Ultimate, I ran straight off the stage.
Yeah, the charge-up animation for Forward Smash doesn't count. Come on.
They were the last character I unlocked because I just wanted to be complete, and I did hatred for them to outgrew that. Okay, is that better? Is that better?
Huh. I don't know. You could talk about like incest or something.
Oh my god, the incest. Why is that a thing? I burned that from my memory. But just, it's the disturbing amount of just, you can marry the people from your biological family or the family that raised you. Both of these are fine. Except, oh wait, they're not their biological family, but this person isn't. That's also okay. Haha, this is fine. This is good storytelling. The characterization of the character, I'm now starting to get into things that are actual problems and not just personal just gripes about like what I prefer. Like, no, this is starting into like things that like I think are actually like straight up objectively bad. The writing behind this character is just so bad. There's so many inconsistencies.
I'm gonna let him get it out of his system.
In the
I have nothing to say about any of this. I'm just letting him talk.
writing of Fire Emblem, and it's all based around all the characters just absolutely adoring Corrin for some reason.
Yeah, have you ever seen a harem anime?
That's just what it is. And Corrin does not have the charisma to carry that. They are childish.
I would have liked Camilla. Big boob axe woman could have been a fun character.
They're immature. They're so annoying and make so many stupid decisions.
Would have been an axe user.
Oh, is this your first dating sim, bro?
She's like the only character from those games that people remember and like.
I mean, I feel like Awakening kind of was, but like Awakening
Aside from the blue-haired girl.
was much better
Yeah,
Zura, I think was what her name was.
you're
in
right.
that regard. I felt so much apathy for the narrative of that game and the other characters because I was forced to interact with them for this insufferable putz. And I'm all
Well, boss man, that's probably because it was rushed. A lot of the voice direction around that time felt rushed. I think the only, Ryu and Cloud, in my opinion, had good voice direction. But I don't know how I feel about Bayonetta's. Hers felt kind of weird, too.
honestly grateful for that because Fates' writing isn't that good in general, but like it would have benefited so much more if like either Azura or the siblings were the main focus. Still would have been bad, but would have been better. But even how do I put this? I feel like Fates could have
I think people like Camilla for the right reasons, and there's two big ones.
been a good game. Like there's problems with like the writing and stuff, but there's some really cool ideas in that game. There's the I love the faction wars between just having like the Japanese inspired units and the medieval Europe side units. I wish Three Houses had gone with that and ran with it. That's the best thing that game did. The music is fantastic. There's some great level designs, along with some of the worst in the series, but there's some great level designs. But it's so
It's also very hard for me to be super angry at Corrin when I remember what Etika's response was to this character getting into Smash. and how happy he was. And I don't want to make myself sad or make anybody else sad, but I just... That, when it comes to remembering the time, around the time when this was, brand new in the minds of people that wanted to play it or were going to be playing it in a couple of months when it was announced in December of 2015. I remember that. That was like the biggest thing around it. He called her Kamui because that was her Japanese name, because the games were out in Japan at the time, but they weren't out in the US. And, yeah.
Hard to enjoy those things. And it's because you have to play it through Corin's eyes.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds really bad. How you doing? How
I'm
you
okay.
feeling? You feeling good now?
No, I haven't even gotten to my biggest problem with the character.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm building.
It's okay, champ. It's okay. Let me just rub your shoulders behind, you down in between rounds.
Thank you.
Shout, let it all out.
Just give you a little water, spritz it a little bit. Staple your bleeding eye.
There were so many better choices for Smash Brothers. I don't think this is like a mark against their design, but like if you wanted a modern character, just advertise a new game. Elma was right there. Xenoblade Chronicles X really needed the love. It's actually a really good game. The story is just kind of forgettable. But no, you just can't get over. I'm fine with characters marketing in general. Like I love that Smash Brothers has this power to like boost series up. But they just won't stop masturbating over Fire Emblem for that. Give other series a boost. That's why I'm one of those people that will say that there are too many Fire Emblem characters. That's why. I would take more Fire Emblem characters if it was actually characters that, like, were requested, that the Fire Emblem fanbase actually wanted. The fact that they're these, just like, oh, let's get the most recent character in to kind of just pump up this new game, which it is what it is. Like, don't try to argue otherwise. I respect that decision, but it's a useless marketing decision, because Fire Emblem's already doing well. You don't need to do this anymore.
I mean, they do that with Pokemon, but at least, it just adds more staying power to the Pokemon when they're added into Smash.
You just...
But what if we did it more?
There are Pokemon they could easily add at any point between like now and 20 years from now, and people would still be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Though, I mean, come on. How much help does
could
Golden
save
Sun really
Advance
need?
Wars. A lot. That game needs a lot to come back.
Yeah,
And Smash Brothers could do it.
Well, it hasn't happened for you yet, but I hope you like what you've been given.
That's...
Well, I mean, it would help if Golden Sun had a good game to start with, but...
Oh, why? Yeah, fine. I haven't played enough of Golden Sun to argue with you, but I know the comments are going to be livid over that.
Oh, yes. Oh. Well, hey.
Okay.
I've been playing the first one. It's okay.
Be angry. I get to be bitter.
Do you have anything to... I haven't even talked about Smash Brothers yet.
Oh, no. Fire Emblem Fate's bad poopy game. I get upset every time I draw a Corrin in Heroes, because I have like 8 of them now, and they're all different. I like the one where he's possessed by his devil thing and wants to stay away from everyone.
I like how these AI keep killing themselves on the bottom of the stage.
Good. That represents how I feel about you. Yeah, as a character, Corrin kind of poop. And I agree with you, and it leans way too hard.
I think Meowscarada would have a way more fun playstyle than Tinkaton. Though if they were smart, they would just put in both, because they'd both make them a lot of money, and a lot of people love these Pokemon.
Into the whole fantasy isekai thing, oddly enough, with Corrin being sort of this self-insert kind of thing for your player character, for the character themselves, or the player themselves, rather. Even more so than Robin, or the Tactician, or the My Unit from FE12 were.
I totally agree.
It's weird.
I'd like both Meowscarada and Quackaball, personally.
Just straight up.
Maybe like
I don't
Iron Valiant. Crydon be cool.
Those characters are Corrin, which sucks, because I feel like I could have loved some of those characters, but not like that.
Yeah. Some of those characters.
Oh yeah, so many of them are terrible. But you know what my biggest problem with Corrin is?
That's true, Gabe.
It actually involves how they're interpreted into Smash Brothers.
Oh, really? Go ahead.
Yes, it does. Corrin as a character in Smash Brothers, showcases nothing about Fire Emblem. And I know people are going to say, like, oh, but the Manikeets. But no, Manikeets are nothing like what Corrin is.
That's why they should have just put in Tiki instead.
They don't awkwardly morph parts of their body into whatever they feel like doing.
I don't think it's awkward. I think that's the most interesting thing about their character. I mean, if he turned into Knuckle Dragon for every attack, that would be awkward.
The entire premise around those things is that they are extremely insane powerhouses, but only when they have an item to keep them equipped so they can use those as powerful attacks. And that could have been a great gimmick in Smash Brothers, just having a character that you have to try to hold on to an item to use like these insanely powerful special moves. I would have liked that. But what Corrin is exists in a vacuum in the Fire Emblem series. What makes them special, the chainsaw sword, the dragon fang stuff, that's only unique to them and their offspring. Meaning that the only thing that Corrin shows off about Fire Emblem in Smash Brothers is just Corrin. It is a wholeheartedly narcissistic design, designed to applaud the least favorite character.
Well, here's the thing. There's been a lot of talk in the past, 30 minutes about characters from Fire Emblem not representing their character. If the character represents themselves, even if it's only themselves, doesn't that inherently make them a better representation than the characters that aren't representing themselves? Because Corrin isn't Roy. Corrin's game was released worldwide. We all know what Corrin is.
In all of the series. And that annoys me so much. I love Smash Brothers for being like this celebration of gaming. It's one of my favorite series of all time for that. And to shine the spotlight on such a footnote in the Fire Emblem series, one of the strangest characters it has, it's immortalized them. It's given Corrin so many fans that will ensure that this character never goes away. I kind of feel similar to how you feel about Wario, but it's just this character's existence instead of changing one night. Fire Emblem deserves better characters in Smash. There are so many characters that deserve those fans more, and honestly, those fans deserved a better character to idolize. End rant. Everything about Corrin upsets me.
Yeah, Corrin's okay.
I like the departure that Corrin has from your typical Fire Emblem character. It's not perfect by any means, but the fact that they actually tried to do something different, even though it didn't stick the landing, it meant a lot, especially at the time where Smash 4 basically gave us what was essentially another Marth. I like a lot of what Corrin did to differentiate themselves from what the characters around them were. And there were definitely ways they could have gone further. There should have been more body dysmorphia moves, more crazy stuff, and more more multi-hit uses from the chainsaw sword. But I would never put Corrin lower than a character like Lucina or Chrom. Characters that I would argue, do not fit what they're trying to be at all. And I'm definitely not going to put him above Roy, because even though Corrin may or may not show off their personality for what little personality they have, they aren't as fun as Roy, so I'm not going to put them higher than Roy. I think that as a character at the time, Corrin was added at the wrong point. If Corrin was like one of the first DLC characters, I think Corrin would have gone over better. Or hell, had he just been a newcomer in Smash Ultimate, I feel that there would have probably been, more time and effort put into his game plan. There could have been more of those unique dragon moves. And just Yeah, I know the Corrin talk is a little tiring, and I agree. But it's just interesting to hear all this about this character when I don't think that a lot of it really, has ground to stand on. Like, I'm not going to defend Corrin as a character. At the end of the day, it's still more Fire Emblem in the place of something way more interesting. But for what it could have been, for how little Corrin could have been as a character, I'm very glad that what we got is definitely, especially at the time that Corrin came out, the most they tried with a Fire Emblem character next to Robin. And Marth.
Okay, so I just want to say some nice things because nothing that you said is invalid. Absolutely nothing that you said is invalid.
I will respect that.
Because I don't look at Corrin as a Fire Emblem character. I look at them as a concept art character. In the same way that I view Roy, that I view Greninja, that I view Incineroar. In that he is a character based on a design and the little factoids that were given. And I think that there are a lot of unique aspects about Corrin that make a fun Smash Bros. Moveset. I really love the pin. I think the pin is a great idea for a move. And I love the sun's stop to it. I love the feeling of the stop. I feel like that is a stun move that should have existed before now. And it's such a strong visual identity and it gives them this unique
Yeah, the order's weird.
Hell, Corrin's momentum in general is really unique. The way their back air pushes them forward and gives them a little extra boost and the way that their recovery pushes people away. I like the water identity and how that links into Azura and how that overall gives Corrin their own unique push because who else represents water? Squirtle and Mario? Like, this gives Corrin a unique element and a unique twist to the character. I like that their counter is different and is stupidly powerful for no reason. Like, that feels like the Tiki people. Gosh, I hope that's not appropriation.
No, they don't do enough with water.
Because it's like, oh, you go full dragon, and then you're really powerful. I like the fact that he has a weak projectile that does a stun, but he also has the big chomp, and that's the dragon element. I feel like that translates really, really well. I feel like as a dumb concept...
Also, you're forgetting Greninja in terms of water.
Character of the ideas of like a kid going up and going, what if they had this power and this power and this power? That Corrin very much works. I feel the same way, I'm gonna make a weird comparison, the same way I do about Corrin, I feel about the first season of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, where it feels like they're just making shit up as they go along and making up random powers, and it doesn't really make sense at any point, and they're just trying to make things work in an interesting way, and God, it's somewhat of a fun mess. So I think that the individual pieces stapled to Corrin are fun. Do I think they're stapled to something that matters or is positive? No. No, I don't. But I want to say from a gameplay perspective at a baseline that I think they work in unique and interesting ways that could be looked at and given to other
This just reminds me that I need to finish Stone Ocean.
characters. With that said, I also think that about Wario. And holy shit, would I never put Wario in anything but does not work.
This is true. This is true. I do want to add on to a couple of things you said there. The dancer, like, kind of just parking to Azura. Should have just been Azura as the character.
You're right.
Just to kind of
Maybe,
dump on
yeah.
a little bit more. But to say, no, actually not to say positive, to actually talk about Smash Brothers moveset itself, I also feel like it kind of fails to capture some of what it's going for what Corrin is. Because they have a lot of just over-the-top twirls and spins, like kind of like they're just trying to dance around the stage. But their actual animations and attacks don't really flow together enough to actually capture that, to get the flow of water. There's a weird.
I earnestly couldn't tell you what a Corrin's game plan is.
I couldn't either. I played.
He's an all-rounder. He's okay at everything. He has some weirdness to him, but for the most part, he's just an all-rounder.
30 minutes before this recording just to kind of get a sense to it, and it shocked me just by how stilted some of their attacks are. Which I get, like, the sharps, the stalactites thingamabobber, but like there's really not much of a flow to any of this, apart from like spamming the side B but not actually stabbing it into the ground. That kind of gets that idea around. A more egregious failure, I think, is just not having Corrin transform into a dragon more. That's what makes the character somewhat interesting in my eyes, and they barely do anything with it.
Yeah,
like, if you could actually turn into that hulking dragon and actually attack, I would still play Corrin.
You know,
just because that sounds cool.
The fact that you're saying, yeah, give them a literal dragon install is making me drool a little bit.
The thing is that I think if he was a dragon more of the time, instead of, the transformation aspects, I think I would like the character like a way, way less than I do.
And also want Soul Bad Guy in the game?
Yeah, same.
But, like, anyway.
I feel like going back to that, just, I don't disagree that Corrin, in terms of, I want to clarify right now, just before Corrin fans get mad. I'm not, like, frothing at the mouth over Corrin. They're a video game character. Come on. But just, it's a small thing that's chipped away at my sanity for so long. Just seeing that roster select stream.
Oh, no, Duke. This Corrin section has taken, like, 20-something minutes.
It's an itch that I literally cannot scratch because I can't take Corrin out of the game. And that's just annoyed me for a while. So, forgive me for getting angry. I'm not saying that you're a terrible person if you like Corrin. Just play some better written
I am indifferent to Corrin
games, but anyway.
The toilet animation is funny. That's pretty much as that's as far as my interest goes with the character. Oh, and I like the pink color for the female Corrin. That's pretty much it.
Yes.
I don't think that Corrin does not work if Corrin has to be in the game. If Corrin has to be in the game, that you've already made some poor decision. But since they're here, you know what? No, I put them. I still feel like removing myself and my biases from the equation, I still feel like completely failing in terms of what a Manakete is still really drags him down.
Oh, I agree.
Like, there was a cool idea there that just was not chased after in the slightest.
No, I think just discussing it, I was like, oh, they have all these neat moves. And I go, yeah, but do they come together to do much? And I think, oh, no, not really. But they'd be neat if, like, you built around a couple of them.
Yeah, which is so dumb for, like, this dancer-like character.
It's a hodgepodge of cool ideas that don't really work.
And as such, also because I'm not putting Corrin above Robin, I want to put Corrin directly below Robin. Because I don't...
Oh, damn, that's generous.
Because
I do think Robin's the better designed character.
In the game, I don't want to... I want to make this, like, as objective of a placement as it can be. Which I'm honestly not really capable of doing. I haven't played Fates in years, and I have no intention of researching.
Well, don't worry. It's not like I was ever going to let you put him above Donkey Kong, no matter how.
Oh, I would never in a million years.
Yeah, okay.
But, like, putting Corrin in Overhaul... Actually, let's just drag him beneath Toon Link, just so he's at the bottom. There we go.
Yeah, no, that's
putting
fine. Putting
Corrin in
Link.
Overhaul is... I do not want that much work to be put into Corrin. They don't deserve that much work. They don't get to have an overhaul. If they have to be here, they're at the bottom of could be improved in many regards. That is the only place they could be.
Like, admittedly, I feel like the moveset works to some extent. Like, it doesn't have a gel to it. If you remove the Corrin character entirely, there's cool stuff here, but it still doesn't work as a moveset in full. It just needs something to put it all together. It needs some unifying idea to his air momentum, to pushing away opponents, to the unique mix of pinning an opponent down.
Yeah, just I can't believe I'm doing this, but just to brainstorm how Corrin could be better, just having some sort of like water dancing mechanic to harken back to Azura, where if they chain moves together, it removes the end lag of them, or something like that, to really just create a flow with the character, to really let them dance across the battlefield.
Nah, give that to Quackleval instead.
Because there are cool things here. Just like being able to trap somebody with a chainsaw sword when you get it after the shield. I like that idea. That's a neat idea. I wish it was on literally anything else, but it's a neat idea.
Yeah.
The pin, I agree with you on wholeheartedly. The pin is a cool move. Just to go back to Golden Sun, let's like make Isaac create stalactites of earth through his hands. I'd do that in a heartbeat.
Oh,
I'd trade that out in a
fun.
heartbeat.
Oh, yeah. Yo, Daisy could do that.
Daisy could do that with the crystals. There we go. Trade Corrin for Daisy. I do like the chomp, I'll admit. I don't know. I like the idea of an amorphous character that can do weird things like that, but Corrin's just a dumb character. I'd want that on Dark Matter. Just have it transform into literally anything.
Oh, I
just stand forward with spikes, change into a giant mouth. There's a character in Guilty Gear that uses their shadow, and that
Yep.
shadow just morphs into anything.
Yep,
Back to Dark Matter.
was that Zata 1, I think?
I have no idea.
While I don't really care very much for Strive as a video game, Zata, the last minute and a half of Zata 1's theme from Strive, if you know, you know.
Can you agree with me for Corrin at the bottom of D tier?
Yes,
With the caveat that he's not an overhaul, just because that would require too much work to be put into this garbage character.
Okay, honey, if you want it, you can have it.
Okay, so...
No, I should stop talking shit about fucking Strive, because there are aspects of the game I genuinely like. It's more I just freaking hate ArcSys as a company.
Spinning in the bottom right corner
I love Potemkin.
of the tier list.
Yes, damn, that's so many free comments you just lost.
I know, but like I don't want to get to like the end of Kazuya or whatever the sixth character is and be like, okay, let's end on a low note. Like this, there's room to build back up from here.
Oh, but I could have gone like drinks. It would have been fun.
Well.
Oh, we're finally moving on from Corrin.
Sorry, you want to talk about
tell me
Young
about-
Link?
Yeah, tell me
Young
about
Link!
I've been...
Holy hell, I've been stuck in Corrin jail for so long, I don't remember what thoughts I had formulated for Young Link. Young Link's the most fun Link in Smash Ultimate. He feels like his tools feel the most cohesive, and that, you know, arrows and boomerang clearly have, you know, differing factors in his play style and different levels of importance at different times, unlike, you know, current Link does. He has the hook shot. That's a plus. That's good. He gets a Z air and he gets a tether recovery option. That's nice. His momentum feels really good. He feels a lot better to play here than he did in Melee. Wait, what do you hate, ArcSys? I hate a lot of their... I've hated a lot of their decisions with stuff for the last few years. And I can definitely understand why the creator of BlazBlue left. Yeah, I know, I love Susanoo, but the guy who made BlazBlue's not in ArcSys anymore. And we're never getting another BlazBlue game. And yeah. No, I'm not going to make myself depressed. I'm talking about Young Link. I know what everybody's going to say. Why isn't he based on Majora's Mask? To which I say, I don't fucking know. But for what he is, I'm happy with Young Link as a character in Smash. He's fine. He's like a B. I think I would put all the Links in B, to be honest with you. They're all just B. They're okay, they're good. They all have aspects that could be greatly improved and things that could be added to them that would make them way more interesting characters. And I think you'd have to add a lot more to Young Link than you would to regular Link, because regular Link, you just have to revert him back to Smash 4 Link. And that would do wonders for me. Yeah, he could be better, but he's fine. I think he's good. I'm glad he's here. He's a way better character than Toon Link. And Young Link being back just made me realize how much I missed him. Because Toon Link has never felt nearly as good to play as Young Link.
Shouting for a while.
So, Young Link is so weird to me because, you know, from a business perspective, there is something so obvious to do about Young Link, and it is make him the Majora's Mask rep. Like, that is the most clear path you can possibly take for this character. It's his most emblematic game. It's a very obvious thing to do for flavor. It's a very popular, very important game that's already represented in Smash through a stage. It shows the height of his character through the fierce deity mask. Like, that's the obvious thing to do with Young Link. And you can do other things. You can make him a representation of 2D top-down Zelda as well. And that's also a good idea. I think that I would like Majora more just because I'm a big Majora stan, but like if you're going to represent the Oracle games, Link to the Past, Link's Awakening through that, yeah.
No, make that a completely different Link. I don't want that attached to Young Link. That should just be a different Link altogether.
You can absolutely do that. And all of these ideas would be a better design for Young Link. With that said, Young Link is not any of that. He is a character that represents Super Smash Bros. Melee. He is Melee in a modern age.
That's a weird take, but okay, where's this going?
Is Link's old design, but faster, but with weird projectile combos that are actually really fun to pull off, with a lot of fun rushdown at just the right moments.
I don't think that Young Link could use his projectiles like that in Melee. I'm almost certain that he couldn't, to be honest with you.
With something of an oppressive projectile game at its best. He is a lot of the identity of Melee, and he does that really well. Because Young Link is so weird for me because he's a character that does not exist without Everyone Is Here. And beyond any other character, beyond Doc, beyond Pichu, beyond Falco, he is Melee. And he feels like that, and it's a really satisfying design because where Link has gone on to be more cerebral and more powerful, Young Link fits that more rushdown
I mean, classic Link is young, but I think he's older than 10 years old.
Style in spite of his wall of projectiles. And I kind of really like that. And it's juxtaposed against, but there's clearly a better way. And there's a clear better answer. And he doesn't hit his flavor very well. But as a representation of Melee, I like him.
That's interesting. I never even considered just the side of like, oh yeah, he's just a Melee character. But wow. Yeah. I feel like Young Link would annoy me a lot more if regular Link hadn't gone in the Breath of the Wild direction.
Yes.
But like, he does.
Well, I don't know. It depends. Because we don't have that perspective of seeing how the Smash 4 tools could have translated to the pace of Ultimate.
Definitely doesn't irk me as much as Toon Link does, because Toon Link, that potential hits a lot harder that it's not there because just cartoon hijinks. He's perfect for that.
That and Toon Link has been like simmering for 10 years, whereas Young Link is just, oh yeah, we brought him back because we had to.
Yeah, Toon Link replaced Young Link. That was kind of the point.
Yeah,
and he was never as fun.
Young Link is weird, because like, I agree I would like the mask transformations. I recognize that that's making 3 entire characters, but like if Pokemon can do it, Zelda really needs the variety.
I mean, they could have been used for specific attacks.
It'd be great to like,
you know, kind of like a Corrin situation where, you know, some moves are swords, some moves are masks.
get a Goron, a Zora, a Deku into them.
It would need to be smooth, though. I don't think I'd want to transform in between every single attack. You know, have to, you know, manually transform.
Just to flesh out that roster at least a little bit. If you can't like get a champion or something, Young Link would be the best way to do that. But
I don't mind Toon Link, but I've always liked Young Link more. And his design here in Ultimate definitely cemented that I think I will always like Young Link more, and it'll be very sad when he's not here anymore because he is way more fun to play than Toon Link is.
At the same time, I don't really have an ire for him, even without considering like the melee comparison. Like he's classic Link. I like fire arrows. I really do. I like that he's more hyper. I love his rapid jab.
Yep.
Long Run Milk is still one of the best taunts in the game.
Yep, I'm sad that they shortened it, but like
I am as well.
Yeah, it's still so good.
I don't know. The missed potential is there. I still feel that, but it's not as strong for young Link.
I feel like it's gaping missed potential, but also his design completely ignores that and gives it something else. Like it's similar to Bowser, I feel.
I can see that, yeah.
Yeah, the difference being that Bowser has to exist outside of being a Smash Brothers character, whereas Young Link is explicitly just, no, this is just him in Smash Brothers. Like, this is a reference to another Smash Brothers game as a character.
Do you think that's an intentional design, or is that just kind of
that was
happy accident?
It's so hard for me, because that was my first thought playing Young Link in Ultimate, is like, oh, he feels like a melee character. This is great. And like, he doesn't...
I think you're not alone on that, boss man. I think a lot of people that played Toon Link swapped to Young Link when he came out for Ultimate.
Feel like him in Melee, but he feels like the spirit of Melee, so to speak.
Because like, I do agree with that, but I don't know if...
Then let him wave dash.
I feel...
Let him be the only character in the game that can wave dash.
feel like Sakurai would have
I would main him.
talked about
For that aspect alone, I would main him.
that, if that was the intention.
While I can see that, that also involves talking about Young Link.
True,
When
true.
he had, what, 75 characters in base roster?
He had a little thing. In
69,
and everyone
nice.
is here, part of that direct. He's like, oh hey, Young Link's back. All three Links are back. He just said like this one is closer to like how we played in Melee. Just,
Oh, yeah, I guess.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that I don't think that was the intention. It's just because he's smaller and therefore faster.
It is, but he's so much more kinetic, and his fall speed also matches that.
That could just be to differentiate him from Toon Link. Though.
You are correct.
I don't. I don't dislike. I don't dislike the character. I have him in mixed right now, just to.
I have him at the very bottom
him.
of pretty solid, because I
see that.
I agree, but also I can't bring myself to really dislike his design. There's nothing about it I dislike. There's missed potential, and I feel like what he is as a throwback to a previous character works well. And it's Toon Link's fault for not expanding, that we have like a discontent. Is there a better version of Young Link? Yeah. Is this version of Young Link necessarily bad? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I just.
The only thing that takes me out of it is that he doesn't have Fierce Deities as Final Smash.
Yeah, that's a missed opportunity. Even you could have kept the Triforce Slash and just transformed into Fierce Deity.
Yeah, it's the most obvious slam dunk in the world, and it's not there.
Like, there are other characters that miss potential in B. Like, Sheik's there, Bowser's there, Cloud's there. I just...
How do you feel about him compared to, let's say, Rosalina and Yoshi?
Rosalina... I definitely like him more than Yoshi.
Okay.
I feel... that Link... Young Link doesn't have to meet that potential, is what is just saving him for me. Because, like, yeah, he could be better, and yeah, it's annoying that half the Zelda roster is Link, and I'd really like it if they just tried to spread things out a little bit more, at least get different items in, but it's fine.
Yeah, it's weird for me because, like, if you're not doing everyone is here and you're representing Majora's Mask, then Skull Kid is here instead.
Absolutely. That's a no-brainer.
Like, the potential version of Young Link with the masks does not exist because Skull Kid is here instead.
That's true, yeah. I'm just sad that Skull Kid isn't in the game. That was one of my most...
I don't think I would...
Oh, yeah, no, I would love...
I mean, why would Skull Kid use those masks? Maybe the boss masks, but like the Goron, the Zora, the Deku. I don't see Skull Kid using those masks.
He's in Beyond Melee now.
And those are the masks that matter to a lot of people.
That's something.
Yeah, that is something. I wish Groose were here. I love Groose.
It's funny. I feel like the Zelda roster is one of the worst represented in the game, just across every franchise.
Oh, it absolutely is. But then you go, like, it has one of the most robust item selections in all the game.
Yeah, it's got good stages as well.
Some of the best
like,
stages, yeah.
If you ask literally anybody, they'd want the characters.
Yeah. Yeah, you are correct. But no, we got the Triforce, though.
Yeah, but...
That's all you need.
No, you don't.
Oh,
There's
okay.
so many good characters in Zelda.
Oh, when you put it like that.
It's like saying that, oh, Mario only needs Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Bowser. We don't need Rosalina. We don't need Bowser Jr. They broke that seal. Just break the Zelda seal too, please. I can agree with the bottom of B. That the Skull Kid comparison... Because, like, if that much work was going into, like, 3 Zelda movesets, make 3 different Zelda characters, please.
Yeah.
Give me Skull Kid, give me Midna, and what's another popular one?
Midna. I love Midna. Because guess what? You could get away with Midna because she's attached to another Link. And you know, the whole argument is, oh, we don't go outside the main 3. We can't get it. You can't get in unless you're a Link, a Zelda, or a Ganondorf. Well, guess what? The dog is a Link, and he counts, so the character attached to him, can be put in the game too. Perfect. And you wanna know what? Twilight Princess is currently the Zelda game that feels like it's missing from the Smash roster right now. So that's how you alleviate that problem. The character is important enough because it's still Link, and it's the most popular side character in the entire series. You knock out 2 birds with 1 stone, boom, perfect character, please put him in the game.
Be say Groose. Though Girahim
Groose.
and Ravio are probably there too.
Yeah. Make a proper Ganondorf.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, what in it? Speaking of...
Oh
what a
god, I
segue.
gotta talk about you now. Oh no. Oh, fuck. Do you want me to just be as blunt as possible? Because I can give you a sentence that describes everything about how I feel about Ganondorf. Ganondorf is the worst designed character in the entirety of the Smash Bros. Series, and it's not even remotely close. Like, if there is no contest, there is no nothing. Forget everything you knew about Olimar. Ganondorf is the worst character in the entire Smash series. And it's not even close. You can hate Olimar all you want. And trust me, I've played Ganondorf a ton. Out of every character in Smash, he is easily in my top 5 most played characters throughout the entirety of the Smash series. But he is garbage. On every regard. And the reason he's garbage in every regard is because it's not Ganondorf. There is nothing about Ganondorf in Smash that feels like Ganondorf as a character. Even the sword, when he finally gets to use a sword, what the fuck do they give him? The sword from a tech demo that he never used in the actual Legend of Zelda games. And here's the worst part about all of this that pisses me off the most. As I said, I love Ganondorf as a character in Smash. He is fun. Playing as this character in Smash is fun. You never feel like you're picking a handicap when you're playing this character. You just want to hit things really hard, and you know what? That's fine. But you know what? Bad characters can be fun. Badly designed characters can be very fun. And the reason he's very fun is because he's literally attached to the second best designed character in the entire series. That's why he's fun to play. Because even though he will never reach that level that Falcon has, the remnants of his moveset here in Smash are still fun. But here's the thing. I am currently playing through Tears of the Kingdom. And while I haven't gotten far enough to fight Ganondorf yet, there is so much to Ganondorf as a character alone in Tears of the Kingdom that could make the perfect Smash Ganondorf. I'm not going to spoil anything. I'm going to spoil as little as possible. But essentially, Ganondorf is a master of magic, and he is a master of combat. Ganondorf in Tears of the Kingdom does not just use a sword. He uses bows. He uses spears. He uses a ton of stuff. But his main weapon is a katana. And he has all these unique gloom powers that would make for such interesting Smash movesets and like mechanics. You could take, only from Tears, you could make a Ganondorf that feels incredible to play as. And I know, what about the Trident? Fuck the Trident. That's Ganon. Ganondorf uses a sword. They designed him in Tears of the Kingdom to literally look like a Ronin. He's always been known, outside of magic, to use a sword. But the problem in Smash is that his two biggest aspects, the weapons and the magic, are next to non-existent. He does Big Punch. Oh, he has a command grab that kind of looks like something he does in Twilight Princess. He has Dark Falcon Dive and Dark Falcon Kick. He uses sword for smash attacks, but said sword is not used in a manner that's like how he fights in actual games where he's way more of a refined swordsman. Everything about Ganondorf feels weird and off, and nothing about him matches anything that Ganondorf should be, and it is completely and totally obnoxious. Like, there are characters that it's kind of annoying that they haven't been fixed yet, or that they haven't been fixed as much as they could. The fact that Ganondorf is where he is right now is completely and totally obnoxious. Like, would you make a moveset for Tears of the Kingdom Ganondorf in the future? Yes. As soon as somebody can port a model to Source Filmmaker, I'll get right on it. But just nothing about Ganondorf is Ganondorf. He is propped up on the shoulders of a way better character who, while Ganondorf is fun, his base and inspiration is arguably 8 times more fun than he is. He's got the power? No, he doesn't. He doesn't hit nearly as hard as people that aren't even in his weight class. Roy hits like twice as hard as Ganondorf does. And way more than Ganondorf does. Ganondorf doesn't even hit as hard as Kazuya. And Kazuya is in his weight class. Nothing on Ganondorf hits as hard as his forward smash. Doria is nothing compared to Kazuya's super armored forward smash that covers more range and does more damage. Charizard and Wario feel heavier than Ganondorf. Charizard feels heavier than Ganondorf because Ganondorf used to be lighter than Charizard. In Smash 4, he was lighter than Charizard. They upped his weight in Ultimate. There are so many ways you can take Ganondorf. So many ways. And none of them are utilized in Smash. Nothing about Ganondorf in Smash is Ganondorf. He does big damage sometimes, but at his core, he's just a slower, shittier Captain Falcon. That's all he's ever been, and I sincerely hope that that's not what he'll always be. Whether you want to make him magic focused or weapon focused, or you could blend them together and have him use like magic to create like weapons out of magic, like swords and tridents, and blend in like stuff like the Dead Man's Volley and a float and, some sort of reflector because, he's known for reflecting with his cape. There's so many ways that Ganon can be taken. And the fact that none of it is being used, there are pages upon pages upon pages of shit that this guy can do, and the stuff that that's capable with a fighting moveset for this character. And the fact that he is not using any of it makes him unarguably the worst character design in the entire series. Mainly Ganondorf had an excuse. He was rushed. He was put in very, very late into development, and next to nothing was... The only thing they basically said was he has the same body shape as Falcon, we're going to use him for Falcon. But by Brawl, by the time he got the design in a game where his final boss fight is a fucking sword battle, they should have changed him. There are a lot of instances where you can say that a character does not feel like a character in Smash. But there is no instance where that is way more true. Or more true. Bad English. There's never an instance where that is more apparent than with Ganondorf. Bottom of the bottom. The lowest of the low. His tier placement matches his actual tier placement in Smash Ultimate. The worst. the absolute worst. And while there are other characters in the bottom 5, none of them come close to how bad Ganondorf is. Sonic is a fucking magnum opus compared to Ganondorf. And that alone should speak volumes for just how lost they are with portraying this character in this game.
I wish that was intentional.
Oh, baby.
Ganondorf. This is gonna blow your mind. I do not have Ganondorf in Overhaul.
Because he's in Does Not Work, right? Right? Duke. Please tell me it's because he's in Does Not Work.
Oh, really?
I do not, because let's look at how we've been ranking these characters, right?
Right.
All the characters in Overhaul, most of them at least, completely fail to embody their character.
Which Ganondorf is the golden example of that, yes.
Right?
Right.
Like, Sonic, his playstyle is completely against what he is. Diddy Kong's just a monkey. I hate Ganondorf. I really do. He is like one of the biggest examples of completely botched potential in the series.
Well, by that description, that means he's at the bottom, right?
But for all of that, at his core, he does embody what his character is supposed to be.
The fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Continue.
He is the embodiment of power, and Smash Brothers sells that just to an extreme degree.
He's not even remotely close to the top 5 heaviest hitting characters in the game. There are characters that aren't even in his weight class that hit like 3 times harder than he does. There are characters in his weight class that hit 3 times harder than he does. Incineroar and Kazuya hit so much harder than Ganondorf does. And you know what? While DDD doesn't hit very hard other than a few attacks, the few attacks that he does hit hard with hit way harder than anything Ganondorf does in Smash. Doria hits hard, but it is not DD forward smash hard. It is not Kazuya forward smash hard. It is not Incineroar Revenge anything hard. If Ganondorf is to embody power, he should hit harder than anyone else in the game by a notable margin. But that is nowhere near the case. As I will tell you, he is nowhere near the top 5 most powerful most hard-hitting characters in the game. The Stomp has a lot of power, but other than that, he is not, the majority of his stuff is not that hard-hitting. You can kill with forward tilt. His up tilt's an explosion, but you're never gonna hit it. Down tilt is a combo starter at low percents. And while it has some impact, there are down tilts in this game that hit harder than that. I've already explained the smash attacks. His aerials hit about as hard as Captain Falcon's. His grabs are nothing. Warlock Punch is great, but it's not Flare Blade levels of powerful. His up special is a worse version of Captain Falcon's. His Falcon Kick is a worse version of Captain Falcon's. There is very little about this character that definitely sells the power of Ganondorf. Ganondorf is not a character, especially in Ultimate, that follows the philosophy of you can hit me as much as you want, but once I hit you once, you're gonna die. No, that's Incineroar. That's Kazuya. Ganondorf embodies power okay at best.
Yes.
I can't believe I'm defending Ganondorf. I have him in D tier. Just to be clear.
Okay.
It's only one tier above that.
Yeah.
But
I'd like to mention that this character is 2 tiers above Mega Man.
like, she's got the feel down. And I do think that
This is why you should do a series of working every single fighter in Smash to see what you can improve. I actually have plans for that. It was planned for next year, but there might be a couple of episodes of it that come out before the year's over.
is worth praising.
But I wouldn't do Ganon first.
Because like, if we kept so many characters just out of the higher tiers because they didn't quite meet that feel, it's the only thing that Ganondorf has, but he does have it. Now that's
But yeah, he has it, but is it as good as other people around him? Again, Roy is not even close to him in terms of like weight. But if Roy hits you, you fucking feel it way more than if Ganondorf does.
he is the biggest just shame of waste potential in the entire series. The only reason that people are able to get behind him is because he's copying the best character in the game.
Yeah, pretty much.
And when he's not, he's copying Ike.
Yeah, right.
And Cloud.
But like, you took Captain Falcon and just was like, what if every single one of these moves killed? And that is what Ganondorf should be. I don't know. I could still put him in E, but I just do want to just point out that like the feel is there.
Yeah, but it's not his feel. That's the problem. Even Snake, who I argued, it doesn't feel like Snake. Snake still uses explosives in his games. It's not the focus, and it shouldn't have been the focus, but he still uses those. They're still his, by extension. What Ganondorf does in Smash is not his.
So, Ganondorf in Melee was my introduction to Ganondorf. I saw him in a magazine, and I thought he was a Soul Calibur character. And I just, yeah, it was weird. I was like, oh, they added like a guy from Soul Calibur. That's neat.
They should. You know, that sounds like a good idea. Nightmare for Smash 6?
And I was like, oh, he's got the Zelda theme. Okay. Because I was a little baby and I was dumb and I couldn't play Ocarina of Time very well. I didn't like that Link couldn't jump on command. It was weird. So my introduction to Ganondorf was as a Captain Falcon clone. And after going through the Zelda franchise, I actually, with the exception of Wind Waker, across the board like Smash Ganondorf a lot more than I like him in the Zelda franchise.
That's great. It's still a garbage design.
Like,
He's kind of a one-dimensional villain.
He is a one-dimensional villain, but in this, it's just like, yeah, but he hit you real hard and then you die. Like, he was the character that everyone...
Yeah, but he also get hit way more and he die before he do anything 90% of the time.
One of my friend group gravitated toward because he does the big hit and you die. And a Ganondorf mirror match is so much fun. Because
I mean, it is. Like, don't get me wrong, it is. And again, badly designed characters can be very, very fun. Let's be realistic here. There are plenty of characters that are badly designed in fighting games that are very fun to play. But they're still horribly designed characters.
a constant game of chicken of hitting you with basically going, I'm going to hit you with the truck. Okay, I'm also going to hit you with a truck. Well, let's see how this works. Ganondorf is an utter car crash of a character, and all of his moves reflect that with his high commitment and
Is there any examples? Yeah, Blanca.
incredibly high damage output. And just the fact that in Smash Ultimate in specific, he started his life as a mid-tier because his reward was so high. And then people actually realized...
Give me some time to think about more. I'm a little focused on this at the moment.
How to play the game, and he plummeted down the tier list. But what Ganondorf has at a base Unga Bunga level is so incredible, and honestly, it excites me more than anything you could really bring in from Ganondorf.
Blanca, and which one? I'd argue Street Fighter 6.
As a character in the Zelda series, is the fact...
Don't get me wrong, he's very fun in Street Fighter 6, but a lot of his stuff is basically just built around being a cheap piece of shit.
That he doesn't have a dead man.
And by that I mean just exploiting how oppressive the ball is.
Volley criminal. Yes. Would I care more about Ganondorf with a dead man's volley? No. It would just fit him more. Everything that Ganondorf is...
This is why selflessness is a very important factor when talking about character design. Because there's a lot of personal biases in this, and they are definitely the type of biases that should be abolished when talking about stuff like this.
A composite character about the idea of hype in the Zelda series. His main defining aspect is that he uses a sword that was used in a tech demo.
Yeah, exactly.
His main thing is that he chokes you in a way that, I guess is kind of a Twilight Princess reference when he kills Saria or something. But otherwise,
Yo, that would have been a neat cutscene. Murder Saria with a choke. Sorry up for Smash 6 to make it happen? Question mark? They're never going to change Ganon. Might as well.
It's just, he dunks you. It is a slam dunk of a move in a literal sense that makes no sense for Ganondorf, but feels so good with the identity of Ganondorf.
Just give the moveset to a different character. If you like the moveset so much, and you like to play the moveset so much, just give the moveset to a character that it fits better on and let Ganondorf be what he should be.
As a car crash character.
It's
like Deathborn.
Hilarious. If Ganondorf was Black Shadow with this moveset, he'd be right next to Captain Falcon.
Oh, totally.
On this tier list.
Totally, 100%. I would love that. And hell, just give Black Shadow some dumb Sentai villain quotes.
Yeah.
Yeah, let him have the personality he does in the anime.
I would adore that character. But as Ganondorf is, I have him in mixed because I love what's here. I really, really do. And it's not Ganondorf.
You still need to ask yourself, look at what you're putting him above. Look at all those characters that are above this bastardization of one of Nintendo's most iconic characters.
Ganondorf. But if you changed him, I would like him less.
I can see where you're coming from. I
do not agree.
Just because I feel like a kind of dark magic.
I'd get over it. You wanna know why? Because the moveset's still there. It's called Captain Falcon.
Character that still embodies that power has some fascinating potential that I want to see met. And just the idea, I made a whole video about Ganondorf that I still follow behind. I love the idea of just possibly having a trident or just having these super powerful moves where he actually summons Pig Ganon.
Let Pig Ganon have the trident. Keep Ganondorf with the swords like he's known for.
Yes.
Just insane.
Even though now he uses spears and even knows how to use a bow effectively.
Damage. But I do also love him. I think he's the number 2 character I play as.
Yeah, he's great. I honestly would rather see Pig Ganon at about Link to the Past size than I would a Ganondorf rework.
Well, I would do the Black Shadow too, but just port it to Black Shadow
Okay,
and
yeah.
then give Ganondorf his
Oh,
thing.
yeah, I do agree. But that also involves F-Zero getting anything.
Which is so sure.
Well, that's true, Em. I guarantee you, people are going to be fucking very upset if Ganondorf is still the way he is in the next Smash. If Ganondorf doesn't change, yeah, there's gonna be some people are gonna want to throw hands with Sakurai.
Just trade one of the Fire Emblem echoes for it.
But it's not
please.
happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, honey, come on. Daisy got in first. Daisy.
Here's a comparison that you're gonna hate. The Unga Bunga Fun and failing to meet the character, it's almost identical to Donkey Kong.
Yeah, but DK has more to pull from.
No.
No, he does not. DK has a decent amount of stuff to pull from, but the amount of stuff that Ganondorf has that he's not using is way, way more than Donkey Kong.
Oh, no, he doesn't. Have you seen the amount of weird stuff?
Thank you. Thank you, Duke, for taking the words out of my mouth and putting them in the past.
That
One could consider this a link to the past.
Ganondorf does in his movesets?
I mean,
He's got entirely different
personality.
attacks for every... Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Like, if you made it like a... I mean, I also kind of like the idea of a cold, calculating villain. No, I don't. No, I don't. That was a lie.
Look, I don't have qualms of him being next to Donkey Kong because
Yeah.
I feel that that's a fair and apt comparison. But like from a personal perspective, you cannot change Ganondorf in any way that will make me care more about him. And
That's great. I still want a Ganondorf that's actually Ganondorf.
it's just
If I want to play Falcon, I still have Falcon.
a weird situation where Smash Ganondorf is such this fun, incredibly interesting character. And I'd be interested to see a change in Ganondorf. I'd be interested to see a totally reworked Ganon. But I also think that either you have to totally change everything,
Which they should.
or you have to leave him alone.
Which they should not.
Because Ganondorf isn't Ganondorf.
And that is why he should be higher than literally nobody on this tier list. By that description alone, he should not be higher than a single person on this tier list.
He's the idea of power and the hype of the Zelda series.
I mean, I feel like you could still keep that feeling of power, but just have it embodied in different ways.
Oh, I feel like you could, but you would use completely different moves to show it off.
Yes, you would. Interesting. So it's literally a choice of like he's either mixed or I see that. He's either mixed or an overhaul. Huh. Oh gosh, that's weird.
Yeah, isn't it?
I think by the description of what does not work stands for, and while I personally don't think that there's a single character, I don't think there's a single character that embodies what problems Ganondorf has at the moment. But I don't think there's a single character in the game that embodies the harming public reception that a character that is legitimately just nothing like the character themselves. And I think by the fact that we like playing Ganondorf and that he is fun, and that there's so much about this that people like and want to keep the way it is, when it absolutely should not be that way, falls in line with the description of something that actively harms public perception. Because a lot of what you described about Ganondorf, in my opinion, fits that. The fact that he is the way he is, and Ganondorf has been made this way, and you don't want him to change because of how fun he is in this game, it has harmed your public perception of Ganondorf. And as a result, I think that's exactly where he belongs. He does not work. I can't think of a single character in Smash that is having their public perception actively harmed by how little the character is compared to what they can potentially be, more than Ganondorf. He is worse than Olimar in nearly every regard.
Do I put him on the tier list twice?
Okay, look, we got through Luigi. We can get through this.
Yeah, we did. This is possible. I don't know. I feel like... So, how about this? Let's remove ourselves from the fact that he's just an absolute delight to play. If we were somebody who, like, mained Ness and just looked at Ganondorf, how would we feel about him? Just like, if the Unga Bunganess did
I main Ganondorf, and this is how I look at Ganondorf.
not appeal to us, how would that design shift?
Is there a single person that the Unga Bunganess does not appeal to?
I know they're out there.
Oh, I can think of a few people.
I've never met one. I don't associate with those kind of people.
No, you're
That's
correct.
mean. Like, yeah, you can enjoy the kind of characters you enjoy, but like, there are people out there that would absolutely love the Dark Mage that Ganondorf could be.
It's not what he could be, it's what he should be.
Does that appeal?
Because it's, again, whether it's fun or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is that this just is not Ganondorf. Nothing about Ganondorf in Smash fits the character for what he is. And the way they're going with this character, especially with his design and, you know, everything about Tears of the Kingdom and all the stuff that that's going to offer, I look at that, and knowing that I'm going to get none of it pisses me off so much. Because, yeah, you know what? Ganondorf is probably going to look like Tears of the Kingdom Ganondorf in the next Smash. But he's not going to play like him. At all. When he should. I think that could is being used way too much in this context. Because could implies that the stuff that's there works for the character in at least some regard. Character hit hard is not enough for Ganondorf at all. Especially considering there are characters that hit way harder than he does. I am amazed that this is where this one has gone. I expected this one to be an easy does not work.
I mean, it appeals to me. I like the idea.
Yeah, no,
just,
no,
at least just to see it.
I'm thinking of that.
Realize.
But, like, even still, it still embodies the Triforce of Power. Ganondorf's one where I literally have to see the alternative before I could go yes or no. Because, like, thinking about,
Well, if you want an alternative, you could look at mods. There are a ton of mods for both Smash and other platform fighting games that include Ganondorf as a modded playable character that should be enough to convince you that what we have now is not enough and has never been enough.
I think Brawl Plus gave a Warlock Ganondorf version, and I hate that. I hate that one.
The Project Ganondorf thing?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, there was like a base
I'm not
Ganondorf
fond
and
of
like
it
a
either.
wizard Ganondorf, and like his side B is like just a pure volley. I'm like, yeah, I hate that.
I feel like a Ganondorf rework needs to, like, still keep the absurdity. Like, if there's a Dead Man's Fall, it needs to keep getting stronger every time it's knocked back, to the point that it can easily, like, kill Ganondorf or the other person that it's... There's
Yes.
gotta be the same power.
Yes. It's got to go up to and exceed Giga Flare after starting at Flare.
I'd be down for that. Like, there's a good comparison right there.
Yeah.
Sephiroth is what Ganondorf should feel like more like.
Sephiroth should make you hate what Ganondorf is in Smash even more. Because Ganondorf has the potential to be that. He has been able to be that for a while. And Tears of the Kingdom is just adding more that can allow him to be that. And the fact that we're not there, the fact that we're still here in Melee Ganondorf, but worse, should be a cause for concern.
Realize just a much heavier version of him.
Yes. Yes, absolutely there. Okay. So, like, compare Ganon to Sephiroth.
Sephiroth's better in literally every way, man.
Oh, 100%.
From a design perspective, I enjoy.
I mean, you're not setting a very high bar.
I enjoy Sephiroth more. There's cool things you can do with him.
Yeah. No, you're.
I don't know if there's more things you could do with him, but he's definitely better designed than Ganondorf.
You're entirely correct.
Now I'm just dropping back to D tier.
Yeah, no. He can go back to D tier. Yeah.
You have to realize you are putting a character that is nothing like the character at all above characters that just don't work when Ganondorf doesn't work either. You can't tell me. You can't look me in the eyes and tell me that Sonic is worse, has a worse design than Ganondorf. That Mega Man has a worse design than Ganondorf. That Lucario has a worse design than Ganondorf. You just can't. This character is the worst. It just is the worst. By every criteria of character design, this character fails. He hits hard. Neat. So does a lot of characters in this game. And they hit harder than he does. That's not power. Power is being the best. If you really want to show you're the king, you be the best. Ganondorf's fun. But fun is not enough.
Okay, so over under Donkey Kong. Let's just sell there.
I'd put him under Donkey Kong.
I would, but I'm me.
Well, he does. This is literally just which does the Unga Bunga better. Nah, Donkey Kong has personality. Like, he's still got the eye bulging at least.
Oh, he's got the down taunt. You're right.
He's got the down taunt. Ganondorf is he's a limp noodle of a personality in the games he comes from, which I'm hoping Breath of the Wild 2 does something with.
I can confirm they do. And it's not bad. I think that they do a pretty good job with it.
Well, who knows? But at least Donkey Kong has something. Ganondorf is just like, hey, here's the big red button. Press it over and over and over again. And I love that. But there's a fascinating character on the other side of that I'd love to see.
Yeah, I can feel that. Yeah, under Donkey Kong.
This character is better than Robin. Oh my god, that is... I don't know whether to be just insulted or just laugh. I think I just want to laugh. Poor Robin. I'm thankful that at least Roy's better.
Okay. All right. And I'm glad we're talking about this character next, because I actually feel worse about Mewtwo.
I just realized I was muted. I'm sorry. I said, I think I need a break after the Gandorf section. Sorry, I accidentally muted my mic again after unmuting it. It does that sometimes. I need a break after the Gandorf section, and then the whiplash of that intro for Mewtwo. Yeah, I was muted by accident. I muted myself. Sorry. No, 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 no. But I think that we need to take a small break before we get to the last two characters, because it's going to be a very tough pill to swallow that Mewtwo is worse than Ganondorf. And I'm going to say this right now. Mewtwo is like a mid-tier. Mewtwo is like mid-tier. Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. Mewtwo is a mid-tier design, especially after the changes to all that he'd got in Smash 4. He's a mid-tier. If this was Melee Mewtwo, he'd be like an F. But he's like a mid-tier design in Smash Ultimate. They should get rid of his tail hitbox. It does him no favors, and shouldn't have been there in the first place. But I think that before I go, I can just say that Mewtwo follows a lot of basic Smash design very well. Like, it makes a lot of sense that Mewtwo would use his tail for a lot of physical attacks because it is the most notable physical part of his body. And Smash design basically goes, if the character used the character's biggest standout features of their body for a majority of their attacks, which is followed by a lot of characters, and it's basically was described that's why Peach uses her ass for a lot of her attacks, because the bottom half of her dress is the most notable part of her design. I don't want to say too much about Mewtwo because Mewtwo was the character that made me want to do start my character redesign series like a year ahead of time. And I do have ideas, and I definitely think there are ways to keep his speedy playstyle and add in extra elements of his psychic powers, like pulling pieces of the earth out and using them as extra projectiles like Virgil does with his summoned swords, or a stance move that allows you to pull the opponent in a direction and stuff like that. More powerful showings of his psychic powers. Frieza, I was thinking more Oro, but yeah, Frieza, I guess, does that too. But there are ways that you can do Mewtwo more effectively than he's been done in Smash. But I think that the huge boost in speed and mobility that he gained midway through Smash 4 did his character so much good. Like, a lot of his spike feels very satisfying to pull off. His forward air still has a lot of impact to it. I love how that feels to pull off. There are definitely ways you can make his personality a little bit better. I think that while he does capture his stoicness fairly well, and I do like that he has like the evil chuckle from like the movies and stuff like that. I think that's a nice touch. I think there could be a bit more of a casual, carefree, I don't really care aspect to his design. But I think that for what he is, Mewtwo is like a mid-tier. He's okay. There's a lot that you could add that would make him feel more powerful. But if you were to just like give him like stat changes and make it so that his tail doesn't have a hitbox again like it did in Smash 4, I think I'd be more than happy with that if in the next Smash. Like, you don't need to change very much with Mewtwo for me to be happy with Mewtwo. I really don't like 3 of his 4 specials. I mean, that's fine. And I think that, yeah, he's kind of in the same, in my opinion, he's kind of in the same boat as Donkey Kong, where a majority of his problems are his special moves. While some of his normals could be different things, I think a majority of his problems are his specials and how kind of underwhelming they feel. You could argue, oh, that's just him not caring. Why would he put effort into this? Look, he just swings his hand and oh, the projectile's going the other way now. Oh, you get too close. Oh, he just juggles you for free because you got too close. And he just like flicked his wrist. I can understand why people don't like a lot of his specials. I wish that they were more impactful and had more of a purpose in his design. I do like how they upped the power of a couple of them. Confusion is better now and has more uses in his game plan. Disable has way more range, and in turn has more uses in his game plan other than, hard reads. It's now a solid tech chasing option simply because of how much range it covers. Teleport, he should be able to do an attack out of teleport. I don't know why he can't. Like, you do an attack out of teleport, but in turn the recovery is slower. But you can opt to just teleport and the recovery is way faster. In general, Mewtwo feels fun to run around and push buttons with because he's very fast, his aerial mobility is very good. And yeah, I like a lot of Mewtwo's basic attributes as a character. But there are definitely things about him that could change. I say he's a mid-tier. I think compared to some of the worst that Melee has to offer, he's nowhere near as bad as some other characters. He's not Ganondorf. He's not Dr. Mario. He's not Pichu. He's okay. But there's a lot more you could add. And I'm fine with what they have so far. I kind of don't know how I feel about his new stance in Smash Ultimate. I like his more intimidating stance from Smash 4. He looks way more casual in Smash Ultimate, and it looks a little off. But for what it is, I think that Mewtwo is okay. Mewtwo is one of my favorite Pokemon, so I want to see more out of him, but I'm definitely not upset with what we currently have. If you just changed around some of his stats, and you got rid of that fucking awful tail hitbox, yeah, I think a lot of people would just say, like, yeah, that's cool. Mewtwo's good. Mewtwo's a good character. Because people were really happy that Mewtwo was really good in Smash 4. He was like top 10. And was like, holy shit. People thought this character was worse than his Melee iteration when he first came out as a DLC character. I agree, he should have more of an oppressive feeling to him. There are glimpses of it, but it's not super realized. And I think you could get away with making him a bit heavier. Like, if you made him the weight of, say, Zelda, I think that'd be fine. It'd be a slight increase in weight, but he'd still be fairly light for his size. I think that for what he is, he's okay. And he's certainly not worse than Ganondorf. But we'll talk more. We'll listen to the opinion on Mewtwo when I come back. And since I promised it, and I know that everybody's going to leave now because I'm going to play it, I'm sorry. Come back if you're listening to this, come back in 15 minutes if you don't want to listen to this. And say, how long is this video? Oh, this video is 10 minutes long. Okay. I'll see you in 10 minutes. If you don't want to listen to Funky Kong ASMR, come back in like 10 minutes and 33 seconds. And we'll continue with the last two characters. This might actually be a shorter stream than Smash 4 was. I don't think it's going to take an hour and a half to talk about Mewtwo and Game & Watch. I've already kind of said my piece about Mewtwo. I'll add on to it as need be. But yeah, I'll be back. And until then, enjoy tender and emotionally intelligent Funky Kong consoling you after a messy divorce.
Hey, dude. You know, on the way over here, I tried to think of something to say. Some righteous wisdom that would help you to feel totally tubular again. Get you back to your old self. But, in the end, I guess things don't really work like that. As much as I wish this was just boogie boarding in the shallow end, it's not. Love is a strange thing, dude. I mean, we're all primates, right? And our social bonds can be mega gnarly to the max. And I am so incredibly sorry that you have to deal with bogusness at this level. I want you to know I am here for you. Whatever you need. I am your main monkey. I am the ape to get you through this scrape. And through is the way to go, home slice. Through is the way to go. You know, we have this tendency to ignore whackness until it festers and eats us alive. Sometimes we just try to go around it, but let me tell you something, dude. Go through it. Process it. Break it down. Examine it. It's like hopping on Rambi and busting into a bonus level. It's the only way to rebuild yourself in a healthy way. It took me a long time to learn that after my divorce. I mean, look, I'm not trying to sound like a shrink or a know-it-all. I'm honestly just here to be a homeboy, but if you're not ready to rap about it right this sec, that's chill. But know that I got your back. You are in an extremely heinous and uncool situation. I love you, and I want you to live your best life possible. You know, I don't know if it'll help, but my people, they have this parable about divorce. How does it go? So, yeah. Whoa, dudes. My name's Funky Kong. My bodacious jumbo barrel can take you to any point on the island. Most unfortunately, he can only send you to a place you have already been to, which is a complete and total bummer, Let me tell you. Yo, gorillas. Go see Old Man Cranky. He can help you out. You dudes need lives or something? Jungle Hijinks is the place for that. If you guys see Candy on your way out, tell her I'll give her surfing lessons anytime. Yeah, Crucial Kongs. If you feel the need for speed, jump in and jet. Looking good, Kongs. Buckle up and blast off. You're out of here. Looking good, dudes. I'm Funky, the main monkey, and my new Funky's flights can take you anywhere on Crocodile Isle, provided you've already checked it out, of course. Cruise on over to the Barrel Man and ride the skies. Come jump into my jet and jive, Clive. Go get that K-Rule. He just ain't cool. Awesome playing, Kongs. Everything is cool, guys. You're looking ready to ride and catch some clouds. Drop in on the other Kongs, dudes. We're all here to help you guys. All flights clear, dudes. Choose and cruise. Check me out again, huh? Catch you later, dudes. Wicked. She's all tuned up and ready to go. Way cool. Pick a flight, and you're out of sight. Pick it and kick it, Kongs. You're A-OK. Remember, Funky's the monkey. I fly 24 hours, you know. Take it easy, Kongs. Call again, good buddies. Stay loose, guys. Not enough, man. I got a new surfboard to pay for. Oh no. Looks like you're gonna need to score some more to tour. Tough break, Kongs. She's too cool for your pocket. Sorry, dudes. That one costs more to run than you've got. What a bummer, eh? Try to find a few more tokens, you know? Uncool. That's costly cruising, and you ain't in the picture, guys. Yo, Dixie, what's happening? I've set up my smoking nude boat job on this island, but that's not all. I've also brought your excellent cousin Kitty Kong along for the ride. He may be a toddler, but if you let him throw you upwards, you'll almost reach the stars. Oh yeah. And if you throw him, his humongous body gets smashed through the floor of some areas. Trust me. What's up? Have you got me anything new I can use? Hey, Funky's in the zone. Cash is not a problem, Kongs, because my boats you can loan. I'm the Tower of Power, too sweet to be sour. Yo, hombres, got anything new yet? If you see that loser up at the big house, tell him to keep it down at night. I've got to get my beauty sleep. Any idea who that major dweeb who lives at the top of the island is? Hey, those heinous boss men have got a horde of items. If you find anything, bring it back here, huh? Freak out. Freak out. Spare parts for all my boats are what it's all about. Yeah. What we're needing is some sort of spare part situation. You dig? Wicked. I only need a few more parts to get my vehicles going. Keep looking out for those items, Kongs. I'm a few parts short for my new invention. A patch? Oh yeah. This is just what I needed. Hang on for a couple of seconds, Kongs, and I'll get you a cool new tub for you to rub-a-dub-dub. Whoa. Bogus talking, Kongs. Get my crate back in here before that clumsy bazaar parks it on the rocks. Hey, Kongs. A ski. Not too shabby. Problem is, though, I'm gonna need his partner before I can get you on your way. Why, hey. You found 2 skis. Awesome. I've now got all the parts needed to make you the ultimate ride. Wait right there, Kongs, while I get you my latest and greatest boat yet. Bonkers. I've built in a cool turbo feature that'll be sure to take you to new heights. Just press the Y button. Hey, someone's told you I've been extra busy lately. Well, it's something a bit special. If you can find all of the DK coins, then you can put them down as a deposit for my ultimate ride. Come back once you got some more Kongs. I'll keep you informed on how close to the jackpot you are. You're still 25 coins short of the deposit for my top gear. Unbelievable type of a situation. You found all the DK coins. I'm sorry, Kongs. I don't think you'd actually find them all, so I got nothing new to show you. Hey, Kongs. Just kidding, you know. May I introduce you to my finest and coolest creation yet, the Funky Copter. Time to catch some rays. Don't stay away for too long, huh? Bust a move. Gotta groove. Gotta go, Kongs, surf's up. Take it real easy, Kongs. Hang 5, Kongs. Catch you later, Kongs. I'll be seeing you later, Kongs. Yeah, it's kind of long, but I thought it was appropriate. Me and you, dude. We're gonna make it through. You are a radical person, and you deserve the most smoking life possible. We all love you.
Wonderful mouth work, please. Wonderful words of encouragement from Mr. Funky Monkey himself. And a great way to decompress after the last section. Yes, it is safe to come back. I'm back. You missed some genuine words of encouragement at the end there. But, yeah, we're back for the last 2 characters, and Mewtwo is one of them, and apparently he is worse than Ganondorf. And, you're never gonna convince me of that, but I'm curious to see where this goes.
Guess what? So do I.
Great! I'm glad we're on the same page there.
Awesome. God, I wish these characters weren't so interesting.
Right? Just like, there's a trifecta of dark magic users in Ganondorf, Mewtwo, and Sephiroth. And Sephiroth is the only one that does it remotely well.
Yes.
But where Ganondorf at least has the Unga Bunga.
I mean, Mewtwo's a psychic master. He's not a mage.
Of his Triforce of Power, Mewtwo is supposed to be the ultimate life form. This is the genetically created Pokemon to be the absolute best. And he just feels like a wet blanket. Half his attacks use this limp noodle of a tail.
I mean, again, it follows basic Smash design very well. Look at the length, look at the body, look at the length of the tail. Tail is the most standout feature of the body. Helps, you know, the fact that the tail is different color. It's a different color than the rest of the body. Longer, covers the most range. Clearly the most useful thing in Mewtwo's arsenal for physical attacks.
His psionic attacks have the just weakest sound design. They sound like him coughing.
Mm-hmm.
He has the worst choices from like special moves. Just who puts disable, teleports, and confusion on a freaking Mewtwo?
I think my brother did when he was like 5.
What he fails to meet what I want Mewtwo to be in almost every way.
I entirely agree. Let me say the nice things about him. Shadow Ball was a good call. That's what he uses in the movie, and that's a great signature move for him.
Yes, but I feel they could definitely implement it in a different way that isn't just charge shot.
I like that. I like it better on him than I do on Salmus.
Yes. Also like his forward throw using the same thing. That's just a cool throw.
It's a really cool throw. I think them being
It's funny, because I think out of all of Mewtwo's throws, that's the only one I would change.
all super
Maybe down throw, but other than that...
weak doesn't fit him. I'd rather be a hyper beam, but you know, that's fine, I guess.
Yeah.
Like
better,
it
better.
looks cool.
Kazuya's up throw. That's what it should
Yes. I love that he doesn't hold items. He telepathically keeps them around him.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
I love that his animation with the hammer isn't him even swinging it correctly. He's just thrusting it at you like a sword telepathically. Like, he has so many cool interactions with items. And I think that some of the stuff that he could do in previous Smash games was really clever. I liked that he had the safest, most ambiguous teleporting in Smash 4, because it was literally teleport behind you, nothing personnel, kid. Like, Mewtwo had that ability, and he had the ability to instill fear in you. And Mewtwo should be that, because Mewtwo is the optimal Pokemon. He comes out and you are afraid of him, because he is overwhelming power incarnate. There is exactly one Pokemon game that he is encounterable at less than level 70, and that's Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, because they ruin everything good about characters.
I mean, they made Lusamine worse, but like every character around Lusamine was way better written than they were in Sun and Moon. Hao is better written, Guzma is better written, Lily is better written. Lusamine lost a bit of her luster as a villain, but if everybody else gets to shine, I'll gladly take it, because Guzma is infinitely more interesting than she is anyways.
So, at least they're consistent. But Mewtwo is this overwhelming powerhouse of a character. You never see him get his base moves, his basic confusions and disables, because he's already so powerful. His whole thing revolves around the marketing of him, the absolute presence of him, this utterly destructive force in both gameplay and in anime portrayal. And he is none of that in Smash. He has some...
You know, it's funny. I think a lot of what you're saying here for Mewtwo is exactly what I said for Ganondorf. Funny.
Strong smash attacks, they're really limited. There's like a Hadouken that blows up in his hands. He's got some okay strong throws, but evidently Ness is a more powerful psychic because his kill throws are better, which should not be the case.
I didn't even think about that, but that annoys me too. Thank you for that.
I like his neutral air just being his power radiating off of him, and like he can't control it, and that discharge being enough to hurt people. That's really smart and good. But outside of that, I don't know what Mewtwo's supposed to be trying to do. Is he supposed to be seeming effortless? Because he has too many attacks where he swats you with his tail. Like his back air where he crosses his arms and basically goes, "Grr, I'm angry," while trying to bap you with a pool noodle. Is he trying to just be like he doesn't want to be there? Because if so, he has moves like his up smash that don't really sell that.
Oh, I think it's trying to be a blend of just, I'm not trying, but like moves like his up smash are basically an example of, this is what I can do if I try, but I'm not going to try. But I'm not really trying, so here's an example of what would happen if I actually gave a shit about you and actually wanted to fight you with my full power.
Sell his power instead. Like, it's telling that Event Match 51 of Melee was the...
There definitely needs to be more moves where Mewtwo feels like a bully. Because even when not caring, he should literally just be throwing his opponents around like a Gmod ragdoll.
Greatest Smash villains fighting you, and you had Giga Bowser's overwhelming power. You had Ganondorf's overwhelming power, and Mewtwo.
Who just died immediately.
Yeah, he was...
He's always the first one to die.
Yeah,
unless
he's there. And I get
Yeah.
the idea of him being a glass cannon, and like I understand that. It doesn't make sense with Pokemon necessarily, but I get that you have to balance him at least somewhat. And they do a better job with, you know, the big Sephiroth, who does everything he wants to, but better. But like, hey, we can talk about Sephiroth later. That's fine.
Yeah, I have nothing but good things to say about him.
Yeah.
But from Mewtwo, I've kind of like half joked in the past that I just wish that Mewtwo had Frieza's moveset in Dragon Ball FighterZ.
Yeah.
It's no longer a joke. Like, just being able to like pull boulders out of the ground and throw them forward as like an ancient power kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be great. Just like literally splitting the earth in front of you, tossing out just giant flying saucers of energy. Like, Mewtwo should just be screen clearing moves that are like easy to avoid.
I don't think he should be nothing but screen clearing moves. I like the aspect of Mewtwo where he gives you glimpses of his true power, but he's clearly like, I don't care enough for you to see it all the time. I think there are ways to show this better. And I think just the best way to do it is just focus more on that psychic mastery. Give him more knockback on his throws. Give him more moves that allow him to push and pull opponents around and basically just treat them like they're nothing, and he can move them like they're nothing, because to him, he's just that more powerful than they are. I don't think they need to go the vampire in Guilty Gear levels of, oh, you beat me, look, I'm sitting on the ground, I don't give a shit, but there are definitely aspects of Mewtwo's personality that are in Smash and work well, but the moveset around the personality is not entirely there.
But also like don't
And I don't want to give too many ideas away because I'm currently in the middle of designing a redesign for this character.
get hit by those because they will break your shield.
Yes. I want him, I kind of want him to just be bored of fighting. Like, he is so intensely powerful that he's just throwing out attacks. Like, you can keep the tail swipe, but he should be like, have his back turned to you and just thinking.
I think a nice way to add more power to the tail swipe is to make it glow with psychic energy. I think if you add a visual effect to the tail in some way, shape, or form when he's attacking, it will seem more powerful.
Or like, I don't know, like it doesn't fit his character at all, but like he's reading the Pokedex as he attacks you. And it's like throwing you around, not even caring. Like, he should be so much better than you, and you should take him by surprise, essentially, in order to beat
I
him.
don't think he needs to think ahead. I think he just needs a lot of options for a majority of situations. Thinking ahead is not really what psychics do. Mewtwo's never really been a character that thinks ahead. He's just very much I have so much power, I can handle this situation any way I want, I might handle it this way. I'm going to just pick you up, throw you behind me, I don't care about you, you're nothing to me, you are a bug. In the words of Galactus from Marvel vs. Capcom 3, you are not unlike an ant fighting the sun.
There is one throw animation that kind of fits that, and that's his back throw. He kind of just awkwardly just flicks his hand and you go flying. I like that. That is what I want the character to be, but that's just one.
Yeah,
And again, Sephiroth does it better in literally every way.
Yep.
He teleports you behind him. Nothing personal, kid. And that's just amazing.
It's beautiful. Oh, this beautiful, beautiful shirtless man.
But yeah, I have Mewtwo all the way down in E tier. Like,
I have him at the bottom.
I think he's B. I think that there's so much you could add to Mewtwo, but Mewtwo's problems could easily be fixed by a couple of changes. I think that for what he is, his playstyle works effectively, but there are parts of his character that are lacking, and I think there are easy ways to fix it. It mostly boils down to the special moves. If you add a visual effect to the tail, and you change around some of the special moves to be more designed around mid-screen control and just being oppressive, and just having abilities like fucking give him like Magneto's grab from Marvel 3, where he like cocoons you in rocks and then just tosses you forward and you're just stuck there like you're buried. It's like an alternative bury throw, and he can get follow-ups out of it. Give him stuff like that. Or make the throws more powerful. Give him a special move that lets him push and pull his opponents around in some way, shape, or form. It doesn't need to deal damage, but it should be able to just yank people out of position or force somebody into your damage range. I'm back. Did I miss the Funky Kong ASMR? Yeah, you missed. Yeah, Funky Kong had some, words of encouragement at the very end there. It was actually kind of nice. Apparently that video was a re-upload. The original got taken down, I guess, or the channel doesn't exist anymore. But yeah, you missed it. But yeah, there's stuff about Mewtwo that they should absolutely add. And I think that a lot of his normals work. I think that you could make him like swat the opponent out of the air for his up tilt with like psychic rocks, similar to the way he uses Psyshock in Pokken Tournament. I think that Shadow Ball, it'd be really neat if like Shadow Ball had multi-hitting properties. Like the idea is you hit somebody with it, and when you hit somebody with Shadow Ball, you basically create an explosion out the back of the opponent. And if somebody is standing next to the opponent when they're hit by the Shadow Ball, they too will take huge damage and be launched. Like a splash damage projectile. Because Shadow Ball has always been described as very volatile. And it's always looked very volatile. And I think that kind of design for the move would work really well in this kind of game. And I think Mewtwo, borderline, Mewtwo doesn't need very many changes to be good. I think as he is right now, especially with the changes that they gave to his playstyle and his stats in Smash 4, I think he's like a mid-tier, B-tier character. He's okay. He's fun. He is a very fun character to play. But then again, so is Ganondorf. But Mewtwo is way closer to what he should be than Ganondorf is. And I do not think that Mewtwo is worse than Ganondorf.
Really? Hello, me Sword Fighter?
Yeah, because like Mewtwo makes me upset, but there are still some things that work, and I still see the idea behind Mewtwo, and to an extent, it still works. He still has power, and there's still like a game plan to Mewtwo that works. I don't think he's intrinsically flawed like Mac and Wario are. I just feel like he's misrepresented in every single way.
I was surprised at first, but you know what?
Wow. That sounds like Ganondorf.
No, I can get behind that, yeah. Because like he can't fall to does not work because it's Mewtwo.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's bigger than all those characters almost put together.
Yeah.
It's a poke. Everybody knows what a Mewtwo is.
Yeah, like Wario's the only one that comes close, with apologies to Samus.
Yes, yeah, but like there's a reason that the Pokemon movie Detective Pikachu had Mewtwo as the spoilers, but like you all three knew that.
Yeah, no.
It's such a everybody knows that Pokemon as like, yeah, that's the strongest Pokemon.
Yeah, Mewtwo is the idea of power in Pokemon to this day.
Yeah, which I know Arceus exists, but shut up. No, nobody cares about Arceus. Mewtwo is the one that people care about.
Yeah, but then he goes.
I don't know. Legends Arceus was a pretty good game.
And he's suddenly, oh boom, he's got a higher attack stat. Like, no, Mewtwo is still the battling champion.
I mean, now you get Mega Rayquaza, but that's just because Pokemon has power creep and they need to stop it.
Well, yes,
but like, no, yeah, I can get behind that. Like, Mewtwo's own reputation is the only thing that's saving him from does not work for me.
Yeah, and a couple of animations that I really like.
This is true, yeah.
Yeah.
That backthrow is very nice. The neutral air is very nice. I wish that was just uncontrolled power was better. Like, his smash attacks should be like at least triple the size they are right now.
Mm-hmm. I feel
No,
like
I think that they're fine. Forward smash could explode outwards, and you could make down smash it on both sides. But up smash for what it is perfectly fine.
he should have the same issue or the same changes that we want for Palutena, but at least Palutena has like something.
Yeah, he was originally next to Palutena for me.
I could feel that.
It's such an easy comparison to make. Like,
Yeah.
hey, there's these overwhelmingly powerful beings. I don't get that in the slightest.
Yep.
But yeah, Palutena has something. Mewtwo's just yeah, bottom of E.
Yeah.
That's where he belongs.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, I love Mewtwo as a Pokemon. I really do. And I want him to be in Smash Brothers in someday.
It seems that the circumstances of one's birth are relevant, Mewtwo.
Should have been an Ultimate DLC character. You could have been right there with Sephiroth.
God, really? Yeah.
Ah, well. He should have been the reworked Melee veteran, not Roy.
Yeah, completely.
Wait.
I mean, he was reworked in some ways. That humongous boost in speed alone did wonders for his character design.
Actually, no, you know what it was with Roy? I'm sure they knew they were going to do Ultimate by then. And like, okay, we got to do Everything is Here. We cannot have this many characters with the same Marth moveset. We got to change this guy up.
Yep.
Well, God bless him, because Roy's very fun and very good.
Yep, there it is.
All right, but to wrap all this up,
we get to end on a good character.
I love Mr. Game & Watch.
Me too. Mr. Game Watch is like an S tier character. While I don't think he's as good as Rob as a retro rep, Game & Watch is the perfect everything in the kitchen sink character, and he's very, charming, and I love his animations, and I love the way they've slowly changed his design into its own thing as the series goes on, where now he looks like, his own kind of character with a smaller nose, and he looks more like his icon now. I like the visual design changes they gave to Game & Watch in Smash 4. And even though he's a good character design, I don't really know what to say about him other than he's very charming, and I like that a lot of his attacks now in Smash Ultimate actually have him turn into the sprite from the actual games. I don't like the bomb very much. I like the box more, but yeah, he's still awesome. I think that he's easily the second best Melee newcomer next to Marth.
You know what? We've been mixed to debating on every single character in this goddamn
Is it a credit card? I thought it was a box. It looked like a box.
thing. I am so happy to just have a character that I love.
Yeah, I was listening to some music just to kind of get hyped for this, and when I hit Flat Zone, it's just like, whoa, this is such an alien character. Like, I remember when I first unlocked Game & Watch, and I felt like I just, seen a clip.
It is a box, it's just a meme that it is a credit card. Look, the only character I know that has memes about credit card is Gambit from Marvel vs. Capcom.
Scripted. It's like, what is this thing?
Who are you, sir?
But he fits that so well. There's no other character like him in the entire game. Just this bizarre, janky animation. Just 2D sprite, but it works so well.
I adore the idea of him because, Mr. Game & Watch before Melee wasn't a character. You had guy from Ball, guy from Turtle Bridge, guy from Parachute, but those were all different people.
Yeah.
Are you going to say that Mario Brothers, which he took a move from, that's Mr. Game & Watch? No, it's Mario and Luigi. They're doing things. But Mr. Game & Watch is like if you took the square from the Atari game Adventure and called that square Mr. Atari, and he just did a bunch of attacks from Atari games.
That wouldn't be a bad character idea.
Or like a Tetris block, just doing random Tetris things. And yeah, he's this it's another Smash Brothers original character that I almost feel similar to, not quite similar to him as Rob. Rob does more, but like Mr. Game & Watch just...
Oh no, I'll say that I think that Mr. Game & Watch gives the Game & Watch series as a whole an identity, because it turns it from this is a console or this is like Tiger Electronics into no, this is a series about an everyman working all these shitty jobs that get him killed. Like,
yeah, no, that's true.
He creates a narrative for the idea of the Game & Watch, and it's incredible, and it's so much fun, and he's so much fun as a character.
I totally agree.
Pretty much.
Like we said with Corin, that like, oh, it's a bunch of moves thrown out that have all these sort of disparate ideas, but Mr. Game & Watch manages to link them together. He has this insane amount of fun with his verticality, with his down air and his...
Well, the reason that he's able to do that is because his design on a base level is so simple.
Up air and the uniqueness of all of his aerials in general, how his ground moves are all these to play with the Game & Watch being this very stationary, rigid thing, being all these strong stationary attacks that barely link into each other, and like his down smash burying you to match with the stiffness of his animations, like it's just bump bump and you're in the ground. It's great.
Yeah.
I love that his up B is one of the few that doesn't put him into free fall.
Yes.
Because it lets him just have this weird, just like, oh, I'm going up and then I'm going down. Like he's just kind of drifting.
He's
all
absolutely
over
a
the
character
place.
that
Like,
was not appreciated until later on.
doesn't really know where he is, where he doesn't have eyes. Of course he doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah. He's very much ambiguously doing his own thing, and he is an absolute riot of a character, and such a smart send up to Nintendo's history in general.
Yeah, and on top of all of that, I love characters with stupid bullshit. 9 is just one of the best stupid bullshit moves. You will just
Yep.
just the combo for chance for that is just, I love that so much.
Yes.
And even moves that people consider bad, like
It is the
like,
allure
Bacon isn't
of
usable
the
in most
character.
instances, but you can still just like edge guard with it, and it's so annoying. But it's just like he's just cooking up some bacon.
He's just some bacon. I'm just a cooking.
He does so much work. Let him have his bacon.
Yeah. Oh, and he doesn't even eat it. He's giving it to you. He just loves cooking.
Yeah, I don't have a bad thing to say about this character.
I have some bad things to say about this character. I
Oh?
think that from a fighting game perspective, the ambiguity of his animations does lead to some problems. Like, you can't sacrifice it, but I feel like reading him is an issue that you don't have with any other character.
I don't know if I'd go that far. There's a certain character in the Smash community that people won't shut the fuck up about that I think would lead to a lot of people disagreeing with you because people say that is a character that suffers from that. We all know who I'm talking about, but we'll get to him next video.
And he doesn't really have a trade-off to that. It's just you have to deal with it because it's Game & Watch.
I can see that, yeah.
And I feel
yeah.
like at a core level, that is somewhat problematic. And I miss his old forward air. Like
Oh yeah, the card swipe.
Yeah, the bomb is fun, but I feel
Give him
like
the
it
box.
gives more dynamism to his
Put him in a
end
box.
game, and I
Like
feel
pizza
like that lets him lean into
and pasta.
attacks more and just commit more, and he becomes a little bit more of a campy character with the bomb.
I see that. Yeah, I can agree with that.
It's good flavor,
Like,
don't get
it's-
me wrong.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, but it skews the playstyle in a way that a lot of Game & Watches just rely on it, and I feel like Game & Watch should just be a character where you throw out whatever move you feel like.
Yeah. But then Ultimate did so much to give him so much more personality with the unique sprites.
Yeah, that's too...
Yeah. I'd also change his forward smash just to not be problematic.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I get why
Turn
you
him
had
into a
it.
lion. Just like that little lion, just like for no particular
I like the
reason,
fire.
Just like roar, hit swipe, go back. I don't
It is literally a whatever reference. I think people were just looking for something to be angry about. It's like, whatever. Come on. Seriously. It doesn't even look... The sprite doesn't even look like what it's supposed to be. It looks like Mr. Game & Watch with an angry face and something on his head.
Game Game & Watch is another character that's would actually really benefit from custom moves, just because you can do literally whatever you want with him.
Yes.
It'd still fit.
Yes.
Or you could like give him another frying pan move like Peaches. Just smack people with the bacon pan.
Oh, that'd be fun.
But yeah, I like this character.
I love this character.
He's high A tier for me. I actually I used to have him in S actually, but
Yeah, that works.
At the top of
That's
A
a
tier.
good tier for him.
He's the one character I could put above Pac-Man in A tier, for a lot of the same reasons, really. I get similar vibes from both of them.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I mean, hey, 1980s buddies, that's fun. But like Game & Watch, I just feel like Pac-Man cemented.
It feels nice to end on a positive
Namco
character.
and is like a perfect amalgamation of references and just doesn't get it. Game & Watch is as perfect as he can be, I think. Like, personal preferences aside, Game & Watch is as good as he can be. And the things that hold him back are just intrinsic to his character that are flaws because you can't read him.
Yeah, partway through this conversation, I was kind of just considering putting him up in S tier.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, he does.
Yeah, I remember the neutral air parachute. I also remember that his standard special was just sausages and there was no bacon. I remember that he also, like, glowed yellow when you charge smash attacks for some reason.
Still need to function as a fighting game character, and there's a couple of weird situations like, which way is he running right now? He may have turned around, I'm not quite sure.
Was it charging? He glowed yellow when you performed a certain animation. I forget what it was.
Yeah, he's a little odd in that way. I love that about him, but like...
I also liked how when you knocked him out, it sounded like a game over sound effect, and I kind of wish that would come back.
Too. Like, I would not change Game & Watch, to be perfectly honest. But I feel like if he exists in this game, he should never be top tier.
Yeah. If you had like oppressive tools, he would be the best character.
Yeah.
And it would break the game.
Yeah, and I mean, he's really good right now. I think that's the peak of what Game & Watch should be at.
Honestly, like, I feel like from what I don't keep up with the competitive scene very much, but like, I just swap out the bomb for the card, and I feel like that would solve half of it.
Yeah, I agree.
People want the box back.
Just being able to drop a projectile like that is just...
It's mainly because it feels very detached from the rest of his playstyle. Like, his playstyle, while simple, just the fact that he just has this random projectile that he can just drop and it does damage and it just goes over the side of the edge, it feels very weird and detached from the rest of his moveset.
Like, yeah, you can cancel it out with just about any attack, but that's a scary just attack in general.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, it's fun. Bowling ball proves that it's fun, but also bowling ball is a lot more fun.
Yeah, and a lot less easy to spam.
Yes.
But yeah, top of A tier? I can easily agree with
Top
that.
of A tier, yeah.
Perfect. All right. Is this the longest episode now? I really thought...
Surprisingly, I think this is the shortest stream. Actually, next to the last one.
Well, you added Corin.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
surprised.
True. But I added Corin because I thought it would be the shortest episode. I thought it would be fine.
Well, guess what? The only character that we quickly came to a consensus on was the last one.
This is true.
And I guess maybe Dr. Mario, but a lot of that was like,
Yeah, just between getting educated on what Peach actually is as a character to the great Fire Emblem spiel of 2021. Still, wow, Ganondorf actually is better, but how much better?
Yeah. What is the measure of Ganondorf? Is he a Luigi? We just don't know.
He's nothing, and that's the problem.
I mean, have you seen the Swole Luigi mod? It's just like Luigi but Ganondorf, and it's brilliant. Luigi has a stomp and he's shirtless. And it's beautiful.
Probably fits Luigi better than it fits Ganondorf.
Oh, I could cry. I have not. Oh, give it to me.
I'll send it to you after this. But for
Please
now, I can't even reflect right now.
Yeah,
this has been too long.
Yeah, I'm tapped out. 3.5 hours in summer with no fan. Whew.
I just.
No, we managed to double that.
I edited it out afterwards. Like, this is too much.
Oh, well, this was a poor decision on my part.
But hey, at least after this, we have Ultimate coming up, and like, obviously, Ultimate's got the best characters in it. Like, it's the easiest, the most top-heavy.
There are some. There are definitely some I can think of that are very, very good. And I'm remembering a couple that I care a lot about, and I'm thinking to myself, I don't know if I openly agree with that. There are a couple characters I'd put near the bottom. Fucking Ridley.
Yeah, it really does. I'm not even going to pretend.
But until then, this has been a lot of fun. Please leave in the comments whether you agree or disagree with any of these placements. We will eventually...
I heavily disagree with Gandorf on literally every explanation for a plethora of reasons that I've already explained.
do a comments video talking about just like if any of you can sway us and where if like a character's way better than what we put here. Like for example, Lucas actually does use PK Love in his animations.
Yes,
I did not know that.
I appreciate
nice.
that.
He
Glad you remember that.
Yes.
Once we do the comments episode, I can guarantee that.
Mm-hmm.
Things like that. Feel free to try to educate us. But until then, I'm going to bed.
Yeah,
Farewell,
that
everybody.
sounds like a good idea.
And
Yeah,
I'm
good
going
night, everybody,
back
or
to
whenever you
work.
watch this. I don't care. I'm tired.
Me too. Let's go.
So, another stream comes to an end, and we are getting close to the end. For those of you that didn't see the community post, this last part is going to be split into 2 streams. We are going to be doing the Smash Ultimate video and the comments section video separately from one another, because I know for a fact that Ultimate's going to take the longest to get through, and I don't want to rush the comment section video, because I'm sure there are going to be a lot of interesting talking points and a lot of stuff to talk about, because that is the final opinion. That is where this is where I will get to truly challenge where these characters are. And I can only hope that Mega Man goes up at least 2 to 3 tiers. I will be live with this not on Wednesday. We're doing this Thursday. At noon is the time that I have planned. Thursday at noon. I'm gonna need a few days to just relax and just do work on other stuff, because I feel like I'm falling behind in some stuff, and I do want to work on stuff that I want to get finished because I'm gonna be busy this weekend. When's the next character concept? I left that in the post, but it's probably going to be on Sunday. We are doing Ultimate on Thursday, and we are going to do the comments video on Monday. This coming next Monday. I'm gonna need some time between them. And I know that everybody here probably needs a break from my voice, because I hate my voice. This has been a joy to go through so far. While there are definitely characters that I am fairly adamant against, like Ganondorf. Well, I don't understand a lot of them, like Roy and a couple of others. I'm glad that people have been interested in this. I'm glad that, Duke and Pierre have been around to watch this and see this unfold, and they're good sports about it. And I want to say that, I'm gonna kind of miss this when it's gone, because this is the most consistent I've streamed in like years. Ever since I stopped streaming on Twitch in 2021. Well, actually, no, I did something for my birthday in 2022. Probably gonna move that to YouTube though this year. But the plan has been laid out. I will edit the post so that people that read it know what's coming. We will be back we will be back on. Actually, you know what? No. We'll do it Wednesday. We'll do Smash Ultimate Wednesday, and we'll do the comments episode the day after. I feel the comments video is going to be the shortest stream because, as I said, I'm not going through every character. I plan to go through, the ones that I think are the most egregious and the ones that I think will change the most. Like, there are some of these characters I'm more than certain, just by how descriptions have been given, that I do not think they're going to change spots. I don't think that, I hope Mega Man changes, but I don't think any of the other Does Not Work characters are going to get out of that hole. I hope Ryu changes. I hope Ganondorf is lower. I hope Roy is higher. Hope Fox is higher. I hope Marth is higher. Yeah. But a few days break is enough. And we will be back on Wednesday to finish the series. Yes, I will look at Sora, even though he is part of the comments video. It's the one section I will look at. And then we will look at the rest of it the day afterwards. And then we'll put a cap on this. And then I'll, put it in a playlist, and you'll be able to watch and listen to this as much as you want going forward. I don't know why you'd want to. But, yeah, I think that's the plan. At least the streaming is doing good for me in the algorithm, because it's constantly having me produce videos, and that means that the algorithm is remembering that I exist. I don't think I'll do any other critiques after this. I think that this project has basically been more than enough for me for the rest of the year, easily. And yeah, I will see you in a few days, where we will be covering the latest Smash title. A title that, while I feel it has some great characters, I feel that there are many instances in Ultimate where they play it way too safe. And some characters, as a result, feel very underwhelming or do not feel as good as they could. Some characters, I think, genuinely do not feel good at all. And then there are just some characters that are some of the best character designs in the entire game. I don't think that any of them come close to Falcon, Fox, and Marth. But they're still fantastic. And I'll need to formulate some opinions about some of these characters, because while I've had a lot of time to, think about a lot of the older games and their newcomers and what they added to the Smash series, my opinions on most Ultimate characters are not nearly as fleshed out. Only a couple of them I actually have, big things to say about them, and that's mainly because of how good they are, or how bad they are, or how lacking they are. But yeah, this will be coming to a close this week. The last two streams, as I said, will be Wednesday and Thursday. Prepare for a very long stream on Wednesday. We are starting early on Wednesday. We are starting at noon, because I know that this is going to take a long time to get through, because the Ultimate video is 4 hours. Now, granted, This video was the longest one so far, but we got through it in less time than the majority of the others. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. There are definite talking points in Ultimate, but definitely not as many as I'd say Brawl or Smash 4. So yeah, I'm gonna go. And I will be seeing you on Wednesday. I hope you all have a good night, morning, wherever you are right now. For me, it's just about to hit 9:30. And I will see you on Wednesday for Ultimate. This will be definitely something. And as you can tell, I'm fucking awful at ending streams, so I'm just gonna push this